Okay. Oh well, that was kind of laggy. I hope it's not on the YouTube. Put the delay on it again. So, and if you're on the event page, the link to join is on the event page. So, just check there. Okay. See, well, it's not started yet on YouTube yet. So. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's stepping discussion, whatever, whatever. So it's New Year's Eve. Woohoo! Same. Hope it's not the same as this year, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. I guess. Uh, some parts of the world it's already 2017, so there we go. So to go on. So anyway, here we go. Like I said, the event page is where the join link is. So if you're on the event page, just get it there. So yay. But you'll be in the cameraman box when you come in. So anyway, I could put. If you need me to send you the link, just let me know. Some people have trouble on the phones. So, just let me know there in the chat thingy. Do. Oh yeah, I was doing the Google today. I uploaded it. No, I didn't upload no pictures. I uploaded a video, and it how it does that crap. Revisit this day or whatever, and I find it. Oh, there it is. Okay, and it's this day in 2014. Very lovely day. Not okay. Let me get it to late. Okay, here we go. All right, there. It's gonna play it. It's a GIF. It's not moving. Why is it not moving? What the crap? There it goes. Well, damn. Is it gonna go? There it goes. It moves a little faster than that. Nice, lovely chemtrail day 2 years ago today. Well, and last year too. But yay! They love to do the X. Oh, dang it. It should have been done, to be honest, but it's uh, lagging there. Okay. Anyway, went through them all. So, crap. Okay. got 5 watching. So, um, anyway. Let's see. Well, I don't know what to talk about. So, um, that's what all I had planned so far was that. So, it's something. It's they're still doing it. Um, it's not no surprise. So, um, they will still keep doing it unless people do something about it. So, might with the fluoride in the water. So, okay, here we go. There is the link in the YouTube. There. So, don't usually go anywhere for this day because, to be honest, it's crazy. There's a lot of police out and they're road checks. So, um, not to avoid that if at all possible. So, um, there's a lot of craziness going on tonight. I got new headphones and there's feedback in them, so really annoying. So, it's early, but it's gonna be 8 hours. So, thought I'd start it a little early. So, damn it. I know Dave said he had to run out for a bit and he'd be joining soon. Key 9. So, um, it's too cold. I was gonna go outside for a bit with the laptop, but it's too damn cold. So, hey Foxy, I'm typing in the chat. Hey Foxy, yeah, crazy day today, night, whatever. It is where we are. So, new necklace here too. So cool, check it out. Amethyst. Yay. And I got an itty bitty one here too. Itty bitty. I got a big one too, but it's in there. I got it. I got another one. It's dirty. I'm not gonna shake it. It was in that flower pot. So, hey Matt. 8 hours. Yes, I've only done maybe 3 8 hour ones. But you don't sit here for the whole 8 hours. You let other people have controls and they let people in and stuff like that. So you get up, go do whatever stuff. So that's cool. So if you want to join, links in the YouTube. Okay. I hope I shared it. I have it set to auto share it. see. I hope that it did. Didn't screw up this time. It usually double posting it too, so. God damn it. Went to my last viewed post. Damn it. Oh crap, there it goes. Okay, single posted, good. Okay. Edit. Okay. Alrighty then. Okay. Okay, cool. That's cool. Just listen in. Oh. Damn it. Okay. Okay. I got that taken care of, so. Oh, damn it. Okay. There it's loaded. Okie dokie. Back. Okay. Page loads faster. Of course, everybody knows that because of the bandwidth and shit. So. I just uploaded some funny stuff, funny video yesterday. Beavis and Butthead. Well, Beavis. That's hilarious. Silly stuff, but hey. Gotta have some fun sometime. So. May get some snow. I don't know if we will or not. It looks like it's going to. Maybe. It was like really cold last night. Oh, there's Bearcat. Hello. I'm not alone anymore. Yay.
I was hidden. Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year. Okay. I got new headphones and they sound weird.
What? To you?
My headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, the headphones.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
when I plug them in and put them on my head. You can hear the feedback in them, and the other ones I had, you couldn't hear when you plugged them in. It was just nothing. And these, they're cheap, but you know.
Oh, the feedback, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, your voice sounds a little bit more echoey.
Well, that's my mic.
Oh, yeah,
my mic. That's the same mic I'm using as my cam. I believe it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Yeah, that's separate.
So yeah, it's separate. The mic on this is right here.
Yeah.
See, it sucks. So
yeah.
I think no, it's not the one I'm using. It'd be louder. Okay. See now that's loud.
Very loud.
So I hope on it. So okay. Yeah, there'll be a lot of shotguns going off here at midnight tonight. So
Uh-oh. Keep your head down.
Yeah, they're redneck New Year's.
Yeah, I don't think it'll get too wild around here. But yeah, I'm
I
sure
think
some
it will
bullets
here
will hit the ground.
because there's a lot of people that has guns
Yeah.
here. So, yeah, and fireworks too. You know, we're not supposed to have them, but you know,
Oh, really? In your area? Or...
in the state they're illegal.
Oh, you're kidding.
No,
That's no fair.
that people go across the border and get them, and bring them back.
Yeah, I was going to make a homemade boat and fill it full of fireworks and send it out into the lake and light it on fire. There's so many creative things you can do.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And I remember one time we got some. I had my old Jeep Cherokee, and they were in the back, had a bunch, and the car broke down in town. And we just came back, and the car broke down. I thought, oh God,
Oh, shit.
Cops had stopped to see if we needed help, and we're like, oh shit.
Busted with the fireworks.
We had a blanket over the shit, so they didn't see it. They wasn't even living there anyway. So I think it was a flat tire or some shit. I can't remember, but it was a few years ago.
Well, yeah, inside the city limits, it's a big fine to get caught with them. Yeah.
Yes.
So.
I know. We'd go see them for the 4th of July. You know, it was ridiculous. The smoke. It made car alarms. It makes car alarms go off every year. It's so funny.
Oh, that is funny. Alarm starts shooting off. Hi, Foxy.
Oh my God, my avatar's gone funny.
You're blue.
Oh my God, I don't know what's wrong. It's that time of year. That's weird, that is.
That happens
I'm gonna come back in and check it out. It shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, once you're looking like a wolf.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. I'd be mad. Strip you of your suit. It'd be creepy to have a hangout with all blue guys all the way across.
I know, that would be creepy. That would be creepy. I could think of other more creepy things. But...
Yeah. There's plenty.
But that would be creepy.
Let's not.
I have a list. I don't have a list.
So
in my head, I
fun and creative things we can do with manipulating colors on a screen. Your imagination.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Oh yeah, I got Google Effects. Yeah.
Yeah.
I loaded all that shit before it went live. So. There it is. We're going to the island.
Back to the beach. All roads lead to here. I think you're drowning.
You can't see me. You can't see me.
You look like some sort of space astronaut or something. I don't know. In the clouds. That is so cool.
Where's my drink?
Pina colada.
Yeah, pina colada. I don't
know. Coconut. But you would if you were there.
Put the lime in the coconut.
Well, you're not that far from the Bahamas, are you? Isn't that where the... Well, we need to go there. I mean, yeah, that's, plane trip.
Look, there's a party cat.
Party at the beach. Well, that is a New Year type thing.
There's hearts. I like that better.
Yeah.
Hearts.
And where's your halo?
It won't let you do it at the same time. The only ones that let you do it was the cat and the dog, and it looks creepy.
Oh yeah, you don't want a cat dog.
It looks creepy. That looks creepy. See, it won't let you do it. It takes away the other. See, ding. No.
You look smarter. Or you look like you had to pay a lot of money for a piece of paper.
Yeah, really, you don't need to pay a lot of money for that either. So,
yeah.
Let's see.
I'm supposed to be doing dishes and baking a cake, and I'm not. I'm sitting here talking to you.
You're going to get in trouble.
I am going to get in trouble.
Oh, shit. Oops. I didn't mean it. Damn it.
I think I live in
You
trouble.
leave that on. You live in trouble. Shit.
I'm the cause of my own trouble.
That's your middle name, man.
Yep.
Trouble.
Trouble. Well, they used to call me, well, my first name was Damn It, and then my name.
Oh my God.
That was my name.
Like the picture of the dog, it says, my name's Damn It. Down boy here or whatever. Down boy.
Well, they would always yell at me to do something, or I messed something up, or blah, blah, blah.
I was a baby. I didn't get in much trouble, and that's why I got picked on by my brothers and sisters a lot.
Oh, yeah, you would, yeah, they would beat on you, I bet. Yeah, because I wailed on my little sister.
Yeah.
Oh, they probably got in trouble, though, by the
But I wailed back, though, so.
Yeah, it made you
tougher. If I could. They're older than me, so. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I bet the
They tied me up. They tied me up in the yard one time in a chair.
That's traumatizing.
They were sneaking off smoking.
Oh, how funny.
So I wouldn't tell on them. But they got in trouble for tying me to the fucking chair. So.
Well, I hope so. What if ants came along or something?
But I couldn't get untied. So they tied my hands back too. But anyway, it was kids, They they probably did know better, but
things happen when you're kids.
They were like, we're going to fix her so she can't tell on us, And
so, they made it worse.
Oh, yeah.
But I bet your parents probably got onto them if they got onto you. I mean, hopefully.
Well, actually, it's.
Or there was equal.
I just forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah. I would tattletale on them, though, okay?
Yeah, that's right.
Then I would say, if they're doing something bad, somebody's doing something bad, you tell. Okay, every time they do something bad, I'd go tell. And guess who got in trouble, too?
Uh-oh.
For tattletaling. So I'd stop doing that.
Oh, okay.
Because it just got me in trouble, too. So that's good, though, because now they want you to tell on people. If you see something, say something. I guess that's why I got in trouble for that, because I did it all the time, And they said only if somebody's life is in danger, I never was, though. Just
you don't need to sit and stare at somebody and monitor their every move. You need to go on with your life.
I know.
She's washing the car. She's driving down the road. Oh, she swerved and hit a tree. All that
they would go, to our tree house in the woods, and they'd go smoke.
Oh yeah.
And they'd say, "Don't tell," and that.
And you would always tell.
As soon as we'd get home, they was up there smoking. I was little. I didn't, know no better.
Like, oh, how funny.
6, 7 years old. 6 years old, 7. I can't remember, but I probably did know better, actually. But
smoking's bad.
It's just one of them things you just blurt it out. What were y'all doing? And I just, it's like Daddy when he would be drinking. My brother and him would go for a ride, and they'd smoke a joint. Okay, and my brother would be like, "Don't tell Mama." No, wait, no. My dad would say, "Now don't tell your mama. Don't tell your mama. Don't tell your mama." And the first thing out of his mouth. Yeah, he told on himself.
Well, I'm glad I tell all my personal stuff to the world, and I don't have to worry about you repeating it. No, you know.
I wouldn't repeat it.
You would repeat it. But yeah, it's easier to tell the truth than to come up with a lie. If somebody point blank asks you, what were you doing?
Yeah.
So just tell the truth.
Yeah, right. Except in certain situations,
Yeah,
which you should know which situations them are. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Um,
But yeah, telling too much of the
Um,
truth, they want you to do that, and that's a form of mind
Yes.
control. Like
Right.
cults use
group
that.
think- like
They train
Catherine
people
Husband
to
said,
be super duper truthful, and then
Yes.
that's how they
Yes.
use to manipulate you and control you.
yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah, you
group
have,
think, like you
you
said
know,
in the chat
the
there.
defense. You put up your defenses and keep your, you know.
It's like on here, man, I've said a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff I said over here. I'm like, oh my God, why did I say that? Too late now.
I probably beat you on that one.
But
I
anyway.
know we can do an award show. No.
No, we don't need that.
Who said the
But
dumbest thing on air? Me.
I've
I
had
would
some of the
do-
strange, weird, wildest dreams the last few nights, and I can barely remember any of them
Uh-oh. What?
when I wake up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm. What was that? That was weird. And I wake up. When I wake up, I'm like, oh my God, that's so weird. And then I get
I've
woke
been
up
having
and the
more
cat's in my
vivid
face.
dreams. I've been having
My
really
cat's in my face,
complex
and I
dreams.
instantly, I forget it. I guess my cat steals it. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember it after that. Maybe she does. I don't know.
Well,
Because
when
she
you
get right in my
dream,
face and
doesn't
rub on me. So, but I don't remember. Just little pieces. So,
Yeah, I
thank you,
mean,
Kat.
literally, you would have to. I mean, I can't do it, but yeah, you're supposed to just immediately wake up and write down as much as you can remember. I mean, some dreams hang on, but other, you know,
Yeah.
usually they
Oh,
just
yeah.
disappear within the
Yeah.
first, you know, as soon as you
Oh my
wake up.
God! Well, you know, when you get dreams that aren't dreams, you're awake when you see them.
Mhm.
You know,
Oh yeah,
that
that
happens to me a lot.
happens. Your mind
So,
wanders.
and they come true.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's a glimpse. I
Uh-huh.
guess, you know, but them stick with you big time. You know.
Yeah, it's a feeling in a glimpse. Yeah.
And the
The
dreams that
energy.
are a
Yeah.
glimpse. They're not dreams. They're yeah. But anyway, so you know, some of them I've told you in back room there, and some of them live, but I haven't told all my stuff there. So only a few knows that
A
stuff.
lot of it's to help
But
solve
anyway,
problems during the day.
yes. I'm like, why did I see that? What does this mean?
Or warn you so your
Or-
problem
yeah.
doesn't happen. That's how
Mhm,
you always do, like missions when
Yeah.
like some new
Yeah.
strange characters come.
Yes.
You always
Yes.
have
Like I
premonition.
said, I had seen them one before. That happens a lot, you know, like this girl I worked with, you know, and first time I seen her, I'm like, oh my God, I've seen you before, haven't I? She's like, no, I've never met you before. I'm like, I swear to God, I've seen you before.
Oh, how
But
weird.
that's what it was. I had seen her in a
Mhm,
vision
yeah.
before.
Right before
You
you
know,
met
she
her.
had seen me. She said the same thing, that I looked so familiar. She had seen me before too.
Uh-huh. No, I believe that,
So,
definitely.
you know, oh yeah, definitely, because she had the gift too. You know, she could talk to dead people and stuff like that. So communicate with them and stuff, and help them cross over and stuff like that. And
Yeah, no,
but
there's
yeah,
no, yeah. I know people that definitely mean they're the most sane, calm, logical, even-keeled people you ever met, and they do see, you know, the dead, and you know, some, you know, definitely, I believe in that because the people are so personally
yes,
close to me. There's no way I could not
right,
believe it.
right. Well, it's like this goes to the telekinesis thing. You know, like with Carl Jung, where he was like in that fight with Freud, and the emotions
Uh-huh.
so heated, he was made a knife blade crack. And they both stood there and watched it happened. So I don't know that I could buy that, believe that, because I've had strange things like that happen to me, like was here when I was a teenager and I was living here alone after my dad died. And I was in my room on the phone with my friend and I heard, pow, this door here. It was glass, double pane glass, and had a different handle and shit, but it was deadbolted. And it came flying open and it's still deadbolted.
Yeah.
I have never been able to explain that, and now, after reading and studying some of this stuff, it was probably myself doing it subconsciously, who knows, that's the only conclusion I can come up with, but,
Well, one time, it was right after
scary.
my dad died, a set of keys fell off a shelf. It was weird. I was in the bedroom thinking of them, and then I heard a crash, and the keys were on the ground. And it was weird. Well, the coolest thing that ever happened to me was when we were playing. Me and my son were playing PlayStation 3, and I was playing by myself the Grand Theft Auto, and I met a little kid online, and then it was Mother's Day, and we drove into the big city, and it took an hour to get there, and the kid next door was having a birthday party, and my son went over there to play with him and told the same story that he had met me online. I even have the proof, because how you friend people, and it was just so freaking bizarre that right before I'm getting ready to go to Houston, and I'm playing online, and I made this kid's day because he had gotten the game for his birthday. He got the system for his birthday.
Oh, wow.
He's so online. And I had saved up enough money and had a tank, which cost $1 million. And I had to leave to go. So I go, hey, you want my tank? And I had a bounty on me for $9,000 because, I was causing a lot of problems in the tank. So I go, here, you shoot me. Then he got all that money, and I gave him my tank. And then off he went. And he was so happy. And he told that story to my son. And my son came and told me, and I'm like, what? How could that even happen? And I had proof of it. Witnesses, proof, documents. So that was the strongest. But I've had a lot of other stuff too, but nothing I could really prove.
I can't, I've got my own experiences, and, as far as that, people talked with on, in the circles about it, we all experience the same things, like Grim would say, he can control his dreams, I can do that some, but not. If I concentrated on it more, I probably could, but
sometimes I can. You're almost like awake, and then you can take command of it.
More like in the flying, when you're flying, you're astral projecting. That's how I see that, because that's happened to me once or twice, and you can control where you go then.
Yeah, I've had that where I'm flying over the trees of my own neighborhood, and I could decide which house I wanted to go to. Yeah, you go long distance.
You made your guess. Man, it was wild as hell. I was like, oh my God.
Or have you ever had a dream where you wake up and then you go back to sleep and then you just keep on dreaming the same dream though? It takes where it left off. That's cool.
Right. I remember, you remember that tsunami?
Yeah.
About tsunami in, wasn't it Thailand?
Oh yeah, I was fascinated with that.
Okay, like a month before that, okay, I had a dream. It wasn't a dream. Okay, I dreamed I was a kid, whatever. And we was going, it was me, my dad, my mom, and my sister. Because my brothers were teenagers and they stayed home anyway. But the weird thing was, my dad was in his military uniform, the green khakis, whatever. And we were driving to the beach. And then all of a sudden, there was this big wave come in, and he turned around and we went back. It was a tsunami.
Yeah.
And then a month later, that tsunami happened.
A warning.
So yeah, I'm like, oh my God, some freaky
Yeah, I
shit.
do have a lot of dreams to do with the ocean for some reason. Yeah. I mean, a lot of, or the beach, I mean.
Oh, later, gas mask. Happy New Year to you. He's going to work. So that sucks.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Damn. But
I did a little bit of work. And oh, yeah, I'm supposed to be baking a cake right now.
yeah, you're supposed to be baking a cake. Bad.
Well, this is the last day we can eat junk food.
Oh.
And then
I
we
still
have
got
to
apple
go.
pie in the refrigerator.
We have to eat healthy after that. Oh, yeah, it's because
I try to.
the lady down the street, Eric was just going to the gas station, and this lady ran up and hugged him. And he's like, he didn't, look down, and he didn't know who it was, and backed away and said, oh, yeah, it's the lady down the street. But he didn't recognize her because she'd lost so much weight. And her daughter works in a nutritional physician something or another, but she went into the doctors and had all this test done to figure out what was wrong, the blood work, everything. Spent $5,000. And then they found out it's just the wheat and the sugar and the yeast builds up in your system. I mean, the stuff that we've been saying the whole time. But isn't it? But isn't it sad you have to spend $5,000 for them to tell you don't eat the wheat and the sugar? And then she lost tons of weight. But
that's me. I lost a lot of weight the last year and a year, 2 years, whatever. I'm changing the way I eat.
Yeah, I've lost at least 25 pounds.
So, like my tea, I don't put as much sugar in it. You should use the other. But anyway, it's
I'm gonna use
stuff that's good for you, more expensive, but less sugar, bread. Try not to eat bread, but anyway.
Yeah. I mean, well, the bread I use is the sprouted bread. They sprout the grain first and then make bread.
Yeah, I've seen it.
In the frozen department.
Aldi's.
It's real
Aldi's. I was gonna buy it,
because you can buy like 5 loaves at a time and
take
throw it in the freezer.
They don't take new stuff good. Not the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
what the hell is this crap?
Well, I mean, it's the red dwarf wheat is the enemy, so you would have to get the wheat that's not red dwarf wheat and then make your own bread. And if you have a bread machine, it is really easy. I mean, I make it all the time, and it's wonderful.
I mean, your mama doing that when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah, but the bread machine does everything. You just throw in the ingredients and walk away, and then voila. And it's worth it. Yeah, and it's just like sugar, salt, butter, but it's just like a couple tablespoons of sugar. I forget the exact recipe.
And kind of get the non-GMO stuff too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, just take control.
Yeah.
But when I
it's like yeah. I mean the damn it, I can't talk all of a sudden.
Well, I interrupted.
My grandma made her own butter. Well, they did. They made their own butter and everything.
Well,
she had a butter churn. And my grandpa's second wife, when she left, she took it with her.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's in the
family. That went to her kids.
Family heirloom.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that was another thing.
Buy one today.
They told her not to eat was milk. And that's, but of course, but literally, I mean, if you had your own milk cow, the raw milk is healthy, but they don't want you to have that. But if you made your own butter out of your own cow, I mean, that you'd be really healthy.
They made their own everything back then.
Yeah,
I made that video the other day.
Cheese.
About the flour sacks, where they made the clothes out of the flour sacks. But that didn't get many views for some reason.
Yeah, nobody wants to do that.
I might try to redo it because I've done it on my phone. I found it on my phone. I'm like, holy shit, that's so cool, So maybe I can make a little bit longer one about that, because
But to be able to get
They
to where
even
you
had
make your own
some
clothes.
patterns on them and books
Oh
about that
yeah,
stuff.
on the flour sack, didn't they? Yeah, I
Yes.
remember that. That's cool.
Yeah, I remember seeing one of them little booklets actually when I was a
Mhm.
kid. So, but Mama made
And
her own clothes when I was little.
And whenever I visit Mexico, the first thing I would do is they would make shirts out of those sacks. And they always had the
Yeah.
coolest designs, like a Pegasus or, some cool, neat thing. But it was literally made out of a
Yeah.
flour sack or something.
I seen one that had a pattern for a stuffed animal.
Oh,
on it.
cool. Yeah, I have made that.
Like, wow, baby blanket. Baby blanket. I had a baby blanket like that one that
I
was
made
on
a
the
stuffed
video. For one of the kids, it wasn't mine, but
Mhm.
yeah, I remember. I don't have them anymore because they're not babies anymore. But,
I would want to make a cool quilt. Ooh, your designs would look cool on a quilt,
I
wouldn't
know,
it?
yeah.
All the swirls and
Yeah.
stuff. I mean,
I need to do
artistic
like my little ones
quilts.
said and get all my island pictures and put them together up on the wall
Oh
and see what
yeah.
it would look like. That would be
Uh-huh.
neat. So
Yeah.
that one I done today, it took me all day to do because I was kept
Oh,
doing
it's yeah.
and shit.
No,
So,
they're starting to look fancier and fancier, and
if
even
I
your
wasn't on the
flowers.
computer,
stuff.
if I wasn't on the computer, I would probably do like 4 a day.
Hmm.
I mean, if I didn't have everything else going on, too. So,
Yeah,
but I got to have music. So,
yeah.
uh,
Now I'm going to be so busy between now and in 3 months from now. I'm moving, and God, there's so much
Yeah.
work. I mean, I need an army of people. But yeah, I'm not going to have much time to to do stuff like that until after. Well, I will. I am.
me and my cat.
It
Come help
would
me.
probably, yeah, it'd probably definitely be worth every penny of the airfare to fly you over here. It's ridiculous.
I've never flew in a big airplane.
Okay, I'll come and hold your hand.
Yeah, I would need somebody
You had
to
a
ride
fun.
with me.
Bring your teddy bear.
You wouldn't have to knock me out. I don't know. You might have to. I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
I've flown a couple times. It's not that
So-
scary.
it ain't because of anything that the media has put out about it. It's just
Yeah.
You
don't want the
I don't know.
TSA agents touching you?
it ain't even that. That's bad too, but it ain't even that stuff. I guess you call it a phobia. I guess.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Well, I won't press that issue.
Afraid of heights.
Okay.
Kind of afraid of heights ish.
Yeah.
Especially in the water. If you're ever water flying, So
Well, okay. Well, we don't
That's-
need to push any phobias.
just yeah. Even on land too. That's even worse because it's boom.
So when we go to Table Rock Lake and I'm parasailing, you're not going to join in?
No.
Why? You're just floating over a lake. If you
Maybe
fall, you hit the water.
I wear a life jacket. I guess
I know.
for you.
We'll
So-
get you a little drunk. Then you'll do it.
No.
Come on, drunk parasailing.
I've been flying high, so I don't need to be drunk. I'd go get sick.
Okay.
So-
I'll say something. I'm getting you. I can feel I'm getting your tension all up.
Well, I was going to bungee jumping for my 21st birthday.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't do
and I backed
that.
out.
Well, just because the
but,
retina
you know-
disattaches your eyeball.
That and the place we were going to go,
Mhm.
somebody died.
Oh,
The day we were going to go, somebody died.
Oh,
bungee
well,
jumping,
that
and I'm
would
like,
be
oh my
a-
god!
yeah, that
Something
would
told me
kill it.
not to go, and I didn't go.
Yeah.
There's been lots of
That's
situations
a
like that where I
dead
didn't go, and I'm like, somebody died. They said, I'm like, oh my god, are you?
They've made
No,
horror movies
no.
about that. Yeah. Ugh.
Somebody's like,
But
that's your ancestors telling you, no, don't go. But
That's
it's intuition
true.
too,
Yeah.
sixth sense. So,
No, I got angels watching
Anyway.
me. That's for sure.
oh, I don't know about angels.
Well, my relatives.
That's what it is. It's yeah.
It's my loved ones, my ancestors,
That's like, you know, with me,
or
you know,
not
I
my
can,
ancestors.
like, you've heard people say, I remember I heard a song or something, I can't remember, but it's like, you've ever been to a place you've never been, but yet you know, oh my God, Cat, what the hell? But you know where everything is in that place, and it's like you've been to that place before.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
I've never had that happen, but a few times, you know, but, and as far as people goes, you know, seeing people, and then like I said with that girl, I'm like, oh my God, I know you. Where have I seen you before? Hmm. So, but yeah, you're giving them glimpses for a reason.
Yeah.
So,
No, it's true. Because even the best part of that story I just told you about the little boy that was next to my mother's, when he was talking to me, I pictured him in my best friend's house, Pam Pierce, in the next door, you know, and that's the room he was in. I mean, I
oh
literally
wow,
pictured the exact room that he was
oh
in
my God,
because, you know,
that's
how
so
you're
cool.
talking to somebody, you just kind of picture, you know, and that
Yeah,
room popped in my head. And then for
wow,
us to get there and him literally in the same house, the same room. Yeah. But see,
wow.
that's something that, you know, I don't know if that'll ever happen to me again, and I sure can't
It probably
control it.
will.
Yeah.
Hey, robot,
But it
glad
does
you
give
made
you
it.
a glimpse of what can happen.
Yeah, yeah,
Hi,
it
robot.
does. I'm glad you made it.
Yes.
I'm not gonna type into YouTube because I just misspell everything because my camera's in front of my keyboard and I'm typing like this. So,
What happened to
um,
Foxy? She could never come back.
I don't know. I guess they wouldn't let her. It wouldn't let her come back. Maybe.
I
No.
mean, it's either you come in as a blue person or not at all.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's weird.
But yeah,
Where's Dave?
deja vu. Deja vu. He had to step out for a bit. He'll be in shortly. Yeah, we got till 12:30. So,
I
well,
know.
11:30 your time. It'd be 12:30 mine. I was going to start early, but I'm like, nah, wait. Um, so I'll know if I'll have that even time, you know,
Yeah.
on the hangout, you know. So maybe he can start up another one after I'm done. Because
Yeah.
it won't be New Year's where he's at. It'll be 9:30 still. So
Yeah, that popped in my
um,
head that when it's New Year's for you, we're still waiting
we're in the future.
for the past, or I don't know where we are.
Deja vu. You know, I don't think it's deja vu. It's like I said. You know, you're given glimpses of these things and people for a reason. You know. Anyway, why did you mute? Is it a train? Anyway. Hey there. I can't pronounce your name. Chateau something. Hello. Yeah, deja vu. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Oh. Anyway, I've talked about that stuff before, but there's more to my you know, I had the premonition dreams and blah blah blah. So there's a lot more to that than I said on air, you know, because a lot of it's, you know, kind of stuff you don't tell, you know, you tell a little bit, but you can't tell everything. So um because you were still trying to figure it out, and you just figure it out, and you're like, oh my God, I totally get it now. So I'm gonna shut up. um anyway, maybe I should, I don't know. um anyway, I got a lot of stuff I want to talk about and say, but it's just, I know Grim said it one time, you know, when you're an artist or whatever, and your thoughts are there, but you can't put them together right off. You got to sit and think about them. And by the time you sat and thought about them, the subject's done changed. or you forget half of it or some shit. You know, you're like, oh my God, that was so epic. And it's gone now. So, doggy, Mr. Brown, being a bad boy, and there was a fly. Well, where are these people?
Well, there's a strange man digging in the back of my pickup truck.
Oh shit!
That's where Mr. Brown is parking. Well, I guess he seems to knows what he's doing.
Maybe he's supposed to be there.
He's walking, you know, those trailer hitch things with the ball. He's grabbing one of those and walking away. I guess he needs one. Oh well.
Boom.
Yeah, it's not too cold today.
I was going to say something. I totally forgot. Fuck. That wasn't what I was going to say, by the way.
I know, Mr. Brown. Somebody just stole something out of the back of the pickup.
Bad. I guess everybody's out partying for New Year's.
It's funny how he can sense that.
Robot, the show won't go well if you shut up. So you want me to spill my guts, eh?
Please do.
I don't know if that would be a good thing or a bad thing. What do you think?
A learning experience.
It could go either way. It could go either way, maybe. If I go too far, I can always make it. Oh, God. I'm shutting up for a minute.
If I spelled my guts, it would be pretty boring.
I don't know.
I need to go do something dumb.
Go do something dumb.
So I have something to spill my guts about.
Okay. I'm not going to spill my guts.
No, we're going to spill our guts 2 minutes before midnight.
I'll wait till I'm off air.
Yeah.
No. Like I said, you know,
and
like that girl I had met, you know, and I had seen her before in my vision. I didn't even remember, you know, like I said, you know, a lot of it's repressed, you know, but there are certain things that's like stands out, you know, certain people. And she was one of them, you know, but I remember her face for some reason, but, you know, didn't remember the context of it, you know, whereas, you know, other people I have seen in visions and then met, and it's like I remember more about certain people than others, if you know what I'm saying.
No, there are some people that it feels like you've met them before or you know them.
Yes.
That's the weird
thing.
Them
before. You knew them before in another life or whatever.
You either knew them before or you're going to be in the future.
I think it's both. That strong thing. See them from, like, say, 14.
The internet
meet them at like 30 something, and you're like, oh my God. You know, so that's only happened to me to that scale once. So pretty wild stuff it is, you know, when you think about it.
No, it's, I mean, people I've had, I mean, it's like you knew them before, or you know the second you meet them, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Is
what happens.
that's what I've been saying, to people. Like I remember everything, unfortunately, sometimes. um, and things that are important,
Yeah.
to me personally. And I know it
What
works that way
about,
for
well,
some people.
I don't want to turn it sad, but what about traumatic events? Do you repress those?
Yes,
Or
them are repressed.
compartmentalized? Yeah.
They're repressed. Like that one dream about
Yeah.
chasing the purple bunny. That woman was like, I done figured it out in my head what it means and everything. So I don't need to talk about that anymore.
Yeah.
Well, as far as that goes, I figured that out myself. Well, you helped that day too. So when I completely come back, I'm like, oh my God, no, I don't want to remember that. Why am I remembering that?
No, I've
I want
had
to remember a
dreams of
happy
somebody
dream.
chasing me. It's so full of stress and anxiety, and it was weird. It was like I had to climb up higher and higher to get away from them.
Right.
On
Yeah,
these
there was no
rickety
climbing.
boxes.
There was no climbing in
You're
this one.
scared of heights. That's why.
There was no climbing in this one.
Yeah.
It was like
It was weird.
it was like I don't even. It was like in the middle of nowhere or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's like a black void or something. I don't know. I was 4 years old and it scared the shit out of
That's
me.
scary. Yeah.
And it was repressed by my dad, I think, somehow there. But thank you for that.
People that have had like near-death experience, they see that black void. Like if they mess up and have a bad accident, or just narrowly miss death by a bad accident.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Warning.
Well, sometimes people that don't have near-death experiences see that because they're so in touch with the other side.
Mm-hmm.
That's my theory. I would say there's more people that sees that than they say.
Yeah.
And like the stuff that I've been talking about. A lot of people's afraid to talk about it because you get labeled as a crazy person when everybody has these abilities to do these things. They just don't want you knowing about it. Knowing that you can do it.
Well, sisters and brothers can do it better, like be able to tell it, to know each other's thoughts if something bad happens.
If you're close, which I'm not that close with, I'm close with them, but not as close as we used to be.
Well, I was just wondering if it's like your brain's set up.
My sister, I'm more closer to my sister than any of them as far as that goes. And mom, that's something with me and my mama too. At the same time, this was years ago before I had kids. We both had the same recurring dream about my dad.
Uh-oh. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's like your brain structure is closer in design, and you receive and send the signals, more closer.
Yeah. Right. Well, it's like, certain, like say somebody has a bad accident.
Yeah.
Okay, in your family. Okay.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
What happened with my aunt and uncle a few weeks ago. Okay. The night before I had a dream about them. Okay. And my cat had its kittens. But it ended up it only had one. But anyway, that's what I dreamed. I dreamed the cat had kittens and they had gotten to a wreck. Really bad, really, really bad wreck. Okay. And next day my cousin comes down and tells me that they had a bad wreck. I'm like, oh my God. And I told him about that, what I just said. And he's like, that happens to more people than you think, this kind of things. So, and when you hide it, don't talk about it. It's, you're not being yourself. You're repressing part of yourself in doing that, by not acknowledging you have that ability,
Well, it's just simple. Everything's energy. We're all connected. And when your thoughts change, it can radiate out from you. Because everything's connected.
It's like if you're mad at somebody and
that changes.
And knowingly you're sending them negative energy, and it's sometimes it affects them in a bad way. you know, and you need to try not to do that, you know.
Well,
I try
yeah,
not to
it
stay mad
tears
at
you
people,
down
you know,
too.
because yeah, that's what I was about to say, because it, you know, will tear you down even more by
Yeah,
knowing that you
yeah, it
that,
boomerangs.
that person and you fucked them up. You know, you're like, oh my God, no.
Yeah, but just negative
I'm,
thoughts change the chemistry of water. I mean, you know, you can make
mhm,
prove it over and over and over.
yeah,
I mean, like snowflakes, you know, I mean, I've seen lots of videos and stuff.
yeah,
The way it
yeah.
crystallizes, the negative energy, it looks
Yes.
ugly, and the
Oh yeah.
positive, it's just beautiful.
Right. Right.
But it's those
Jerk my
subtle
headphones off.
little energies of the earth
Yeah.
and the plants and how everything
Yes.
interacts. It's just so
Well,
low voltage, but you know,
that's like we're
overpower
electric.
it.
You know, that's what makes our brains work is the energy,
Mm-hmm.
electricity. We're light. You know, like there's this place we'd go when I was a teenager. We'd go get high and then go sit in this room. It had these lights.
Mm-hmm.
These called the light center. And they would say, you are a being of light. I didn't go to that church and stuff. It was a church type place. But
Yeah.
they would it was open to the public. And you can go in there and play your own music or whatever. And that's what we would do.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting there and relax, you know, meditate, whatever, you know, to the colored lights, you know. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we
Well,
are.
light,
That's what we
color.
are. You know, we're not colored. Well, I don't know about
I mean,
the
colored
color of it,
lights.
but you know,
Well, I mean,
yeah,
the
they were
different
colored lights.
will give you different emotions, is what I was going to say.
Yes.
Or, yeah, I mean,
Yes.
different moods would bring out the different colors.
And the music too.
Mm-hmm.
The music too. So, I listen to
Oh,
some
yeah,
on here, and
good
it's like, oh my
meditating music.
God, you know, wow, you know. But some of it that I listen to, I'll admit, you know, it's like the really heavy metal stuff.
Yeah.
It's like you just want to go fuck shit up, you know. You're like,
Well, yeah,
kinda,
it does change your.
because it's negative stuff, but some of it is positive. So don't judge it by just
Yeah.
a few songs here.
Well, sometimes it's fun to bang your head.
Yeah, that's true.
But the sound
I
makes, I mean, like, I love how those, you know, the sand on the speakers and it makes the patterns, the different notes. That's always fun to mess with too.
That's cool.
But yeah, I mean, it's all the sound, vibration, the frequency. I mean, it's just all interact, you know.
Well, that brings up something else I was going to talk about. You know,
it's
the
even
antenna.
The you know, the energy
antenna
from that.
Too.
Mm-hmm.
Your hair is an antenna.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yes.
The American Indians could track by using their hair. They could.
Yeah.
It's weird.
The windtalkers.
I haven't read
it's
enough
like, you know,
on that.
I've been wanting to bring this up, you know, that about Samson and Delilah, the old fairy tale.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just calling that a fairy tale.
Yeah.
But it's not really a fairy tale because it's like a fable, I guess you'd call it, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
He took his power by cutting his hair. She took his hair and thus cut his antenna, his connection to the whatever, where it comes from. You know what I'm saying?
Because hair's silicone, isn't it? I mean, hair's made out of silicone. I mean, that's what they use in computers. Well, yeah, I mean, okay, anyway. I'll let you.
I'm not no scientist or nothing, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an antenna.
It is.
So, that don't mean spike your hair up in a big mohawk, though.
Yes, it does.
Get better reception. I think about that when I see them guys with the mohawks, and they're like fucking. I'm like, oh, God. That's insane looking.
I was told to quit dyeing my hair red. Tone it down.
Tone it down.
I have to be normal.
Hey, man. Normal. What is normal?
Normal. Not me.
Nothing. There's no normal.
No, actually,
I had purple. I had purple hair.
Yeah. Yeah, I was at the store in HEB, and they had blue, all the colors, blue, purple.
I have
It
no
was real tempting. Do
I have no pictures
stripes.
of me with purple hair though, so
Yeah. Do a couple stripes.
it looked good though. Because my hair
Yeah, I
was
would
dark
imagine so.
before I got all this white hair.
Yeah.
um, it did really good on the dark brown hair, blondish, brownish, whatever.
Mhm.
But it was dark. It was deep purple
Yeah.
color. It wasn't bright purple. It was deep purple. It looked really good.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to do it before I bought a bottle, and I would probably need 3 bottles
It's
for my
your
hair.
hair's
But
long, yeah. You probably need help.
I decided against it.
Yeah.
I decided against it though because
Why?
I don't need purple hair.
No.
So I let the kid use it, the older kid use it. So she liked that.
Yeah.
But the thing I didn't like about it, you had to bleach your hair first.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't want it. That would make it dry and
No.
brittle.
I don't
That's, yeah, hard.
know.
But yeah, I guess that would make
Yeah.
sense to get it purple.
Yeah. I wouldn't need to do that with my hair because it's so light anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting grays
Oh.
too.
So hey, everybody that's watching. Oh, 6,000 of them? No. 6,000. Hello, guys.
What
I'll
would
put
I
that link in
say
there
to
again.
6,000 people? Not much. Mm,
I don't know.
We're not ready for that type of an audience.
Are we?
Sometimes we get in the triple digits.
Yeah.
If the moon was
sometimes.
right.
Yeah. Well, it is. It is.
And if people join
Everybody is out.
Yeah.
Partying and stuff. So this is my party because I don't go
Yeah.
out because it's too crazy and stuff. So.
No.
It's got legal too, so I don't want to. Yeah.
Yeah, get unlegal.
That and I'm not used to that car, and it's like one of them you barely touch the gas. It's so
Yeah.
yeah.
Make sure you have good brakes.
I gotta get more used to it. It does have good brakes, yeah. But it's a convertible too. So I've never had a convertible, so that's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
But I can't use the convertible because it's too cold. So there's Foxy.
Yay, and she has her
Let you
wolf
ask about-
back. I guess she had to rebuild it.
If you build it, they will come.
What happened?
I've got a different channel. I press the wrong buttons. I'm on my laptop and all. I'm multitasking.
Oh man.
Technical
So,
difficulties.
I was trying to work out how to get Google Hangout thing on my laptop, and I've given up. So I'm using my phone.
We'll,
I've got my
we'll help
brain.
you figure it out later.
I'll tell you doing it.
Yeah, I was looking at like live streaming on YouTube, and it's like
Yeah.
I've got all these stuff on it, but can I
Oh, you have
work it?
Windows 10? I think
No,
there's like
You
this.
can do that on your phone too. I had downloaded the app to do that and tried to do it. It was like fucking 3 a.m. and I was sitting here bored. I'm like, I'm gonna try it. And
Oh shit, my
it would say there was nobody else was using the Wi-Fi at the time. Everybody was asleep. Obviously at 3 a.m. But nothing was running at all but me. My phone. I had my computer off, and it would go to activate it or whatever it says, but it would always give an error message. It wouldn't let me stream from my phone for some reason. So
Because it's got all these
would've been
gadgets
cool.
and whistles and
it
whatever
would be cool to do
on it.
from outside. If I was outside and seen something cool, just click, go live now.
Yeah, that's what I thought it
It
was
didn't
meant.
work right.
No,
Right.
no,
That's
I won't get Windows 10. I got the old Windows 8.1 still.
Windows 10 sucks. As soon as
Yeah.
I figure out how to make a boot menu, I don't know how to do that crap. To where you can pick which one you want to boot from. It don't. My old computer used to have that where you could pick which operating system you wanted to use. But I sold
Yeah.
that computer a long time ago.
Well,
I think it had XP on it. That was my first computer I had.
well, that's a bloody old one I want back working on, and it's knackered, and it cost me a fortune to get it mended again.
Mhm.
So I thought, I've got this one, I've had it
Yeah.
for years, and I've hardly used it because I can't work out the apps
Yeah.
on it, and it's got all these bloody blinking Windows apps on it. So yeah, what? Okay, I'm trying to work out the video,
Yeah.
trying to work out
Oh, it's like
whatever.
it's like with Windows 10 on this one. It pops up. I'll be in the middle of doing something, typing something, and it'll pop up. Install Office on your computer now, and I'm like, no. God, it does that like every 30 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck, you know?
Oh, that's annoying.
It's like I've
It
got
is very annoying when you're trying to type, and it stops you from typing when it pops up. It takes you out of that
Yeah.
box where you're typing.
yeah. It's like I go
So-
into this app called Windows Store, yeah. Like on the
Mhm.
Android phone, you think you know Windows,
Right.
not Windows, but the other one was it Google Apps or something. You download something for free. But
Google Play.
yeah, that's it. That's the one. You can tell I'm not quite
Mhm.
IT literate, 100%. I'm looking at all these. I don't want spy Facebook, thank you. So I don't want all the crap on it. But you know, you're trying to figure
Right.
out which ones you want, and then it's like you're trying to scroll because it's like very sensitive when you touch your laptop
Yes.
on the cursor. It's like all built in, and it's
Mhm.
like, for God's sake, you know. And you finally get to work and it goes. My mate put what was it? Firefox on it,
Mhm.
software for me, which is better sort of for me because I know what I'm doing with that. And then trying to finally got the Wi-Fi working, so that is a miracle for me.
Ooh.
So it almost dropped it now. That's the thing, is I've got to balance it. It's so bloody big. I've got to balance it. I am.
Mhm.
Yes, that's why the iPads and phones are ideal because they're smaller.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm like you just have to type in 'cause Google like typical, and it's got the clock on it. I'm looking at the screen now, and it's got the clock in it with all these funny things. And I thought, right, let's go click on it, see what it does. And it just brings you up all the typical stories like London, New Year's, got more security because of the Berlin, what
Yeah.
happened in Berlin?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
isn't it? So I
Mhm.
thought I'll get out of that crap because that just bores me to tears. Here's some good
Right.
video, and then all you got again is mainstream media, pictures of police
Yeah.
in London.
Yep. Yep.
It's oh,
That's
so
not fair. What our New Year's going to be
Fear.
about? Mhm.
Be afraid.
yeah, scaremongering, isn't it?
Be very
So
afraid.
I'm not afraid. I'm going to have a great year with no fear.
Be
Nah.
positive.
that's it.
They can keep their fear.
I'm looking after
Mhm.
a little pussycat, a little stray one, because all the fireworks are going off around me. And you
Yeah.
got some houses nearby. It's quite close, noisy out there. So I've got a headset, but not as good as yours, Rebecca. I ain't got a speaker on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But it's bloody hot. Oh, it does my head in. Literally,
Mm.
they're so big.
Yeah.
I'm brand new. I've never really used them because they're so bulky and horrible.
Yes.
But it came with a phone I had, free gift, and I thought, well, yeah, you
Free.
can turn the stand off, but you can't speak through it.
Right.
So this phone speaker's very good. So
Ooh.
when it wants to work, I believe it's coming
Looks
all
like
right.
I've got 3 mics I can choose from. I got my computer mic, this mic, and now this little mic. You know, these little mics usually ain't very good. So,
Right.
you know.
Do you have a mic that works through webcam? Did I hear that earlier?
Yeah. Yeah. It's got, it's,
Is that a new feature on webcams now? I've not had a
yeah.
webcam for ages.
Yeah. You can take pictures with it. too. Do stuff on your computer. You can take pictures with it. You can't by itself take a picture. I tried that already. It didn't work. But like for Skype or Google or something like that, you can take pictures with it, because that's where I got my new profile picture, was with my webcam. I was like, hey, cool, I'll do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna duck out real quick, and
Okay.
since you have somebody to talk to, and I'm gonna bake my cake, and then I'll come back. So yeah,
Bye.
I'll see you in a little bit. Yeah.
All
Bye.
Okay,
So an 8-hour marathon run.
yes. Woohoo.
Got quite a few people helping you out tonight then.
Yeah, people will be in later probably. So I know Dave had to run out to the store or something, so he'll be in later. And David
What's the
said she'd be popping
timing?
in.
You're behind me, aren't you? So what's the
It's
timing? in your area?
5:45 p.m. here.
Oh, it's early yet.
Yeah, it's early.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So,
It's
yeah.
So we see the new year in before America does.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's 11 o'clock here. Yeah, at night.
Yep.
Oh well, never mind. I might fall asleep listening to your show.
Shit.
I'll get off air first. So you don't hear my snoring.
Hey man, I've done that. Thank God we weren't live, and they
Oh,
muted me. So
that happens, yeah. 8 years you've been
I
on
wasn't on camera either. Thank God too. Yeah,
Oh gosh.
it was
I'd
funny.
rather be listening
I
to
said the next day, I'm like, oh my God, did I fall asleep? Did I snore? And they just laughed. I'm like, oh my God, please tell me you muted me. Oh yes, we did. Thank you. Making me sweat there for a minute,
Yeah. That was damn lucky, wasn't it?
Mm.
I bet there's
At
been
least
many hangouts like
they
that.
muted me before I started talking, because I do talk in my sleep.
Okay. That's the
So,
worst, isn't it?
yeah.
You're talking in your sleep.
Mm.
Oh, say,
Yeah.
I've done that bad. Oh God. Oh, hi. Hi, King. Hiya.
Hey, Dave.
Dave, I should say. How you doing?
Yeah.
Happy New Year to you. It's me today. It happened to me, right, in the hospital.
Here we go.
And
Here we go.
he's buff out, bless him.
Here we go.
Yeah, I was in hospital one time, and I woke myself up, and I was talking in my sleep, and the nurses come over.
Oh, man.
Bloody hell, it's a good job it's female only ward. And the nurses come over. I'm trying to we heard everything you said in your sleep. You're right, you're right. I thought, I've no idea what I'm saying in my sleep, because I'm asleep. And they were telling me back what I said. I thought, oh my God, that's embarrassing. I must have had a nice dream or something talking about an ex-boyfriend or whatever. I can't remember.
Shit.
Yeah.
My brother had a fight with somebody in his sleep one time. Mama tried to wake him up. It didn't go very well. So
Oh, tell you life, eh?
it was funny. I'll never forget that. It was hilarious. She never did that again after that. She just left them alone.
How's your mood been, Dave? You been alright? If you can hear us.
Can you hear us? You might be having Google issues.
Yeah. Technical.
I know there's probably a lot of these shows going on tonight too, so well, he's got control room, so I ain't gonna let him out the box when he comes back. So anyway.
Yeah. There's a lot of oh God, I saw this post earlier and it was it's back, bless them. Google keeps kicking people out, do they, in the hangout today?
Praise Jesus.
Hiya. How are you doing?
How are you?
Oh, I was vibing. And this horrible bugger.
Oh, yeah.
I'm most wretched.
You reminded me. You reminded me of something I want to share.
What's that?
There we go. This.
Oh, cool.
Beavis saves. I love that, man.
Yeah, I saved that.
I did too. It's so cool.
I figure I can use it in one of my trash talking videos one of these days.
Yeah. Let me see.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
How'd you
did you like
make
my
it?
video? I uploaded the cornholio
Oh yeah,
Beavis and Butthead or Beavis.
yeah, I saw that.
Huh?
I watched it.
That's hilarious. I had to play it like 10 times for the kid.
Cornholio.
So funny. It's silly stuff, but I loved that when I was a teenager. Mama would record them all for me
Beavis
on
and Butthead.
VHS. And
Wow.
so, but you can watch them all on YouTube now. So, it's
Well,
hilarious.
Okay. I'll
they
type
let you
that in.
they let you upload them now.
I think so. I've seen people that have uploaded them.
That's mighty
So-
white of YouTube, huh?
Yeah, I know. Ding.
I'll
Ding.
go and check that link out again you posted
Okay,
and get
cool,
the
Debbie.
picture. I'll still chat whilst I do it. I'm multitasking.
Okay.
I get hassled for doing that.
Yeah.
Multitasking. I would do that when I worked at fast food a lot. So,
You know,
Let that be
like
busy.
think for your supervisor, all that kind of multitasking.
no. Like, say I was working helping them in the front and cooking and dishes and how do you keep that all straight? Or like, you know, like say you might drop something and, you know, everybody was like, there ain't no way I could have caught that, but you caught that with all that stuff already you holding. And they're like, I'm like, I have kids. Okay, never mind.
Jesus.
Yeah, because when you got kids, man, yeah, shit happens and you got to react really quick sometimes. So,
I remember going to a Jack in the Box once, and the power took a dump in the area, and the
Yeah.
only person that knew how to write out manual receipts was the old guy working there.
shit. I see, that's
Wow.
required where I worked before. That happened a lot. Not the power, but you know, the computers would go down and they would have to do that. So everybody had to know how to do that.
Yeah, but these kids today, they don't know how to do shit.
No,
I got
of course
smartphones to tell them what to do.
the brain
It's like I
test.
was joking the other day. You know, they'd be like, if the grid went down, they'd be like, "Oh, I can look on my phone." No, you can't. There's no communications. So I mean, I see people on here. They're like, "Download this PDF." That PDF ain't gonna be no use to you when there's no power.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
so
That's why you want to print it off and have a paper
books.
copy.
Yeah, it's like that video I posted yesterday about the book library. You know, everybody should be doing that as
Yeah.
much as you can. You know, so or like if you know
That
certain
reminded me.
things,
Yeah.
write them down. And so you know, if something happens to you, if nobody else knows how to do it, yeah. And like the guy said in that video, you know, the nursing books, you know, and stuff,
Yeah.
the first aid and nursing books, you know, you can have pick a couple of people out in your group. You're the nurses, doctors,
That's
whatever.
it.
So you study these books.
Well, since they poison you with all this crap, a lot of people,
Oh,
not as many
gotcha.
people have a good memory anymore.
Right.
Absolutely.
People find
That's
that so
true.
people find that so fascinating. And I'll remember some obscure thing from 3 years ago that we talked about on a hangout.
Right.
All this knowledge is always useful. You can never be without previous knowledge, you know, because you never know
Yeah.
when you look back on it. It's like talk about books. I mean, diaries. I still
Yes.
got some going back to the 90s, and you
Yeah.
look back on what one did before I knew what I know now, and it's
Hmm.
like, say, for example, this time of night, New Year's Eve,
Right.
I'll be out, you know, like doing everything else, like partying
Right.
or whatever, getting a babysitter in and I'm partying.
Yeah.
Would I do that
Yeah.
now? Because I know
Hey,
what it's.
Debbie.
Hmm?
Oh, I was saying
So,
hello to Debbie.
oh,
Oh,
shut.
there's been some New Year's parties I don't even remember. um,
Those are the best
yeah,
ones.
that's probably true. But you know, how do you know if you can't remember?
You know, I went to one. I won't repeat it because we're on air. But what I've seen in that one, I tell you, you know, my model days years ago, it was like an eye opener. And it was a
Mm,
country mansion, one of these snobby
yeah,
dudes, you know.
yeah, yeah,
And they were like, you know, obviously they all wanted to let the hair down, being sort of like high power jobs or whatever, you know, in the week. But what they got up to behind the scenes was a different story.
mm,
And it was like, I can laugh about it now. I was so naive then, but not anymore. But yeah, just that, shall we say, it's adult content, and I won't be able to repeat.
right,
It was I was over 18, obviously, but the people
yeah,
I mixed with and met, they were like high power, you know,
yeah,
very wealthy and all that
right,
stuff, and it don't impress me no more. I've seen it, done it,
yeah.
got the t-shirt, you know. And oh god, those were like I suppose I went all to the, you know, dinner and dances, those kind of things, you know, dress up and all
Yeah,
the jewelry and the pretty dresses and all these
right,
proper ball dance, ball, you know, balls,
right,
that kind of thing.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
I slummed it and I did the old typical house pies, you name it, I've done it. But all awful, you know, but
Yeah.
then obviously, you know, you educate your kids when they start growing up and as
Yes.
teenagers, you all got that to come yet. And
Yeah.
when they get a certain age and they want to throw the wings off and go to their mates on New Year's Eve or whatever, you have to try and be the parent and not the friend. And
Right.
it's quite balanced to make that one. When they
Yes.
got they're sort of like want to party and pretend they're going
Yes.
somewhere when they're not, and they end up going somewhere else and getting into all sorts. And
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
never really get to know that.
That's what, you know, I know some people around here, some people I know personally, you know, that's the way they do. They're their friend. They're friends with their kids. I mean, that's cool, you know, to be your kid's friend, but you got to be the parent first.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know.
Oh,
Eh,
that film you posted, Dave, earlier was very interesting. Brigham Young University.
Oh,
That
yeah.
little clip.
mm,
Yeah. That was, and that woman in that short film was like saying similar, you know, because there's the young couple. I mean, it reminds me because that sort of like, even though that's 1962, that sort of era going to the 70s, and my family with the female side was like in the Mormon cult religion kind of. I call it a cult because it is, in my experience, my opinion. Um, it was like, no, you have to go and have your education, get yourself your job, then have a return missionary, and eventually get married first, and then have kids. But that film was quite refreshing to see it like that. Yeah. But
mm.
Burnham University is founded on that fake prophet. They call him. I can't remember his name now. Forgotten. I'll try and block it. Look, brainwashing religious stuff. Being
Mm.
brainwashed by it for so long, I've just blocked it out. But that was just intriguing. I found it quite funny actually, just watching it. It was interesting. But now, obviously, things are much different and modernise everything. You know, obviously, and
Mm.
they're so wealthy because they're taking 10% of people's earnings, aren't they? Pay
Yeah.
us your travelling. So financially, is it the 12 apostles? They're just ordinary men. You ain't got the women there, so men, and much older men. And they're making it. But no disrespect to anyone's belief, don't get me wrong. But, you know, my own family's still in it. I'm not, thank God. But there you go. But they wouldn't be doing anything like this, you know. They just have like on a typical like maybe I can't remember the day. Tonight they'll be early to bed because there'll be church in the morning. So they have like the so-called family home evening kind of atmosphere, like reading the Bible scriptures or whatever, or stories, or relaxing or watching the film, and then they go to bed early, and then they go to church, and then they have a meal afterwards, and then see it the New Year in that way. That was in my household years ago, growing up in the Mormon on New Year's. And it's my sister's birthday tomorrow, New Year's Day, all days.
Yeah.
So there used to be the thing where they used to have all the family would come up to one's area, meet up at that church, and hire out the whole one of the rooms at least. And you can imagine it. I've got quite a big family. So, and my mother, bless her heart, she's like a great grand, so many times over, I've lost count. And so there's like there's me, and there's 2 brothers and 2 sisters, 5 of us. So they've got their grown-up kids, and they've got their kids, and so forth. So it's massive. You look at the extended family tree line, and it was always a thing. Oh, we have to celebrate my sister's birthday, and she'd come up from Wales, especially for that, with her family, with her van, you know, the minivan, you know. But she's gone a bit quiet this year. I wonder if she's getting old.
Yeah.
I think they've done that too many times, because she'll pretend like, we're roughing it out, you know, we haven't got any money. And then they'll be staying in the Premier Inn hotel for 3 nights, you know. This is the other year, I think they came up to him. And I got to hear about it. I didn't give a monkey's, I didn't go. Because it's just the same old load of crap.
Yeah.
It's not for me.
I try to get on my laptop here before midnight, my time, and see if I can hear any shotguns. What do you hear? Wow. And dogs barking because of the loud.
New Year's just isn't New Year's without gunshots.
I know, yeah.
I couldn't believe you said about that. So what goes on?
That's redneck fireworks.
So they shut the rifles off, Ed. Shoot the rifle.
Any kind of guns. Yeah, they shoot them up in the air.
Wow, you got a video of it? That'd be cool to see.
I don't have guns, but I'll be hearing them probably too. And the random fireworks.
That's true, like kind of redneck, kind of like thing you see on movies, American movies, isn't it? Like,
yeah, I mean they ain't like in movies though. So like Deliverance is not like that here where I live personally. But there probably are places like that. But I've never seen it. But it's not like that.
Hi, Gemma.
Where I'm.
Hey, Foxy.
Happy New Year to you.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, folks. How you doing?
Yes. Hello.
It's not the New Year, folks. You know that. I said that loads of times tonight. It's not the New Year.
No.
It's only the Satanic New Year.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but
actually, but you get right to say that because I checked out something about this.
Yeah, that's
subject.
What David had said on
Roman.
Yeah, something like that.
That's fascinating.
You get to be a slave for another year. So
I was on Grimby's chat, and he said I said that on there, and he goes, it's only in our half of the in the world, but actually that's not true. They do. In Australia, for example, because that's the southern hemisphere, they still celebrate December the 25th. They're still on December. They have a barbecue on the beach, but they still they still follow this calendar. So it doesn't matter whether you're in the southern hemisphere or the northern.
Yeah.
The new year is still all controlled by the Gregorian count, which is
Yes.
celebrating the start of well, it's the season of death, really, isn't it? If you look at a year and divide it into 4, it's the start. So we celebrate that as the highest point. Well, you might argue that the highest point in the year, but really it should be in the Julian calendar. It was the 31st of March or thereabouts.
Hmm.
It should be going by the moon, really. That's all calendars are wrong if they don't track the moon. I mean, that's basically my understanding of it. So I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Like the Chinese do.
I don't know what the Chinese New Year is on, actually. I'm not quite sure when they go. I think isn't that February or something? February the 7th.
Yeah, but I think it's like you said, they do the moon instead. Lunar New Year.
Yeah.
But February the 7th. That's not the Lunar New Year anyway. Well, why would that be the Lunar New Year then?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never really looked into the Chinese New Year.
What's up, Bugs? You sound like Bugs Bunny then, man. I'm not sure about that. What's up, folks?
I had a crisp jammed in my gums.
You sound like you're eating carrots.
No, I'm eating some bad for you GMO crap, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
I got this. I've got this.
What's that? Oh.
Do you know what's
It's a breakfast bar, but
you know that food is just fake food. You spell that PHUDE as opposed to FOOD. Yeah, so that's you're much better off getting a parsnip and just chopping it fine.
yes.
Honestly, I'm telling you, they taste fabulous. They do. Plus, it's 100% good for you.
Yes.
I do that with
Don't
carrots.
you use that for garnishes? Parsnips?
I mean, like, if I'm hungry, I just like do a big plate of chips and a couple of eggs. You know, just as a snack. That's a proper snack as opposed to a packet of crisps, because a packet of crisps ain't enough. But if I had the money, I'd have a £14 fillet steak with it as well. That'd be a snack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could eat about 10 dinners at the moment.
I've been eating that soup. Horrible. Short tin soup. I can't stomach anything else. And rich tea biscuits, plain, everything plain. This bug I've had to blink in 2 days. I can't eat anything properly. Anyway.
So how's you guys anyway? Me coming in interrupting. That doesn't sound too good, Dave.
I'm good.
Oh,
I'll be back in a few minutes, Dave. You have the control room, so anybody comes in. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
So I have the right to declare this an unlawful assembly.
Yes, I have the power.
Yeah, he can't control his chips, let alone his freaking.
I'll be back.
No, I'm just kind of tired. Had a lot of stuff going on.
It's stressful, isn't it, when you have to move and stuff?
Are you moving, Dave?
No, I just been having a lot of stuff going on.
Oh, yeah, anything you care to talk about?
Nothing really exciting.
Well, it might not be exciting to you, but it might be to us. we might be even more bored. That's funny.
I got up late, didn't get any coffee.
That's a good thing. Coffee's bad for you.
Yeah.
That probably doesn't sound very good when you want a coffee, does it? That's funny. Yeah, come on then. What else is there? You can go down the shop and get some coffee. What you like?
No, I don't go to Starbucks or any of those kind of places.
No, I meant to the supermarket, go and buy some.
Oh, yeah.
Mate, I've given up drinking coffee. I got really ill with coffee. I'm not sure it was 100% the coffee. I think it wasn't eating greens properly. I'm starting to heal now. I done my back in the other day. I don't know what well, I do know what I did. I spent 4 days over Christmas catching up on my my finances and basically putting all the receipts into the computer. And sitting in a dodgy chair, I fucked my back up, and it's like I don't know how it's done it. It's just like I've done it before in the same place. It's like a disc is slightly slipping out, and it's painful as fuck. It is, but slowly getting over it now.
Do you put any heat pads on it?
No, actually, I've got some cream. Actually, just reminded me. I'm going to stick some of that on. I've got something called Transvasin, which is a really good, like a heat rub. It's just a cream.
Yeah.
It's really cheap from the chemist, but it's really good stuff. And this stuff I've got here it's lasted about 20 years. Still in the same tube I bought 20 years ago, and it still works. It's really good.
That's pretty good.
It's only about £1.70 for a big tube of it.
Wow.
Yeah, 80-gram tube it is, so it's quite good.
I use lavender gel. I use organic lavender gel on the joints because of my.
I used to use some kind of balm. It's like a hot balm or something, but it was like an organic one. But I used to get such a tiny amount of it, and then someone said, "Go and try some Transvasin," and I've been on that ever since. Well, I forgot I had it. It was in my freaking thingy. And some girl come around. She said, "You want to get some heat rub, sports rub?" And that. I thought, oh shit, I got some.
Is that something like cryogel?
I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's just something that they give you here. A lot of, I guess, professional sports teams use it here.
Tighten it in.
Yeah. Lavender filled, dried lavender in a heat pad. If one can find one, I've got a couple. That's good for the spine and any aches and pains. And obviously, you're heating it up. Or if it's a cold compress, you can use it for that if you've got a sprain. And then lavender is good for bruises, and it's a good calming effect if you need to put that just underneath your chin and breathe it in. Depends, I suppose blokes won't use it, but it's good. Women might like it. So I'll get it from health food store, and it's it's a bit more expensive, but it does the job.
If you type that word into Google and then click the images button, it'll come up. That's what it looks like. It's quite good. They do a lot of different ones. It must have gone around the world, that one. They've got loads of different boxes for it. But yeah, it's quite cool stuff.
How many times a day do you have to put it on?
Only when I remember. It's just really, if you like. What it does do is it helps. Like I've been lying down actually for a few hours. I just had some dinner and that kind of wiped me out. And I had to lie down, and it's like when you stay in one position for a while, it sort of stiffens up, so it gets you going again.
Give you energy, yeah.
But I don't think it's a muscle thing. It's more of a. But the trouble is the muscles go into spasm because of the pain.
Yeah.
And this kind of relaxes the muscles a little bit.
I think a space cookie would work better.
I'll tell you what better is a new office chair. This office chair is fucked. It rocks as you sit on it. So it makes you like kind of slouch a little bit to stop the rocking, and that's what does it. It's like I've done it before. It's like I had a disc slip out my back as well about a year ago, and shit, that was bad news. That was. I was on the floor, mate. I literally couldn't move my legs. Totally gone. And I was dragging myself around with my arms on the floor, and it took me about It took me about 2 hours to drag myself to the toilet so I could have a piss.
Oh,
I was fucked when I got back. Had to have a sleep afterwards.
oh,
Well,
bloody hell.
if you want a better chair, go down to your nearest government office. You can go into the manager's office and repossess you a good chair.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I should do, isn't it?
When you
Well,
say that,
you paid for it, so
Yeah.
why can't you use it?
too right.
Yeah, actually, do you know what? I'm going to put in for a fucking grant because office chairs are fucking shitloads of money over it. I'm talking.
Yeah.
expensive ones,
Yeah, they're
yeah.
not cheap here either.
I mean, you can spend up to about $3,000 for an office chair. You know,
Yeah.
depending on how fancy you want to go.
Yeah.
I don't
I've got a
particularly.
Right, a shop near me, a well-known shop, got the order wrong. So before I become in a wheelchair, I got the office table unit thing, for a computer table, and a free chair with it. But it's been stored in my room for years. I've not used it. Obviously not been able to. I was going to try and sell it, but I haven't got around to it. That's something I could do in the new year.
Stick it on eBay, girl.
Yeah, because it's still boxed up and brand new.
That's what my
And
mate
it's-
says. My mate says you either stick it on eBay or throw it in the bin. Isn't it? Because it's the only way to get rid of it.
Declutter. Oh yeah.
Trouble is now, eBay's a bit of a rip-off now. It's because you end up, if you've got anything decent, if you don't want to get ripped off by eBay, you end up sort of not putting a reserve on it and that, and then people steal the stuff off you for nothing. You know what I mean? So I sold a load of tools like that and a couple of years ago, and I just wish I'd never sold them now, half of them.
There's other apps I keep getting the messages, emails like, okay, and like you always wonder how genuine these people are. Innit? It's like if you give your address out to strangers, you know what I mean? And it's like no. And how would you know if they're sort of genuine?
I guess he was
And,
doing this earlier.
Just makes you wonder these sort of adverts for selling stuff.
Yeah, but you get their address as well. Or the one that they gave you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. You check them on the electoral roll and see if they actually are them.
You know that guy who Grim talks about with the guy with the tattoos talks about all of the cosmology and that.
Oh yeah.
He's a photographer guy. He says the trouble with intelligent people is that how did he put it? He goes they don't they can learn from stuff and they don't have to repeat stuff, but then that alienates you from the crowds because he said like when I was in college, he said I got drunk about 3 times, and he said basically you get drunk, you feel good for about 3 hours, and then you feel shit for 20 hours. It's like, so I said to myself, do I want to do that again? No. And,
That's true.
you know, and it's like, and that's what I'm like now. It's like, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to go to the pub and basically get insulted. I mean, I don't know what it's like in the States, so it's probably pretty much the same everywhere, but you know, other people to say hello to you or call you a fucking cunt, how are you? You know? It's like generally in the pubs, you know, you'd always have people like that, and it's like, do you really want to go there every year and do the same thing and get insulted by all them people? You know? Risk getting involved in a punch up as well. There's always someone who doesn't like you, you know, he upsets you, and if no one upsets you, one of their missuses will try it on with you to upset their husband. You know, it's like,
Yeah,
right.
it's usually some domestic entanglement that usually causes a fight.
A lot of that around the corner tonight for me. They got the road closed off for all the pubs and clubs around the corner, And no doubt there'll be, I mean, luckily I can't hear it now, but I'm sure when they start closing their doors, as soon as 12 o'clock comes, they'll be like out in the street and all the fireworks go off and all right, right? Just as long as my other neighbour who lives at the top of me don't get drunk all night.
And then it gives the local constabulary a chance to pilfer people's money.
And they got horseback tonight on the horses. That's what they do every year.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you, if I weren't so knackered, I'll be out there just getting some pictures of what's going on and post it up, you know. But it's too bloody cold and I can't be bothered.
Matt.
Just imagine it, because last year it was like it. And then my mate heard it on the radio today that it's going to be the same. I thought, oh my god, good job I'm not there. If it was me, I would have got in front of those horses deliberately just to show a point.
What, in your wheelchair?
Right.
Right.
I'm coming out in style now, you know. Watch out for me. No holding me back now. Oh yeah, I shouldn't have said that when I was like, should I really? Big Brother Spy's listening.
Say what? You shouldn't have said
Yeah.
what?
You know, I've been quiet for too long. You wait till the second week in January, and then you'll see more of me. I just got something up my sleeve, kind of thing, you know.
Why, you'll be able to post bail by then?
Damn, babe.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, no.
Awesome.
It's going to be an interesting year, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Well, if you get
Oh,
a
yeah.
mugshot, be sure to post it on G Plus so we can all see it.
Oh yeah. I did mine. No, you know, I joke because, you know, when you get your when you get your driver's license here, they would say, "Do not smile at all." So you're looking like this, like a jail picture, you know. I can't
Yeah.
make it look, but anyway, they said
That's what,
you can give a smile if you want to. I was like, really? Thank you. No,
What are you talking about, Becca? In your mugshot?
driver's license.
Oh, driver's license.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to tell you, do not smile. So you'd be looking like like it's
They've got
mugshot.
facial recognition now, anyway. They got our photos and images everywhere now.
And they mail your license to you here in my
Who's
state.
that guy, John Carey, when he does the
oh, I guess Zach.
he does the photo booth shots, doesn't he? It's quite funny though.
Mhm.
Stupid faces.
Well, don't let him work you too hard, man.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Dave?
Oh, Zach was saying he's got to go back to the grind.
Oh right.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's busy.
What does he do?
It's like a
He's
chef.
works at a barbecue place.
Oh.
Barbecue place.
Cool.
They make their own barbecue. So
So he's got to cook for everyone.
Oh,
that's just like that around here.
So you're not really on the New Year over there yet, are you?
No,
We're
it's 6:23 p.m. for me, and it's
Oh, right.
3:23 for Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
it's always making
They've got-
music. Sorry.
They've got how
I
long
got-
have y'all got? Like 37
remember.
minutes.
I got to remember, all of you are in my future.
Yes, we are, and we've seen the future, and it's not good.
Well, I suppose from my perspective, we're having a séance and speaking to the past.
Mm,
That is true.
kind of. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
Going
Mhm.
back to the licensing, I did that too. I put my head back, my chin up, and cocked it to the left. I kind of had that hardened by the man's prison system look.
Quality.
My picture was actually good, so I was surprised. Like, well, they give you a photocopy of it before your license, so you wait on your license to come.
I tried to look
It was
invisible.
actually the best one I've ever done. So, I was wearing this shirt, by the way, too.
I tried to look
See.
invisible when I take mine, so I'm not there.
Look invisible.
I'm not mine
Oh,
done yet.
you had your Johnny Cash shirt on?
No, this is Bob Marley.
Oh, you should have
You
had the
couldn't see it.
You should have had the Johnny Cash one on.
You could just see, like, to here. Before I had this, but you could just see, like, to here.
Or would they?
So,
Well, the way they do it here is it's actually farther back, and you'd actually be able to see him.
they do them close. All it is you're, like, the square, your face.
Yeah. Well, you can.
That's it.
See, they have.
Right.
Well, yeah, you see a little bit more in the photo here. I mean, it's the same
Right.
square, but
Yeah. Me. That's one number I could never forget. I remember all my numbers, my slave numbers. So
That's a good
yeah,
one.
that's me. I'm number blah 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 blah. That's my number. What's funny is though, in my family, you know, some of our numbers are similar.
Wow.
I've noticed that. So my brothers and sisters, that's what I meant. So they start out with the same numbers. I guess we're in that certain group, you know, certain slave batch there, whatever.
What do you mean, Beck?
Social security number. Social
Oh,
slave
right,
number.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know something? I was listening to somebody recently, and I didn't really catch it, which is a shame because I wanted to get into that. Apparently, we shouldn't really be applying for a social security number. What we should apply for is an employer identification number, and
Yeah.
that way you won't pay any tax because you are an employer.
Yeah, but see, our parents didn't know that.
Well, I'm getting into that at the moment. I'm just about to start all of that stuff up again. So, because I've got shitloads of posts I've got to deal with.
And like you can your own. They're another one. Your own post office too.
Yeah, I haven't done the post office bit. I tell you the other thing I'm getting into is being your own banker. I was listening to this broadcast, and it said the people who go and get the black card. Have you heard about that? When you lock down all the laws and the statutes about your person in relation to banking and finance, and because it's really all paperwork, and it's I don't know what, it's a kind of a science, you know. It's this is all technology, artificial technology. So these people, apparently they have to go for a big long 30-hour interview. And in the interview, they ask you, they go, are you licensed to be a banker? Or not necessarily are you licensed, but are you able to be a banker in the private? And that's one of the questions they ask you, apparently. And the answer to the question is yes, you are. Because you issue checks, you write checks, you pay your bills, or you have to use credit cards and what have you. So yes, you are. And it's kind of like, it's not a trick question. It's a question that none of them are trick questions, but they are questions to identify whether you understand what it is that you are doing. And that's what they really want to ascertain. And that's the point of the interview. And that's before they give you a black card. And apparently there's a lot of people who had the black card, but you got to sign some kind of confidentiality agreement. And apparently the people that have done it and got through, they don't contact the group. So the group that actually helped them get through and get this black card, they no longer speak to them after that because of this confidentiality agreement, because obviously they've now got access to, you know, over $1 billion.
Right.
And they don't want to lose that facility. So they just don't want to rock the boat.
Yeah.
Which is, you know.
So what you're saying is we'd be eligible for bailouts?
No, probably not.
What do you mean by that? I don't understand.
The bank bailouts.
Yeah.
bank bailouts.
Well, that was just a rip-off, man. I mean, those banks should have gone bust, you know, because
Yes.
essentially
Should have.
the biggest bank on the planet is the people. We
Yes.
control the finance. So really, all they're doing, these are private individuals that are enriching themselves because of the ignorance of everyone else.
Hmm.
And that's the problem, is that really, you know, if we had control, if we were doing like all of these people who what have got these black cards, if we were doing what they were doing, we wouldn't have this problem now with the banks. They would just go bust. The people would be exposed. Half of them would go to jail. Some of them would probably be put to death for what they've done.
Probably.
You know, and I mean that's under the current regime. So I mean, but it's interesting. You know, it's like Winston Shrout. I don't know whether you've heard of him, Foxy, but he's kind of like a world famous internet guru on the money. He's not really a guru, but he's just a guy, you know, who's very knowledgeable about all of this commercial. A guy called Winston Shrout.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
He said a long time ago in one of his early videos, it was about 10 years ago I saw it, but he said, you know, when you go to the zoo and you see, you know, you go in and you see the animals, you see the elephants and the monkeys and the giraffes and the lions and the tigers and all the animals, it's like you've been there and you've seen that, you've done that one year. So like the next year comes around, what do? Do you go to the zoo again and go and see the same thing again? Or do you do something different? And that's basically what's going on with the money, is that people are just going to the same zoo, seeing the same animals in the same position, in the same location year after year after year. And we're not sitting down and learning a new trick so that we don't have to go to the zoo anymore and we can do something else. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean that's what he was saying, and I thought that was quite a profound statement, really, in as much as, you know, he was talking about really, you know, if you are getting screwed by the government year after year with all your bills coming through the letterbox every year, then isn't it about time that you sat down and started to read some of this stuff and look at some of the stuff on the web to get yourself out of the position? And that's what he was really saying.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that really is like the way out of this situation.
Because when I looked into the acceptable value, and he other people did, but I went onto his stuff originally when I found him, and some of his stuff obviously was just like his seminars and people videoing them. But then one needs to like start the videos to get just what he's saying, and then go off and research and come back again. Because it just, in my opinion, when you're just learning, it's like too much at once. And then when it goes on to the UCC codes, Anderson's commercial, I can't remember the title, Anderson's commercial, I can't think of it now, it was UCC.
What are you saying, Anderson's commercial something?
Yeah, and he said it was, that's originally I found out from, Anderson's commercial codes, which is reference to the UCC1 filings in finance, in commerce. And I can't remember the actual code because I downloaded it, his link, someone else showed a link ages ago on my old laptop, and I saved it on a disk somewhere. And I haven't revisited it for ages, actually. You might do that some other day. And it was looking at what you were just describing on the subject of being, I was looking at on the angle of being acceptable value. It worked once for me on one, when I went into looking at bills of exchange. And
what did you get accepted for value to work on then?
It was a previous, going back about 18 to 2 years ago, on learning how to sign that payment slip, which you get the in statute law, the bill, and learning how to sign it, a certain word in acceptable value, a set from levy, and then you put the national insurance number on it, and then you put returned to Treasury UK Treasury. So who is the one that one is instructing them to take the amount out of that on trust account from the Treasury, and who are the original Crown Corporation own the state name, don't they?
Who was
So
the? What company was that with?
I can tell you what off air, I won't tell you on air. And just in case, I had a letter back from the company confirming that there's no balance due. It's all cleared.
Oh, right.
One department didn't talk to the other department, so I wrote back with a copy of the letter saying the account's cleared. So it worked once. I haven't tried it with a new company I'm with now. Just for sake, I'm just too lazy and I'm just being too ill. But if I had all of my health and I was able to get out the system completely, I will go back down that route completely, fully, for everything like what you're planning to do.
It's not
So,
really.
yeah.
It's not really getting out of the system, though. I mean, that's
It's just
a misnomer.
yeah.
It's really taking control of the system. It's really, you know, when you look at it from the legal, financial, administrative point of view, all of this stuff is that, and I've said it before a lot of times, is that we are children and we need to grow up and take responsibility so that the government is really put out of business.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No, I mean, it's
Yes.
big shit, but I think that there will always be a need for some sort of government or administrative function for the.
Yeah, well, if you look at the word government, in my opinion, because when you actually know, this is not a dilemma, but this is like a two-sided aspect to it, because one is like you're in the public, and then one is in the private, which I've been looking at recently on that subject. Now, one knows that there's no governments, they're corporations. And one knows that's when you do your research, you get the printout proof.
Yes.
To operate in this fake reality, no matter where you are around the world, and this is what I'm sure you experienced and what I've experienced, to try and operate and access goods and services when one is not financially independent, if you've got real proper solid assets like land, or you own outright a building of some kind, and you're fortunate in that position. But when one is not able to, then it is that unfortunate fake matrix system one lives in, and one is trying to access the benefit without coming out of accessing the benefits of public services. This is where the system gets you caught. This is where it's like trying to find a way around this matrix system where you're not pulled back into it, having to follow the statute law road, and also trying to keep out of the public but act as a private individual, your fundamental birth-giving rights. So this is where I know all this information from years ago, learned it all, but now I come full stop and I'm still in the public side dealing with the statute system. So so there's no such thing as governments will know that. I mean, I've got all the printout proof on my walls, reminding me, we are in this fake reality. So it is a challenging, shall we say, situation to be in, and it's frustrating as well because one knows this information, but yet the whole fake system is so massively controlled. And everyone's doing the collective part in whatever stage they're at to try and. I mean, some people find it easy. Some people are not in that position to get out completely and be total off grid and out the system. And I think that's what a lot of people have been off grid for so long and prefer system. People are into because of all this as well. But if I was in that position, then I would have gone down that road a long time ago.
But you know, a lot of it is, you see, I find that this stuff is really, it's not easy if you're ill, because I was ill yesterday. I couldn't do shit yesterday, which is really annoying. But
Yeah, I know you do.
you know, it's not good. But if you're really, the only way to do it is just to stand up and take control and not accept any of these statutes that are you know, going to cause you harm in any way, shape or form, whether that's financially or even in your time wise. I mean, I'm really into the time, and you know, and people say time is money, but I would say it's worth a great deal more than money. But they use the money to steal your time, because you forever end up chasing
Mhm.
the money.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. And apparently there's another thing they were talking about, just to sort of sidetrack a little bit. They were saying that I think I've said it before, but I think the common understanding, or a general understanding, shall we say, is that if you take the gross national income of the country that you're in, and you divide that in a year by the amount of people that are actually in the country, then that's what you should get as your share, your part worth of your nation, of your group, you know, the civil group that you belong to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the understanding. So apparently they were saying that there was one girl saying that it was worth about 8.5 billion in the States. And that's what you will get if you get the black card. You get to spend about 8.5 billion. And she was saying, I was staggered really when she said it, and she was saying that it's not actually that much money when you start to get into it.
Right.
You know, it would only last you, if you started to go out and spend that money, it would last you about 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. It's like, so, you know, you would have to be careful. You know, you wouldn't be able to go out and just be lording it about as though you were the Queen or somebody, you know.
Yeah.
In fact, the Queen doesn't even do that. She, you know, she gets everyone else to pay for her shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't pass, don't stuff.
So, you
Have
know,
the person wasted on the monarch. I mean, it's only for PR anyway.
Investments and businesses they own. That's where their money comes from.
you know, some of the stuff in the law is so basic and simple. It's like, I read something today and on a board, on a forum, and I was like, wow, you know, there it is. It's like somebody was saying, talking about, it was about the gas and electric and about their rights of entry to fit these prepayment meters. And they go to get warrants of entry, etc., etc. And basically this guy said, made a comment on there, and I thought, yeah, that's it there. It's like, if you, there was an objection to this comment about these people coming and just flashing a piece of paper in a guy's face for, you know, 5 seconds, and then demanding to come into their home. And this guy just commented back, well, if you didn't read the piece of paper, what defense have you got, you know, after you've allowed these people into your home if they've come in with fake paperwork or fraudulent paperwork?
Exactly.
And it's so simple, and that's what we're not doing, is we're not sitting down and reading these pieces of paper. And yes, it takes a little bit of time, you know, it might take you, you know, 2 hours to sit down and go through it, but believe me, it's a whole lot better to spend that 2 hours at the beginning to stop these people encroaching on you, on your life, than it is to go down fucking court afterwards and spend maybe, you know, because you won't get a result or a resolution in the first hearing. They'll get you going back there 4 or 5 times, especially if you're what they consider to be belligerent against their system and upsetting the apple cart, which we all will be in these situations. That's where, in those situations, you have to stand up and act like a sovereign, act like a king and a queen. You know, they, you know, because the king and the queen is basically, there is nobody after them. The responsibility, the buck stops with them, and they accept all of the shit that's going on. And until we actually do the same thing, we have no argument against this system encroaching on us.
Yeah, it's in the civil matter.
We're all sidetracked by, you know, going to the zoo every year and looking at the fucking circus that's going on.
Yeah.
On that subject, I just had my 2012, right? I was bedbound, okay, so I can't walk, and I was paying so much a week, you know, for gas, electric, before I know what I know now, and I was trying to negotiate with energy companies, you know, for both gas and electric. I was on credit meters, you know, so I was paying, you know, on the card system. And then out of the blue one morning, there was like locksmith busting, and I just woke up and there was 5 blokes in there. I was on my own. There was 2 police cops. Yeah. And I was on the phone, absolutely panicking to my sister, who's in Wales, and say, "What the hell? What the hell? I'm not decent. You broke in," because I didn't know what my rights were then. And of course, they should have never done it, knowing that there's a disabled woman in the house on her own, a female on her own, and 5 bloody blokes. I didn't even know. And so obviously, I couldn't go to court because I didn't even get the bloody information, and I couldn't even get up there in one's wheelchair.
Why did they do that, Foxy? I mean, what was?
Well, I took on the CEO. Well, since then, I took on the CEO at the time, and I'm not in any debt or anything now.
Go back to before that, because that doesn't help us. I mean, I'm trying to understand why they would do that.
Well, yeah, as far as I can remember, because I still kept the paperwork because of the seriousness of it, I was paying, like about 20 quid on the gas electric a week, so it's quite high. And the previous people that lived there before me rang up a debt on their gas electric, so they put it on so I was I was paying off their debt as well as paying for my consumption, and yet they wouldn't accept that fact that it wasn't me, or weren't them, even though I sent all the proof that I'm somebody new and blah blah blah, and so it took me like a year to get all that paperwork sorted out. And why they went ahead to get the warrant of entry, and they went on fake information of health and safety. It's a civil matter, alleged death.
Yeah, I understand all about that. So what I'm saying, well, there you go. There's your court case. What you need to do now, if you've got the energy for it, is to make a claim against them. What I would suggest is a better way to do it is it'll take a bit longer, and it'll be a bit more work and a bit more learning for you. But this is the road I'm going down now, because I just think that it's pointless going into their system and arguing. And what you should do is to follow the commercial side and just start leaning these people. Just go for this chief executive officer, go for the chairman of the company, go for some of the government ministers who regulate this stuff, some of the committees that control the licenses that are issued to the energy company administrators, to the agent companies, and start suing them, doing business as Chief Executive Officer of British Gas, doing business as government minister for the Labour Party in this role, this man doing business as, you can name about 50 people, you can get whatever they cost you in time, you can get it back. Start recording how long it takes you to read their paperwork and to process and respond and answer their paperwork. Charge them 3 times the amount I'm charged, this is my fee schedule, right? They want to fuck with me. My fee schedule is, I charge you, I can't remember what it was actually. I think it was about £5 per letter of each word that I have to read from you, including spaces and punctuation. And so that's even paragraphs, they get charged as well. So on top of actually receiving a fraudulent document from these individuals, they get charged for all of that. And if I've got to respond, it's 3 times that amount. So, by the time you've written and I've read your letter, it's probably cost you £500,000, depending on the size of the verbiage, the sign language in there, all the obstacles that I've got to get over to understand what it is that you're actually saying and what you're actually trying to do, and what I've got to do in order to stop that. Huh?
You could get paperwork notarized.
If I had the money, I probably would, but I haven't got the money, so I'm probably going to use witnesses. But I might, if I can get somebody, if I can have a line of credit, and because I'm after getting some finance, because I need some finance to do what I want to do. So I really want to find out about the banking and go down that road. Because I don't see that there's any other, there's no other way around it, because at the end of the day, if a government minister goes to the Queen and says, look, we've run out of money, we need some more money or whatever, I mean, I don't know whether they even do that now, but essentially what she would have to do is turn around and say, yes, here's the money. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the government has to function, it's although it seems completely I mean, I'm speaking as though what it should be like, folks, not what it actually is like now. I have to put that caveat in.
Yeah, but it's like with the smart meters, right? There's a UK website about smart meters. I mean, I'm sure there's quite a bit of information out there. And I came across a channel the other day about it. And
If you don't want to sue them, just before we move on, Foxy, if you don't want to sue them, then try and take them through the court system, because they basically give you a bit of a guide rail if you go through their system, but you're probably not going to get that much in compensation back, but you might get the court case from them, because I think that's outrageous what they did to you, like, in your position. That's an abuse of the court process. It's abuse of the courts, because they're using, like you say, this has come out now that they're using the courts to obtain a warrant of entry. But the warrant of entry for the gas company only gives them access to the property if they suspect there's a leaking gas main or something that's in there. And that's the only reason they've got to come in there, to make that safe. They don't have any other remit to go in there. So they're lying to the courts as to why they want to go. So it makes me think back, why would an energy company, they're not, I'm not even their customer. They're just the fucking gas agent, and they're not even the gas agent, right? Because that's Transco that'll actually come down and change your meter. So they're a totally separate company.
Right.
This is just the administrator company. And they
Not
shouldn't
that
be there, and it turns out they shouldn't be there because they're claiming that everyone that they're supplying is a non-domestic, and that means that you're commercial if you're non-domestic, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. So, but we're not commercial; we are non-domestic. So if you read the details, and I would imagine this is the same in the States. So, what Winston says is that if everyone just signed that chit they get with their electricity bill and their gas bills and sent that back, the system would be fucking snowed under. Because in America it would have about, I don't know how many homes is there in the States, right?
How many what?
How many homes do you have in the States? We've got about 20 million apparently, they reckon, here roughly. So it's probably, maybe it's more now. That was a few years old, I heard that. But so if they had 20 million, pieces of paper coming back to them every quarter, what are they going to do? They have to deal with that.
So what they're doing with smart meters now, right? It's like, as I said a minute ago, there's what they're trying to push on people. There's smart meters, we all know that. It's whether it's water, gas, electric, and so I don't know, like, if you know what people are doing with I've seen videos of what people in America are doing is covering up their outside smart meters if they're on a private property and have their protection on the road.
You see, again, that's going to the zoo every year. That's the problem, is these people, they've just got a new attraction in the zoo. That's it, isn't it? It's like you're not getting down into the details, because it's not the devil in the details, it's joy that's in the details. Because when you find out what they're doing, and that's what that Paul Webster has done, is he's just looked at basically their own paperwork and said, well, you're misinterpreting your own rules.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
That's why they can't argue with him. That's why he's not standing up there calling them a load of names. He's just saying, you're not following your own rules, and they can't argue.
That's right.
And that's why there's a big stop on what he's been doing. And that, it's worth following people like that, because they've beaten the path down, and we need to give them support when they go down that road, because if he's isolated, they'll just ride roughshod over him, because the system is big enough to make that happen. That's the trouble.
Right group throughout the country, depending on where people are, around the world, actually, not just the UK or America, but like-minded people getting that information out in the towns and cities and supporting each other. But it's hard to get people motivated like that. It's just getting them educated and getting them, on board, isn't it? Because if like he's up north, that way, and
You're breaking up, mate. We can't hear you.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. He's up north, that guy, isn't he? So he's got that response team, and he's got a Facebook page and stuff.
Yeah, they're doing really well up north. They've got it going on up there, and we need to do the same down south.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I thought. But I posted a comment on one of his channels saying about that. And saying, well, it'd be nice to have something set up down, around this part of the world as well. Not much I can do, but, I can get the word out. But with the smart meters, though, also, you can deny on health grounds, reject their offer without dishonour of the smart meters. And that's the next challenge, which they're not going to get any of that in my place.
You see
but
that?
Then again,
yeah. I mean, that's the same thing. Is that's what I was saying. Is people need to challenge that. You just need to put before the court, but no one has taken a claim out against them. Not even. I mean, there's one guy I heard who was doing liens in the UK, just one, and that was some guy talking up north on the St Anne's New Horizon stuff. And he was the guy who got the bailiffs to go and take. They started slapping stickers on all the police cars in Bristol or Bath somewhere.
Wow.
That's and the chief constable had to go on television and apologise to the public because they couldn't operate the police service for 2 weeks or something.
Oh, brilliant.
Because they didn't pay their bills, and he just assumed. He said they asked him what it was. He said it was an administrative matter, and what it was, he received a lien through the post. They didn't respond and reward it because they didn't know what to do with it, and there was no one that could help him. And that's the power of the commercial lien. Is that there isn't a court in a country. The Supreme Court can't stop a lien, and that's what makes you your own court. So we are our own court. We are the kings and queens down here. It's just that we're not acting like it because we've never been shown any of this stuff. But one of them I heard saying that at Eton, when they go, it's like one of the posh schools in England, they actually teach the kids the Bills of Exchange Act. That's on the curriculum. It's like, well, you were never taught anything like that.
Oh God, the fireworks are going off. It's gone 12 o'clock in UK. Happy New Year, people.
Are you sure those aren't 3-pound flat guns shooting at German Heinkel 111s?
That would be more likely here, David.
No, I was referencing a Battle of Britain joke.
It could be.
Hey, you got the guy running around the Tommy hat and the whistle telling everybody to get to the underground?
Oh God, help! I'm bombarded.
Oh, I tell you what, Dave, they would love that, mate. All of them little Jobsworths, all them people, all them little coppers, all them little luminous yellow jacket wearers. You can just, if they was like air raids, they would love it, wouldn't they? They would go house to house, banging the door, drag people out of their houses, down the fucking shelters.
God, what is it? Bloody forward. On people.
It'd be an absolute living hell, wouldn't it? I mean, that would probably be it. We'd be all off to the camps at that point. That would be the excuse that they need. I tell you what.
As they're rifling through your house.
Yeah,
stuff.
you know what, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they
were
saying in the war in England, they had I've been listening to some shit. They were saying that the police used to blow somebody's house up. When everyone's down the shelter, they would ransack houses. They would pick on certain people because it was just like the gulags in Russia. It was the same in Britain, and they would.
Oh my God!
They would blow people's houses up. They'd say that it was. They would say it was the bombs, and they would steal all of their stuff out of the house and then blow their house up.
Especially if they were against the war.
Yeah, just people like us, basically. Non-compliant human beings who can see the truth.
Right.
And we know that there's no reason. It's like we know that. Have you heard about the Phoenix Project, Dave? Oh, I've been listening about that. That's something that they did in Vietnam, and it's the true story behind Vietnam. And it's just disgusting. And the problem is that it's really about the scientific management of the war and the psychological operations that go on to predicate the war and start it off, and all the things that they do. For example, one of them was that they had this market town in Vietnam, and all the people in this little town, they used to come together and sort of socialize there and tell everyone everything there. So the American military, they put C4 explosives in all of these little lanterns that they had, like these Chinese lanterns around the market, and they set them off and just killed everybody in the market.
Oh wow.
So, and it's all of this kind of stuff, and they've set this up in America now. That's what the Phoenix Project is, and they've relaunched. I don't think it's just in America. I would say when these guys are talking, I can't remember this guy's name. Douglas Valentine talks about it, and there's a bookshop who's re-releasing a load of books and one of them is DuPont. They're talking about the DuPont family, and they're behind all of the dodgy shit that's going on as well. And
I need my earpiece. It's going up crazy around here. It's
yeah,
alright,
I
darling.
can hear it. It's the same every fucking year,
Got a
man.
stray cat. She's getting frightened of the sound. She's getting worried. Bless her. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Yeah, they do the same shit every year. It's just.
Animals get
I do that. All I hear is the gunshots.
You know what?
Like I
I think
said, I'm
it's
not seeing that in
offensive to
fireworks.
nature. I think it's offensive to nature to set off fireworks all the time.
Yeah, and the birds.
It upsets the soundscape. You know, it's
does.
just it's war, isn't it? You know, that's what it is.
Yeah.
They've got these horrible. They've just got these screamer things that go off. You know,
Come here, darling.
Mm.
it's like
She's gone hiding now. Well, this little
I-
stray cat, she's gone hiding.
I just think it's a big waste of money every year. You know, it's another. I mean, some people go to town on the old New Year. You know, I mean, even me in the pub,
Oh.
I've spent hundreds and hundreds of pounds on, you know, buying booze and food and loads of shit. And
Where I used to work, they went all out for, you know, the New Year and 4th of July. They even done some, I think they done
It's a
other
big-
holidays
you
too.
it's a big psyop, and basically we're in a serious war, and that's, you know, there's no time for rest. I don't celebrate their
Well,
times
you
for
know,
rest. You know, I'll tell you
Your
something, mate.
bombs going off, they think it was fireworks.
If I was in the German army and that time when they had that amnesty at Christmas Day, I would have got on a machine gun and fucking killed them all. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck you, bastards. I ain't celebrating this shit. You know?
Damn.
It's like, you know, because I mean, it's just such a crock of shit. I mean, why stop for one day and pretend? I mean, that's what's really good. We do it every year.
That just tells you there it's all fucking set up shit anyway. Don't mean jack shit.
Do you know what? The fireworks now, they've got fireworks that actually sound like machine guns.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. You know, people
That
are
actually
used to
sounds like a
hearing
machine
that.
gun.
Alright.
Going drrr, drrr.
Yeah. So
You hear
like, when that does happen here, you know, people will just say, "Oh, it's just somebody shooting fireworks." Meanwhile, they're about to get mowed down by a machine gun.
Bloody hell.
You know, like they're militarizing the police. You know,
God, yeah.
they're have
I've heard
militarized.
that online.
So
Right, let's see if we can hear Big Ben.
Can't hear it from here, I think, Dan.
My old dear used to watch that on telly every New Year's Eve.
Do you know what? I don't know what the symbology of that is. I'd like to find out what the what
Yeah.
they're doing with Big Ben as to why they constructed it, because they obviously didn't do it for the people. It's obviously something to do with their control system. It'd be good to
Of
know what they're
course.
doing.
Ow, shit.
I used to have a thing, right, I've got to be down by Big Ben on New Year's Eve. That was always my thing years ago. But I don't know why, but it was.
If you watch British television now, you'll probably see Big Ben.
Oh, can it be
They'll be
brainwashed?
showing it. They'll be showing Trafalgar Square and all of the.
Oh, excuse me.
They still got that going on. I haven't seen it for nearly freaking 20 years, mate. I don't watch it anymore.
Oh, God, here we go.
I'm quite glad actually, because that's
You
how long
want
it
the
takes to
sound
get
drop?
out.
Do you want some sound effects?
Yeah, go on. Then.
See if you can hear this. Right, oh, hold on. No. Sorry, let's put a different date on it. I forgot, we're in 2017. Let's This is so funny. Right, let's see that works.
Here, well, less than 5 hours.
It'll be.
Oh, look at that live stream! My God! Right, you ready for this? Right, I might
Yeah,
turn
it'll probably be on the
camera.
BBC live stream or something.
Fireworks News Eve, you might hear. Let's put it on full screen. Let's see if it works. Oh, for God's sake, hold on, we got bloody adverts. Hold on, let me just mute.
Oh yeah, mate. Yeah, they're making money. See, that's the thing. They're not.
Right.
They don't stop.
I'm going to show you now. Right, I'll turn my camera around. Can you see that?
Oh yeah.
Bloody hell, it's big.
Is that the London Eye?
It's happening now in London on the Thames in UK. There's Big Ben.
Here we go.
It's right over the London Eye.
You can't really see it, Foxy. It's a bit crap. It's too close or something. There you go.
There
That's
it is.
better. Fucking hell, you know what? When I was a kid, right? I mean, they used to have the fucking bands playing.
That is massive.
Yeah, they have to make a big distraction with their bread and circuses. That's for
Of
sure.
course.
That's enough of that crap.
Sure.
You know something? What I found about going to those places, it's always better to watch it on television.
Yeah. I agree.
It's always a fucking nightmare if you're there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing you could say is that I was there. I didn't see fuck all because I was stuck in the crowd.
Right.
In the
Yes.
subway, I got stuck.
If you imagine, like, live stream people going with all their phones down there, like, oh, look at this, I was there, I was there, I was there, I was there. Bloody heck. Oh, look, you've got the string going now. Oh, no, look, the live stream is going mad on this one. Loads of people watching it. My
I suppose they'll
God.
try and get the big war going this year, 2017. Is that
5,000 people
Yeah.
watching.
when did they start the First
Yeah.
World War?
Dave? No, he's muted. He would know.
Oh.
I don't. Can't think of that right off.
Dave, are you there?
He's muted. Dave's not there.
He's probably gone down the shop.
Can't believe this, right? There's 12,000 people watching this live stream, and the
Damn.
chat is going like mad ever than I've seen it before. Are they so dumbed down, these bloody people? My God. Many families are actually down there as well.
You know, it's not. They're not really dumbed down. Well, they are. They just, they just haven't got a clue.
Hypnotised. That's the
They're
good
under
word.
the spell.
Yeah.
They're under the spell. So,
What it is on YouTube? Oh gosh.
Huh?
All different languages as well.
Yeah. Just keep it. You know, that's the thing, folks. It's a waste of time spending any time with them. The best way to do it is to learn first of all that paper. Well, I believe it's the paperwork stuff. In terms of if you're interested in trying to get hold of that money, but unless you've got another way out in which you don't need to do that, it might be easier.
Of course, Sydney was first, wasn't it? Sydney's first, wasn't it? It's
Yeah.
always first, isn't it?
Sydney, why would Sydney be first then? Are they ahead of us?
yes.
Yeah.
Well, they must be 24 hours ahead. Are they 24 hours ahead of us? 12 hours.
Something like that, give or take.
I think each country is trying to outdo each other. Sydney and New York in America and London always seems to try and
No,
outdo.
it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the different countries. It's the same country. It's the Starship Enterprise. That's what that is.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is.
gosh.
They're all corporations, so
Yeah.
anyway.
It's so weird because on the surface it looks as though that's, you know, like a unifying celebration that crosses the Western world, but in the Eastern world they won't be celebrating that.
Right.
The Chinese won't celebrate that. I don't know about the Russians, so I don't know what they do.
Don't either.
I think they just drink vodka.
Maybe.
Too cold over there, isn't it? They're singing some freaking John Travolta song and that Grease song.
Oh man. Shit.
I
Oh,
mean,
give me a break.
at least sing some Bob Marley. Let's have some rebel music. They don't even sing
I
rebel
know.
music anymore. It's like, what? You know?
Oh my gosh. I was just watching this thing again, and it was like they just worded Olympics, promoting the Olympics,
Oh damn.
promoting that.
Well,
Yeah,
where's that in Rio?
London,
They
London
don't have
on
they
the
don't
picture
have
show.
Valentine's stuff out at Walmart.
How can they be promoting the Olympics? That was 2012. Are they doing it again in London?
They're just promoting about Rio, about the Great Britain team and their medals, and they're just promoting them at this firework display tonight.
That's their bread
And
and
on the
circus.
loudspeaker.
The
Yeah.
ritual.
Bloody hell.
Yeah,
Again.
it's the ritual, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wonder how many human beings were sacrificed in the background.
Oh, that's
Hmm.
true. All
And
these
we think about all the
blinking
people they had to move, all the people that they made move or imprisoned or whatever just to have
Yes.
that there.
Yes.
To build the stadium, they moved a bunch of
Yes.
people for just to build that damn stadium just for that.
Yeah.
You know.
And they're kind of like white elephants as well. They're only ever used to the Olympics, and then they just sit there and turn to rust. I mean, that's what they've got in all those African countries.
Yeah.
They've got these rotting stadiums because the world decided to come there one day and have a celebration, you know. It's like this mad circus that flies off around the world and sort of, you know, rushes in, makes a big noise, and then rushes off, and you don't see him again for 10 years.
They steal your resources and then leave you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Well, yeah, they come in to steal the resources. See, that's it. That's the big distraction. They come in with all of their stolen energy from the people because they've distracted them with this circus and they think it's real. So they put all of their energy and excitement into making this big circus a big thing. And it kind of, you know, people kind of do feel the energy, and that's what distracts all the government ministers from really the bankers are coming in the back door, like you said, you know, to install the IMF so that they can eventually get their hands on the national resources. So it's basically theft, isn't it? I mean, that's what the IMF is. It's a big ship that goes around the world. They're like pirates, and they just steal wealth out of countries.
Yes.
Instead of stealing somebody else's ship, which is what pirates used to do, they steal the country now.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all going, mate. It doesn't, you know, it's funny, Becca. It's funny because me and you are the only ones who are not distracted by it. You know, all them celebrations. It doesn't affect me anymore. I haven't followed it, and I don't follow it anymore. And I'm really glad about it because it's taken it's taken a lot of effort and willpower to do that. You know, so that I'm not I'm not influenced by their shit anymore, even their symbology. It used to, when I first got into this, I thought that I could resist and I couldn't. But because what I mean by that is some of it goes in subliminally, even if you're trying to fight it. Some of it still gets through, but none of it gets through anymore. But then again, you know, it's like I say, I'm out of it. I don't put myself in its stream anymore. So, you know, it's because it's quite hard if you're in the stream of it. If you went out to a big event or something, then you'd get caught up in the event. You know, that's the problem.
Yeah, it is. The link is in the YouTube if anybody wants to join us. So just throw that out there.
We've got 12 people watching in the background.
Yep. Hi, everybody. Hello. Not that David put in the chat. World War One was it you was asking about?
Oh, 1914, right? Yeah,
1914. He put 1914. Thanks, David.
right. Well, actually, I mean, actually, I think it ended in 1917, wasn't it? Or 1918, I think it ended. So, actually, I heard somebody refer to it as the 100 Years' War. That was the First and Second World War. Because I think it was going, no, I don't know whether they're talking about it went on after that as well, because it's gone into the Cold War with Russia. And that's how the Phoenix Project got started. Because basically what it turns out is that all of the people at the end of the American military, they took in some head guy like Galen, some German, he was right up there with all of these atrocities in Germany, and they installed him into the US government so that the US government could find out about all of about the Russian system, because they I think the Germans had agents in Russia and they were obviously attacking Russia, so they installed all these agents. Well, they installed all the people that set this shit up in Germany. They put them into the American military and had these covert operations going on to set up this system, and that's how the Phoenix Project was born. And it was created by tens of thousands of Nazis, you know, senior Nazi officers who came over to America. And apparently when America did that, they upset the Russian system as well, because they you know, the Russian people were fighting these people, you know, and the Americans, when they, at the end of the Second World War, they employed all of the same people that they were fighting, and they installed that system into the American system, or they got these Germans to install that Nazi system into the American system, and that's what pissed off the Russians. I mean, that's according to Doug Valentine, but it seems crazy shit when you think about it, and I just wonder about everything else that's going on that we know about. But it's important information in its own right anyway, you know. Because when you hear the government statistics of what they actually did and how they, you know, the moves that they made, employing all of these Nazis, it does put a different connotation on what's going on today. You know, what you think is going on today and why it's going on. When you get into the Phoenix Project, and it's like, wow, you know. I mean, when you hear this guy talk, he talks about Kennedy. You can really see that Kennedy wasn't just doing one thing. He was doing a real house cleaning. He went into the White House and he said he was going to smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces. He's going to take control of the money. He was going to invade Cuba because the Russians had rockets off in Cuba, which was 90 miles off the coast of the US. So that's why he went into Cuba. He was going to stop the Vietnam conflict when he got in. It's like a load of other shit as well that he was doing. He exposed the Illuminati, made that speech about secret society.
He was not a Malta. Not a Malta. What was it?
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's yeah, that's fine. But you know what? I don't think it, you know, he may well have been. You've got to take him in his day. You can't take him out of 1950 and 1940, which is the end of the war, where it was this just bloody mass genocide. I mean, 20 million Russians were slaughtered by the Germans in the Second World War. So you can't take that out, or you can't take Kennedy out of that time period and put him in 2017 and think you can second guess what the guy was doing. I don't think that's right. And I think they blew his head off.
The Catholic, that Catholic order.
Yeah, but
he was one of them.
That's a confusion, because that's why they blew his head off. You know, if you know, not only did they kill Kennedy, they killed Bobby Kennedy as well. Did you know that Bobby Kennedy's son, his wife was hung, and I think his son's dead as well. Bobby Kennedy's son was murdered as well, and you know, his wife was found hanging a fucking 100 miles away from anywhere in a barn, and that's how they found her. Put it down as a suicide.
Yeah.
But like all, and there's only one left apparently. There's only one Kennedy left, and he's in Congress or something. And he's made a few comments about that. You know, he can't do anything because as soon as he tries to do anything, they'll kill him. So they're aware of what's going on.
They can't do anything, even
No,
if they could.
you know, that's the thing is when you start getting into the political shenanigans that's going on in the background, you suddenly see a different picture about the politicians. You understand that, you know, they can't do anything. Now, it's not just them. Their whole family's going to be wiped out. Is they have to think about all the people that they know. And they have to, you know, try and make them understand what these politicians know. And you look how difficult it is for us to convince the people we love of what's going on in the world. Just imagine what it's like for the politicians.
We
You know,
know ours is
say, love, you can't do this, that, and the other, because if you do, we're all going to be killed.
We got people that don't want to know.
You know?
No,
So I think Michael Tsarian is right. You know, I think it's early days yet. I think that, you know, humanity, we've only just had I mean, it's only been 10 years for me. You know? It's like, I was listening to Paul Webster today. It's the guy on the gas and electric using the checks and that. And he was saying that, I lost the train of thought now. He was saying, I've lost what I was going to say. He said something about when he woke up and trying to, you know, convince other people. But really, when I heard him talking, he just sounded so normal and so straight. And yet other people call him crazy. You know, when he's saying that you can send your check back, they sent you the check for 500 quid to pay your gas bill. And he was saying, you know, found out about all of this stuff. You know, people didn't believe him what he was saying, but you know, now look at him. I mean, you know, it's 10 years on, and now the courts can't answer what he's doing. I can't remember where I was going. I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
That's okay.
It's probably all the telepathic disturbance that I'm picking up from everything else going on out there. This where everyone really drinks too much and just gets fucked now. The pub always closes early. Actually, that's really funny on a New Year's because they've had enough by the time, like, once New Year's is gone, it'd be shut by 1 o'clock. I bet. Well, literally kick them all out. That's what they did last year. It's funny. Mysterious Labyrinth saying that Robert Kennedy has been hanging out at Standing Rock. But yeah, it's I can't remember where I was going with that. What was I talking about back? I completely lost my track there. I think
I can't remember.
I need a drink.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that thing they did in the market square with them Chinese lanterns, that was just to terrorize the population. That was to suppress the mass public, because apparently, I think they were talking about the Korean War as well. Apparently, the Korean War is still going on. There's 28,000 GIs still held prisoner in Korea, in North Korea.
Yeah.
Which is like, wow, you know, I didn't even know that's still going on today. And so that's the kind of tactics they used. And it was and another thing that this is what was behind the Phoenix Project, is that what they used to do is they used to go into a country. This is like DuPont does this. They go into a country, they start a war so that all the people and the civilians will move out of the war zone. They'll flee the war zone. Property prices plummet. So these big corporations go in and buy up all the cheap lands. And it's the land grab, and that's why they start the war. It's just for a land grab.
Yeah, for the resources, Yeah,
because no one can argue with it because they're all dead.
Yeah. Or
so there's no. I mean, that's what the bankers have got going on. It's like, wow.
Hmm.
Yeah, you know something. I think with all them celebrations going on out there, I think this year, I think the internet has really hammered them this year. I've been out of it a little bit, but I kind of plugged in a little bit recently, and saw that the stream of consciousness on the web is even bigger than it's ever been, and it was too much for me to handle back, a few years ago, and now it's just crazy. And I think what you've got with all that, with all that shit going on between Australia, London, New York, Paris, and all of that shit, I think that's a big response from the oligarchs, the controllers, to amp up the distractions, to
Yes,
maintain
yes.
control, because I think that they feel as though they are losing control of the people on a mass scale, because
Yeah.
it's like that. I can't remember, I think John Kerry said, was quoted as saying, the internet is making it really difficult to govern. And then you had Zbigniew Brzezinski saying, it used to be easier to kill 1 million people than it was to control them. Now it's easier to it used to be easier to control 1 million people than it is to kill them, and now it's easier to kill 1 million than it is, and it's more difficult to control them.
That's because you got access to all this information. And you see how they're fucking.
It's kind of a fucked up kind of worldview that a guy's got, but I mean, there's just no empathy there to make a comment like that. There's no empathy in that individual. He's 100% psychopath.
Yeah.
I just got to make my tea. Hold on just a minute.
Okay. Boom. Paintbrush in my ashtray. I don't think that would work. Where'd everybody go? Baby. Butsy.
I was just thinking about that, Beck. I know where they went. They got invited to parties. That's what it was. And they went. I reckon.
Damn it. They shit.
See, they're lightweights, mate. That's what it is.
No. Dave, man, he does 8-hour hangouts. He used to do them all the time. Back to backs.
Dave's probably gone to get some coffee from the shop and got chatting or something.
Maybe. Read the grand chessboard and see the mind of a psychopath. That's right, David. Kim Jong-un went to school in Switzerland.
Say that again?
Yes. Kim Jong-un, however you say his name, the North Korea dude.
Kim Jong-un.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Went to school in Switzerland. So, yeah. It's all a puppet show. There, anyways. So.
Right, yeah. Kim Jong. Kim Jong.
Geopolitical global Masonic chess game of death. Well put, David. That's exactly what it is. So.
Yeah, that's a very good description, that.
Yes, David.
Did you put a link in the chat? What you just said?
No, that's just what he typed in. That's the game they're playing.
There is links in the chat.
Oh, there are? Oh, there's a hangout link.
Yeah, there's already been posted 2 times in there. It's not.
I'll put it again. Hell, there it is again. If you dare.
My tablet is not
Just kidding. Okay.
Is that Dave, the Sarmatian race guy?
Do what?
Is he the Sarmatian race guy?
What's that?
He
What
was
race?
his race. He said his race was a Sarmatian.
King John.
Roma.
Mm.
Mysterious labyrinth.
Roma people.
Huh?
The Roma people.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Is that the same guy?
I don't know. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah.
Got it.
I heard something about that the other day. The Sarmatian people. Apparently, there used to be a massive tribe. Apparently, in Europe, they were a huge people. Because I think he said last time he was on that he said that they created the English language, or the language we use today was created by the Sarmatian people. I found that very interesting, and I heard it recently. I can't remember where I read that. I don't know whether I read it or I heard it somewhere on a video somewhere. But yeah, their people were really big. I was like, immediately made me think of him because I remember him saying that. I was like, wow, you know, because he was quite, you know, intense and serious about what he was saying about the language, you know, the starting of the English language. And it's like, it's just, I kind of understood why he was like that when he said it, because I just had a different context when after I'd heard, you know, how big their race was. And that's like they were, I think the Sarmatians were the progenitors to the English people now, or I don't know whether it's the English or I think I mean England didn't really exist back then. I suppose it was like Northern Europe, so they were kind of like the Sarmatians with the whole race over the whole of Northern Europe. So that was how big they were. They're almost like the size of America back.
Yeah.
You know.
Secret Life of King Kim Jong. What a name, eh? North Korea.
Jong-un.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about this. Doug Valentine was talking about Pinochet and how they overthrew Allende, I think his name was the guy that was elected by the that was Chile, wasn't it? Pinochet. Was it Chile?
Don't know. I'm just looking on the line about it.
Anyway, all them guys are trained at the School of the Americas, and that was really a military school on how to subvert the population by basically funding the dissidents and arming them so that they keep the country. That the whole point about this is to keep the country in a state of instability, and that's what North America is doing to Mexico right now. All of them drug gangs down there are basically funded and armed by the US military so that the government can never take control of Mexico and stand in opposition to the US. I mean, that's what these guys were postulating. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but.
So I was just about to butt in. I didn't think I was going to go into a hangout.
How you doing, man? We haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, hi. I'm still alive. I hope you're doing good too. No, the Sami people did not invent the English language. I don't know where you got that idea from. So that's why I came into the hangout to straighten this part out. But no, the Sami people have absolutely nothing to do with the English language at all. Just to make that clear. Yeah, and I'm a Roma Sami hybrid, mostly Roma blood and some Viking blood mixed in there in the mix, which I have to admit too.
I don't know whether I was reading it in Gianmarco Allegro's stuff, or I'm not sure that it was in there though. It must have been on a video. I'll have to go back and have a look at it, but I'm not going to do it now because it'll be
well.
Just
The English language was given to you by people like John Dee and Francis Bacon, and redesigning the language. When in part, Shakespearean, so-called Shakespearean.
Well, Shakespeare was. I mean, Shakespeare never. Well, it was just a composite.
Well, that's why I was saying Francis Bacon and John Dee and people like that. You know.
But you know something. I mean, everyone slags off the English language, but you know, the English language is. It's got over 2.5 million words in it, and it's a beautiful language, and you can express every feeling and everything you want to within the language, and it's also becoming a global language, which is one of the reasons why the Western English-speaking peoples are being targeted. because
Slave
they
labor.
don't want a global language. Because this is the whole point of the Bible. When they say in the Bible, let us go down there and confuse their tongues. And that's one of the methods that the control system uses. Now, if you've got English that's now spreading around the world because it's become the international language of commerce and science and mathematics, you've got people that can communicate at the top levels, at least, or at the scientific levels and the academic levels, globally. And the control system doesn't want that. So, you know, I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong. I mean, people say that it doesn't convey what the some of the other languages do convey, but I don't know. I think they've just got more overt ways of expressing what it is that people are feeling on a telepathic or empathic level when they're talking about other languages convey more. I think that's really what it. I think it's
Depends
just
what you're depends what you're talking about. What you're going to use the language for, because like the Sami language has, I think it's about 200 words for the texture of snow. So you know, there's a lot of snow around in Sapmi, mistakenly called Lapland. It's actually called Sapmi. The Sami are reindeer herders. Forced into Christendom a long time ago when they came along and did what they did to the same to the Sami as they've done to every other indigenous group on the planet, basically. Forced the Bible down their throat, burnt their shamanic drums. If you search SAMI Sami or Sami shamanic drum, you'll see, and you can look at the shamanic drum of the Sami and look at all across the tundra regions, all the way across to Siberia, to eastern Siberia, go over the Bering Strait. You've got the same, well, it's not the same drum, but you've got this very similar shamanic drum thing going on. That's one thing going on. All the way, and then you cross over the Bering Strait, you've got the Alaskan natives playing a round drum as well. You got, yeah. I mean, I've been looking a lot into these cultures. Discovered some new things just recently that flabbergast me, that fascinate me intensely, and so quite confusing, because I've been looking into other cultures in Siberia and eastern Siberia, and there's some Turks, people speaking Turkish there, but they have the physical appearance of nomadic peoples of the tundra, of some similarities maybe with several groups there. And then you're in the middle of, like, you go to Yakutsk and you see the people there, and suddenly you go, flipping it, she's speaking Turkish. And you know, like, you can go down to minus 70 degrees centigrade there, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and how did you end up speaking Turkish? So anyway, that's something that I've been looking at a lot. I won't be talking about that much, but even in Xinjiang, however you pronounce it, there's these Uyghur, however you pronounce it, peoples as well, speaking this Turkish language. And I'm thinking, wow. And then I found out, well, that's something to do with this Silk Road. So I'm coming to a concept. It's quite interesting for me because my main interest is really the Roma people and the Roma culture, but any original cultures, in fact, any original cultures that haven't been dismantled by the system as of yet. You know, I love to look into, you know, who were we before we became slaves? You know, and then there are still remnants of what I would consider to be real cultures around and about the planet, and of course they're still being targeted more than anyone else. In my opinion,
the pharaohs would say that they didn't. They were just trying to civilize you to bring you into the modern world.
Yeah,
that's their point of view, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, you know, that Doug Valentine and his crew was saying that he said an interesting thing, that, you know, people living out on the tundra, they knew what foods to eat. They knew what kept them healthy, and obviously GMO foods is not one of them. But they don't read any books. You know, they can't read English and they can't write English, but they know how to prepare meals properly that sustain their bodies and keep them healthy through long, cold, dark winters, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think we have lost a lot in the civilization. You know, all of this mental learning is just so corrupt now that we're just learning lies. That's the problem, isn't it, really? I don't know where I was going with that.
I'm just my old PC packed in, so I had to buy this new thing, and it's not. I'm having problems getting my microphone, blah blah blah, technical problems, to work with this thing as of yet. So I don't even know how well you can hear me on this newfangled device.
Yeah, you're 100% clear to me anyway. Really.
All right, well, great. Okay, it's good to know. Good to know. It's left me completely broke. I was hoping my old PC would last this just one more winter, you know, and it didn't. So, too bad.
Hold on, Mysterious Labyrinth. Dave, are you back with us now?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, mate. How you doing?
I went out and had a smoke.
Did you get some coffee?
No, I went out and had a smoke.
All right, cool.
Nothing good. Nothing good though.
This is not Coca-Cola.
Do you have to go outside to smoke then?
Nah, it's just a nice rainy day, so I decided to.
All right. Yeah, I like the rain as well. Cool. Have you heard about the Phoenix Project, Dave?
I heard you mention it a moment ago. It rings a bell. Rings a bell. Sounds like yet another CIA operation. What is it actually?
Right, sorry, I'll say that again. King 9. Let me.
Right. I'm a David as well, you know.
Yeah.
We're very popular.
Yeah. I got woken up by all this blasted fireworks.
There's a big fight over the pub. Hang on a minute.
Oh, cool, Danny.
Okay.
He's kicked him out already. I told you he kicked him out. What time is it? It's not even 1 o'clock yet. He's emptying the pub now. This is because there's a fight started. Oh, mate, I'm so glad I'm not out there. That's what you don't want, innit? You don't want to be there listening to all that shit every year.
No.
Oh.
All those years ago when I lived in London, we went to Trafalgar Square once, a bunch of mates and myself, and and then when we were trying to leave the thing, it was just a sea of people, and you couldn't actually. I mean, we're trying to leave the thing. It was just a sea of people. You got your hands by the sides, being pressed in from all sides, and you're carried along by some people. We were supposed to leave the Trafalgar Square together, and there's me mate Jason. He's like being carried off in that direction by that sea of people, and I was carried off in the other direction. Nothing to do about it. That's how crammed in we were. And it was just complete. You know, I mean, these celebrations proof of mass coordinated herding every year.
Yes.
And I got woken up with these blasted fireworks. I was having a lovely dream, and then bang, bang, bang. Just a moment ago, so here I am in this hangout, all grumpy as usual.
You're all right. Sound better today. I just read the chat there. I'll tell you what, Martin. If Fox offered me 100 grand to go and read the news for them, I might take it at the moment.
Oh shit.
I don't think they'd employ me, mate. I'm not that
No.
authoritative.
I got some
Did you say
homemade beer. I got some homemade beer from the neighbour. She puts it in a bottle in.
And it's like Coca-Cola. King 9, did you say that you heard about the Phoenix Project?
Yeah, you had mentioned it earlier.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Right. Okay.
I got homemade blackberry wine in the refrigerator.
I wanted to make some slow gin this year, but I never got around to it.
I don't drink, so just sitting there.
Have you ever heard of slow gin? Anyone? That's really nice. Basically, you put sloes as a fruit off a tree, and you ferment them with gin, and you call it slow gin. But it's like a red berry. It's like and it makes it go really fruity, and it ferments in there. Makes it. I don't know whether it makes it stronger or not. I think the idea is to get some decent gin though. Which is, I looked at the price of it all. It's like loads of money for a bottle of spirits now. About 20 quid over here. I'm glad I don't drink that shit anymore.
Excuse me. Oh, I could fancy a drop of something right now, I tell you. Something a bit stronger than this, but this is better than nothing.
It won't do you no good, mate.
I know.
Just prolongs the agony.
Yeah.
I can't do the drinking thing.
I don't mind a bit of a drop of something when I've got some fractured ribs at the moment, and the old toothache isn't playing up at the moment, so I wouldn't need it that much. But yeah, it's nice as a painkiller, and a bit. It's nice as a bit of antifreeze sometimes if you're out in the wilderness when it's like minus like 20, 30 and stuff around there. So, well, though
they're saying that alcohol thins the blood, so I'm not sure that you're really getting any warmth out of it at all. I mean, it's one.
I tell you, it works when you're out. You can if you've got enough alcohol in your body and you fall asleep in the ice and snow in 20 and 30, it seems to prolong the slow death. But maybe it's just my misunderstanding of the whole caboodle.
I don't know, man. I'm not that experienced with it. So.
I wonder what the freezing point of alcohol is.
Don't know.
I'm going to look it up. That's what we got the net for, isn't it? I'm going to look it up. How about that?
Yeah, this guy was saying the report that was written about the Phoenix Project, it's actually been published, but it's about £2,000 to buy, or $2,000 to get hold of it. And there's another book out there called The Assassination of New York, and it's about how the Rockefellers came in and they started building these big high-rise blocks. And it was really, I think it was like a gentrification of New York to get rid of all the textile workers, and they're basically the sort of the working class people out of this center of New York. And that's why they did it. So all of these high-rise blocks, it was another way of stealing land, because they could put these big office blocks on them.
Oh,
but they kind of just killed New York, really. I mean, it's just too many office buildings. I mean, that's what they seem to want over there, and it's like you can't have that many office buildings there. You have to listen to Doug Valentine talk about it.
Says here, alcoholic beverages have a freezing point between the freezing point of water and that of pure ethanol, which is minus 114 degrees centigrade, or for those Fahrenheit people, minus 173 Fahrenheit. Most alcoholic, and then it says most alcoholic beverages contain more water than alcohol, so some will freeze. Anyway, so when you go further north, it's very popular to drink like 90% plus alcohol. So maybe I wasn't just imagining things when it comes to the antifreeze effect. And because I mean, it's kind of a rumor that goes around that, you know, I hear it mentioned once in a while. It's like, okay, he's had enough to drink, he'll be all right. You know, just let him lie there and freeze in the snow.
I know that the moonshine they make, you know, around in here, so
yeah,
They use that for medicine too. So
right, yeah.
See, that's interesting. They probably have. There probably is something to that. That it's a medicinal thing with moonshine, and that's probably why the government tried to ban it.
Oh yeah.
That, and they went and getting their cut.
I see. I don't know whether it's that they weren't getting their cut so much. I mean, I think that does.
Hey, but we got. Hey, but now we've got NASCAR because of it.
Yeah, right. So I don't think it's about the money so much as it is. It seems to be about and I can't understand and fathom for the life of me why that would bother them so much. But any little pleasure that the people have, they seem to want to take that away. That seems to be more important than actually
Commercialized.
making money off of it.
Like that's how NASCAR got started, with the bootleggers. You know,
See,
outrunning the law.
Making
And
money
now they're
seems
running around in circles. You know.
right. Yeah. I mean, that's a joke, isn't it?
Well, here in the U.S., after the Revolutionary War, we had the whiskey rebellion, because that's what they needed money, so they were taxing people that made alcohol, and they wouldn't have any part of it.
That was the Rockefellers coming into that story somewhere, if I've got the right story. If I'm talking about the same thing that you're talking about, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I seem to remember reading about that somewhere anyway.
Because here in the States, we actually have 2 federal agencies that regulate alcohol: BATF, which is Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and now they add explosives. But they also, was it, Rebecca? Maybe you know, ABC, Alcohol Bureau something. Yeah, they got 2 different federal agencies that
I can't think of the name
regulate
of
it.
them.
But yeah, it's like ABC or the magic letters or something like that. Yeah, everybody knows you got to pay off the mafia boss.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. How you doing, Eric?
Kind of like Al Capone. It didn't matter how many people he murdered, as long as he paid his taxes for all the shit he was doing.
Yeah, you know,
he'd be okay.
Yeah, that's funny, because I mean, that guy Al Capone, they seem to be the lower level people that are interested in the money. That seems to attract them, but there's another level of control that's going on that seems to want to take your pleasure away, and that's, you know, like the moonshiners, or the bootleggers. They wanted to stop them, and I don't think it's just about the money. It's like, you know, for example, the blue sky. They want to take the blue sky away from everybody. But, you know, it doesn't cost us anything particularly, you know. But it seems it's that pleasure that they want to take away from us. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, like how they claim, well, the government claims the rain falling out of the sky belongs to them.
Is that where they get the right to poison it as well, the water that we drink?
Well, they evidently sold their rights to Nestle.
Yeah, that's right.
That's why I was joking with Rebecca one other time about, well, then we need to start charging them for their water being in our airspace.
Yes.
Yeah. Quite.
Send like a bill for $10 million to Nestle for their water being in my airspace.
Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently we fart too much and we breathe too much, so we have to pay for that too, because we're causing global warming apparently.
Yeah.
And the dinosaurs farted themselves into extinction. If you believe that, you'll believe anything.
Well, where is that story coming from? Is that the media putting that out?
Oh, it's just really, that's just my way of saying Agenda 21, you know.
Well, that's actually come out as a real freaking. We were speaking about that in the chat a few months ago, saying that this was actually a story put out there. Oh, they're going to put fart bags on cows.
Yeah.
Oh, they've actually, they've tried to measure, although questionable methods of measuring cow methane and stuff. Yeah, and yeah. It won't be long before we have a plastic bag on our head with some measuring device either, you know. And
Well, in relation to that, the fart bags for cows, I think I just said it as a psyop, but I think.
Well, this is something. This is one of the first things I was talking about. This like 7 years ago or something, when I first started internet radio, and I looked into it in some depth, and it's actually happening. I mean, there was even evidence of mass slaughtering of cows and cow depopulation to allegedly reduce global warming.
See that is just to control the food. It's just an excuse to be able to control the to take control of all the wild food. Because Becca was saying out there, they've got that forest fire that was going on, and it's destroyed 200,000 acres of forest land. So all the wild animals will be dead. They'll have no food to eat, no shelter, no home. And it's probably started deliberately.
Yeah.
So this sort of thing ties into the Phoenix Project. That's the kind of psychological operation they got going on.
Here was all on government land, most of them. So, and they spread to the home, so, rural areas, whatever.
Eric's saying he's got a rain tax over there.
I was talking to a bloke in London who said he was already paying his carbon tax because he drives a truck or a load of whatever into the centre of London. That's his job, and he's saying he has to fork out 200 quid. And I thought, what? You're actually paying for? You're actually paying it? I thought, oh God, forget about it, man. That was a joke. When I was, I haven't been in England for more than 26 years or something. But I grew up mostly in England, and that was a joke when we were young. That you heard, one day they'll have us paying for the very air we breathe. And if you haven't heard that one, it would surprise me, Gemma.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yeah, I've heard that when I was a kid, actually. Yeah.
Well, they used to do it in the past. That's the funny thing about that. They used to make the houses with no windows and small windows. That's why the houses used to have small windows, because they used to charge the people for the amount of light and air that used to get in a room.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, I know. It's like you just couldn't make it up, could you?
They call it central air now. That was before. Air conditioner.
They're just in, it's just in.
Bad for the air.
They're just insane, all of them people. That's the only thing you can say about them. And we're even more insane for accepting it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How you doing, Eric? Anyway, I haven't heard from you for a while.
Doing better. My calcium crystals seem to be lining up a little bit better.
I don't know what calcium crystals are.
Yeah, I was dealing with vertigo where my crystals was breaking up, but for some reason they must have lined themselves back up because I'm not as dizzy as I used to be.
Do we have them in our ears then? Calcium crystals.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, right.
See, yeah. But how's everything over there?
Much the same, mate. The Roman army still rules the place.
Right. Same shit, different day.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what's up. It's a lot of things that we pay for, like where I stay at, that the city has taken over the water bill or the water company. They've got a contract with the apartment building where if you don't pay your water bill, they won't accept your rent. So recently, they just had some water meter problems in my city where people been getting water bills for like $2,000 and $3,000. So it's just like, ain't no way in the world your water should be that high. And then if you can't pay your water bill, they're not going to accept your rent. So therefore you put out, it's just crazy with these new contracts and it's nothing that the people can really do about it because you inside of their buildings. So no water, no house. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's interesting. That's what that Grindel 61's talking about all the time. All of that Agenda 21 and how they're getting into these, herding people into the cities and getting people out of their cars and introducing all this draconian legislation,
Yeah.
i.e. what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, Agenda 21, it's very real, unfortunately, and that's what these puppet presidents are there for, to sign Agenda 21 legislation into it all. And I mean, someone who said, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist." Well, there's your conspiracy, straight in your face, conspiracy right there. 1992, Rio de Janeiro. What do they call it again? The Rio Summit with Maurice Strong and lots of other, in fact, the Prime Minister of Norway then at that time was the one who sold Norway. It was 178 nations that sold out. You know, there was no voting process, no nothing for Agenda 21. Nobody was asked, "Oh, would you like a bit of Agenda 21?" Nobody was asked. There's no, you know, you call it a democracy. I mean, there it is, running in the background, and it certainly ain't no theory. So, and that was in 1992. It was 178 nations. Since then, many more nations have signed on, including Russia, that has gone sustainable as well.
Yes.
You know,
That's a laugh, isn't it?
yeah,
Oh,
freaking sustainable sausage.
yeah, they got sustainable intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
That's the only, when I think of Russia, that's what that picture comes into my mind of all of them Russian missiles being, like, you know, on the back of lorries being, shown with the army marching past Red Square. I just get that picture in my head when I think of Russia.
Hey, Jammer, and speaking of Russia, they just closed one of the embassies right here in Baltimore, Maryland.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the reason why I'm saying it because I didn't even know that you had a Russian embassy.
Yeah, I didn't know that one over there.
Yeah.
That's funny. Wow. You know
That's a
what
bit-
it is? They probably don't want the people from the Russian embassy saying that Putin's full of shit, and no one really believes him, and he's working for the same people that your president's working for, and we're all being
Yes.
screwed. That's probably why they closed it.
I know there's a lot of Russian strippers downtown for a reason.
Yeah, right. Keep the embassy staff happy.
Now I know. Now it all comes together. Because I used to always wonder, like, where you come from, Russia, Yugoslavia, or whatever like that. And we all know how you was getting through because Baltimore City got a city up under it, and that's how it get down. That's just the facts. You know, you can't even Google that. You got to come here and find out.
See, apparently that Phoenix project is being used. The same strategies are being used to upset the Ukrainian state, whereby I can't remember what's exactly. I think part of the country is. Oh, that's it. Part of the country has employed a load of these like neo-Nazis from around the world who are waging war against the rest of the civilian population. And the Russian government doesn't do anything about it. They're sort of supplying the other side with arms so that they can destabilize the Ukraine so that they don't become a political power. They're no match for Russia. That's the thing. And that's the same thing that is happening in the US to Mexico. And that's the same thing that happened in Korea, North Korea and South Korea. And it's the same thing that, well, it all started with Vietnam. This technological, psychological suppression of the population was introduced. This scientific strategy of terrorization and pacification of the mass population. because you know the South Vietnamese people hated the government of their country before the Vietnam War. They had probably had more in common with the North Vietnamese than they did with the South Vietnamese government. That's according to Doug Valentine, which I was like staggered when I heard that. I was like, wow. But it's being implemented on a global scale, so I think it's worth getting hold of that story, see what's going on.
Hey, Jamie, let me ask you a question real quick. What's the real deal with Putin? Are we beefing with him, or is it a fake beef?
It's a fake beef, like just as like the Cold War, fake beef.
He's one of he's just playing a part. He's just playing a part, you know. So
I mean, even the Jonestown. If any of you are familiar with Jim Jones and Jonestown story.
Yeah.
The key thing, one of the key points that Jim Jones used to convince these people to go down to Guyana in South America there, was an imminent threat from the communists in Russia, and the communists are coming to get us. And he convinced these people to go down there, and anyone who's looked into that story knows what happens next.
That's MacArthur, isn't it?
MacArthur? Who's
yeah,
that?
The American president. He was, the communists are going to get us.
Right, yeah.
FBI. I mean, that's where the FBI came from, to investigate the communists. You know, another thing that I found was mad is apparently Lyndon Johnson was set up by the people running the government behind the government, because they got him to take the fall for or take responsibility for Vietnam, but it wasn't really Lyndon Johnson who was responsible for that. So although, you know, because they blamed the assassination on him, but he was just a patsy, really. So that's how deep all this shit is that they set it up. I mean, this is happening, remember folks, this is happening back in 1960. When was Kennedy shot? 66? 65?
63.
63, right. It was happening in 1963. I wasn't even born then. And they got all of this shit going on then. You know, they knew enough about how to do this psychological operation to set Lyndon Johnson up as the patsy for the Vietnam, or to take responsibility for the Vietnam War. But it wasn't him who did it. But the people who arranged it, the mafia and the government, they knew beforehand that when they assassinated Kennedy, that he would step into the place.
Right.
So, it's like what we think we know, we really don't know that much. And that's why these books become important, to figure out really what's happening.
Yeah, so I guess war is really about arms dealership, right? I'm gonna sell you some weapons, you about to raid you. Hey, I'm gonna sell you some weapons because they about to raid you, and then you sit back and watch these two people fight. It's the Hegelian dialectics that has spilled over into the United States.
And really, what's behind it all, though, is a land grab. Because you know, if the population flees the country because there's a war, basically all the land prices plummet. And these people go in and buy up the land, and what they do is they're prepared to wait for 40 years, so that the war is ended within 10 years. Then the population recovers slightly in the next 30 years. So by the time 40 years has come around, the place is booming again, and property prices are sky high. So they can sell it all to the population then, and people pay astronomical sums for their, you know, rabbit hutches that they live in, as you well know. So and or if you can't afford to buy it, then you're going to be paying rent. So you're somebody else's slave to the bank, you know, once removed.
Yeah, because
and that's their plan. That's what they do.
This thing is big business, because it's all about putting the McDonald's on that land. It's all about building a Starbucks on that land. Because you gotta ask yourself the question: why is the construction construction people over there on that land rebuilding. You just blew some shit up, but then you got a contract to rebuild it. See, this is the crazy shit. I'm gonna knock your shit down, but then when I rebuild it, it don't belong to you no more. It's Starbucks now.
Yeah, right. So another thing is that they're getting all this money to rebuild. Like Halliburton gets given like, you know, $100 billion to go and rebuild Iraq, and they don't do it. They just waste the money, or they steal the money basically, because the Iraq hasn't been reconstructed. It's basically been sent back into the Dark Ages.
No doubt.
So it's just, you know, these people are just basically pirates, and they're stealing all the loot. That's what's really going on. Oh, Richard Cheney, everyone's favourite. Was he the vice president, Cheney? I suppose he was.
He was the man.
He was. That was Bush the Lesser.
He was Secretary of State or something.
No, he was.
Foreign relations as well, of course.
Hey, what did you say, David?
He was also Council on Foreign Relations, or
I think they're all members of that. I mean, that seems to be the puppets seem to have to go to become members of the Council on Foreign Relations.
Well, that's one of the groups, yeah.
That's for everybody.
There are many, many more groups I could mention that, but yeah, definitely one of them. And the Trilateral Commission.
Yes, Trilateral Commission.
Yeah, they got a big record.
And all of these different groups that are seemingly separate, for those who haven't looked deeper, all connect behind the scenes and all connect to Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Every single one of them that I know of.
They do. Yes, they do.
Ain't no getting away from it. See, it's a part of you that's going to have to accept this as the new normalization of the new rules and just begin to navigate through it the best way that you can, because if you're not going to pick up no guns and fight back, all you're going to do is talk about fighting back. You're going to have to do some real navigating to survive. So now you may have to push the survival button and let's move forward with that.
You know, I think we're all better off picking up the pen and the book. I think we'll get further with that. You know, because if it comes to picking up the guns, I mean, everyone knows how to pull a trigger.
Right.
You know, it's not difficult, and it's really the last resort as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't want to do that. We would love to talk it out, but you ain't really listening to us. It's just like as long as we on this platform and we not at our town hall talking this same shit. See, that's where we need to go at for 2017. Get to your town hall meetings. Get to where the people that are making the decisions in your immediate towns, and you begin to implement these type of changes, because you've been holding back pretty much for 2-3 years. Now maybe it's the time for us to get outside and go down there and help make the real decisions, because we know what's best for the family by now, right?
Yeah, you know something, that's not a bad idea, but I mean, I don't think it's as simple as just doing that, because obviously, you know.
Well, suggesting, I mean, use all the tools that we know how to use.
Yep.
Get in there and re-manipulate. Get in there and change the code. Get in there and do what we've been studying and preaching and talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what is really going to affect it. Because as long as we're talking to each other, we're preaching to the same choir and the deacons and the preachers. But the people that really need it, that's going to make the real changes, is the people that's making decisions. They don't know your face. They don't know your Google page. They don't know your YouTube. They don't even know you. They don't know nothing about. They don't know what you stand for, because you still on here talking about it.
Yeah, I hear that.
I mean, I ain't saying stop doing this. I'm just saying let's begin to go there.
And then some of us are working on that, though, so you know it takes time.
What I'm saying, Eric, is I've done that. I went out when I first got into this stuff. I went out there and challenged the property tax, what you call over there. We call it the council tax over in the UK. And after that, basically, I got stopped by the police 22 times within 2 years, in 24 months. You know, and it was like, and loads of shit happened. I got loads of paperwork sent to me, and they're still doing it, you know, to suppress me. And it's basically the postal entrainment is a suppression of rebels like me.
It pretty much sends you back home, and I expect that because I even see that here in my city with Parag Muhammad. He's one of the black activists for Baltimore City, and he gets thrown out of the meetings as well. But yeah, because they don't really want to hear the truth because that's coming from a real place that these people can never focus on again because they've been brainwashed by rules of money.
Hmm.
Which is why what I was saying earlier is when we learn to take control of the money, it'll be a lot easier to do then.
Yeah, I said that the other day. Like, let's just stop fooling around and let's get the money because the money is what's going to make the changes. You know what I'm saying? It's about moving your money in the right places where it can make changes because these people deal with money. So you got to go, you got to fight the devil with the devil. Sometimes you got to run with the devil. You know?
Well, money isn't inherently bad.
Right. It's how you use it, man. It's like I said, if you had a GoFundMe to really make changes, to build houses, to really do food, clothing, and shelter, because that's what we all really want, and we know it takes money to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, outside of those that are super spiritual, food, clothing, and shelter. Food, clothing, and shelter is what we really desire. We ain't really asking you for no more than that. See, the thing about it, Jesus said those things will be added to you, but ain't nobody doing no addition. You know what I'm saying? So we can't go with the Jesus addition. We got to go and do it our way.
Well, I mean, people say that money is the root of all evil, but I actually, I'm quite adamant about putting it the other way around. It's evil is the root of all money because it's the middleman that is coming in between you and me. Anybody wants to do a transaction or barter or whatever, it's the middleman coming in. It's not real, never was. Evil is the root of all money. That's my personal opinion. I like it or lump it.
Because I like money. I like
Yeah.
money for because when I have it, I can do what I need to do in the matrix. I understand what's popping off, so I deal with it accordingly. I use it to buy me shit in the matrix because that's all you can do is buy shit with money.
Well, unfortunately, that's the way it is, and well, the way things are, I'm not complaining about having a wad of dosha either, but I wish it didn't have to be that way. You know, the sooner people realise that the government isn't your friend and we remove our support, then the better. So there you go. That's my opinion on that.
You know, it's like I think it's time for us to uncomplicate this lifestyle. Because in some cases,
sorry, Eric, carry on, mate.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say to David, you might be more right than you think that you are, mate, with that quote. That's quite a good quote because the money all comes out of the temple cults, you know, the cults, basically. That's the people that's what I've heard. That is, that's where the money was created.
You know, I'm looking at coin collections. A friend of mine who lives in this area collects coins and sells coins and all this stuff. And yeah, looking at ancient Greek and Roman coins as well. And you know, I'm thinking, oh wow, they were at it all the way back then. And then you've got the Templars coming in as well later on in history. You know, about 900 years ago, whatever.
Well, you know, the money really was, they were a talisman, and they were basically, it was transferred from offerings to the temple or to the priest in order to, I suppose that was a prelude to tithing. This was before tithing was introduced by the church, but it was kind of I don't know, Mesopotamian and Sumerian. That was their, you know, their times, and that's where the money originally came from. They were just offerings to the temples, to the gods, basically. So that's why I say you might be more right than you think. You know, evil is the root of all money, because essentially, I mean, it's turned into greed, isn't it? To take from the people, take from the population, to serve the gods. But really, the priest is the one who benefits from it.
Yeah, like I say, it's the middleman coming in between. If I want to swap an egg for your potato or whatever, here comes the middleman.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I mean, I maintain, it's just my private philosophy, that really money is what is destroying people's empathy and clarity on what the real world is. If you think you can buy the earth, then you're not really interested in the value of the earth and all it has to offer. You know, it's just. But then again, when you start to function in larger societies, that's all very well for very small communities. But when you start to function on a global community, you need a tool like money. So I don't know how to get around it.
Yeah, yeah. No, it is a dilemma, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because obviously, you know, it's no good me trying to sell you my eggs for your oranges or whatever, because that's just impractical because we live so far apart. But
No, but I mean, I'm just imagining we're like next door. We go down to marketplace,
Yeah,
swap spud for egg, whatever. In the old days, people managed like that. You know, some people have a lot of eggs, some people have a lot of spuds, and then swap bartering stuff. They're virtually making that illegal in several places as well, making it difficult for people to have open marketplaces. You try selling anything in an open marketplace without a license and stuff, they're going to come down on you with a heavy hammer.
see, it's funny because I think this is why the founding fathers, the people back in the 1800s, they set the money system up that we're currently using, and they're the people that wrote the Bills of Exchange Act. And what they did was they proved to us in the statute law that the people are the ones to issue the currency. You can never have the government issue its own currency. The people issue the currency, and that's why they require your signature today, because they can't get over that basic point of fundamental law. That is your signature that creates all the funds that the governments operate with, and that's why they always seek your signature on these pieces of paper and into these agreements and contracts. Mortgages and loans and heating bills and lighting bills and all the rest of it. So it's really the banking is the main thing. I think if we can get hold of that, it might change the game a bit.
Actually, here's one for you. Seeing as you mentioned Phoenix, I suddenly remembered that what was it? There's a documentary. I think it's 2 hours and 51 minutes long. The dollar bill, something about the Phoenix in the title, something the Phoenix, the dollar bill. Anyway, in the documentary, I mean, it's kind of a mainstream one, but there are some interesting research points there. A figure called Nicholas Rurik, a Russian guy, another one of these esoterics, along the lines of Blavatsky, really. He also went to Tibet and speaks about Shambhala as did Blavatsky, and how he, what the heck was he doing in the picture? And then this guy called William Wallace. Anyway, for those who are interested in that, you can find it still on YouTube. It's a bit of kind of a mainstream thing, but nevertheless, some interesting stuff right there. And of course, the symbology on the dollar bill, well, it speaks for itself now. Anyone who's used any time at all looking into symbology, you've got your pyramid all seeing light at the top, and etc., etc.
Apparently, they mentioned that Doug Valentine mentions that Phoenix project has something to do with the dollar bill as well, because it's got the Phoenix on there, isn't it?
It's let me see if I can remember. Yeah, it might connect somewhere there. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, Graham V. The usury is just wrong, 100%. I mean, interest on money is just bad news.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Hey.
Knuckles.
We're all here now. That's funny, man. Is that you've got the new year coming up? How long have you got over there, guys?
6, 7 hours.
5:23. Yeah.
5 hours.
Then we get to break out the 155 howitzer.
Yes.
Wow.
So what is that the caliber of it? 155 millimeters.
Yeah, it's a big
Wow.
artillery piece.
Yeah, man. I bet that makes a noise.
Well, it's like Becky was saying, that's redneck New Year's. Or actually, it's
Holy
just
shit.
any time is a good time.
You know what? It's another thing that Doug Valentine was saying is that they're trying to restrict the caliber of the weapons. They're limiting them to 50 cal to be the maximum.
Here in California, you can't have 50 cal. The biggest is it looks like a Barrett Light 50, but it fires a .468 something.
That's quite small, isn't it? 0.468.
Well, they made it
No.
just so it'd be legal.
So, like, I mean, the British military,
the metric translation is 12.7.
What, millimeters? Oh, right,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, that's big then, yeah. 12 mil, yeah, that's a big. So, like, they in the military over here, their standard round is 0.762.
Oh yeah, the NATO. That's all part of NATO. They standardized because the British had 303, we had 30-06. Germany had 8mm, and yeah, it makes war more efficient that way, I guess.
No, they can just pass the bullets around to each other and
Yeah.
pretend like they don't come from each other, and so we can just, yeah, man, for real.
Well, actually, he was saying that it's the restriction on the caliber of the weapons means that the population can't defend against the might of the government.
It sure does.
Because we need. I mean, if you've only got 50 cal, those
they
armored
limit
carriers now.
They limit your ability to. You can't have armored vehicles. You can't have, shit. You can't have shit. You can't have a grenade. You can't have a fucking. You know what I mean?
You can't have armored.
You can't even know how to make things.
Tank tracks.
Well,
you have to have wheels. That's
Well,
why
fucking on the list for that.
Well, you can. You just got to go through a lot of rigmarole to do it. It's
No, they're saying that all the police chiefs have been. There was a resolution sent out by Obama recently saying that none of the police offices are allowed to have tank tracks on their armored vehicles. They have to have wheels because it's against the Geneva Convention.
Big deal. Really? So they don't ruin their own streets.
I know, man. Tell me about it. I thought it was funny when you said that.
We can't even. There's nothing we have that breaks those tires.
But basically, I think what it means is that they can't have. I don't know what the latest U.S. military tank is, but like you can't have a cheaper tank.
It's
any tank. It's so scary, man.
But
Really,
that's the
because
problem is that they would buy them. The police forces would buy
it
this
used to be a posse comitatus where you couldn't even militarize the police. You couldn't be too much of a militarized presence.
Well, that's what the problem is that all the police have been accused by the public and even the councils saying that, I think it's the councils doing it.
Yeah, they're militarized. Man.
They're more like a military than a police force.
Yeah, they're not nice to the people anymore. There's no politeness. They're just like grunt, kind of weird.
Well, here the federal government only trusts state and local police to a certain degree. They don't let them just have anything they want because they don't trust them either. I mean,
right.
Yeah, right. They do what they tell them to do. They don't not trust them. That's all bullshit, man. Government pays your paycheck. You're doing what they tell you to do. That's just the end of the line.
The last round of legislation passed here in California, a lot of it was against law enforcement too, i.e. state and local. With the magazines and what they call assault rifles and all that, they're hammering them here too.
It's not that they're hammering them. No, they're saying, look, we can do it to them, so of course we can do it to you, and then they play dead and follow right along with it. See, we all pay attention to that, and we all follow suit, dude. It's all fucking scam, dude.
I think Graham.
But that's used to consent to it.
So some cops don't like it. Yeah, some cops squeak about it. Yeah, but guess what? Their bosses laid down. Obviously, look what the fuck happened.
I think some of the local police forces, if they're a big operation though, they might become a regional power that the federal government couldn't control if they had too much firepower. So that might be a reason.
Well,
I mean, I don't
it's
know.
already controlled. I don't know. You know, they just don't want any factions coming up against them.
Like when they were having the.
But it's all psyop, man. Cops lay down, so we lay down. They still have all kinds of crazy shit, man. Are you kidding?
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying. Yeah, I agree, but I think that you know, if you
They've
had
got sound weapons and all kinds of shit. It's above our pay grade, man. Like,
but
really.
I think if you had a group of police stations across the US,
They
I
need a
mean,
gun
you had
for
about 1,000 of them, all
They
had
just melt your brain.
significant firepower. It might present a serious problem to the federal government, and they could actually lose control. So,
What are you talking about? Are you kidding? They just fucking throw some white phosphorus over the building. Are you kidding? You don't own that. Yeah,
but
man.
remember
They got a Scud missile for you.
The police forces.
Are you in the water? They got a nuclear submarine. What's up? Yeah,
You know,
we don't have any of that, man.
Yeah, but it wouldn't take too much to
They're
stop.
not worried about us. Trust me, dude. About some random ass shotguns and some bigger ass caliber weapons that are really at all.
I'm just
they hope for it. They're like, please, nigga, I wish you would.
What do you mean? Get armed? You mean?
Yeah, it's a joke, dude. The cops are just laying down and see, follow suit, follow the leader, do what they do. They're stronger than you, and they have to do it. So do you. It's all about conditioning and fucking teaching you a fucked up rationale, dude. Lay down, take it up the ass. Watch the cops do it. Watch everybody do it. Watch the biggest states do it first. Oh, watch the most popular states do it. This is what happens every time. I'm not saying this is gonna happen.
Yes.
This is what's been happening. We're already beyond what, you know. Watch the vaccine issue. Oh, watch it become one day mandatory. Watch it happen in all the biggest states first. You know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah, that's happened in the last 10 years, that one as well. That's unbelievable.
It's all a joke, dude. They lay down. Oh, well, the nurses do it. They lay down. Now everybody has to do it, you know. Now they took the exemptions for everyone away since the nurses didn't even fight it hardly. They wanted to keep their stupid jobs. So instead of fucking quitting, they wanted to keep their stupid fucking jobs and take the shot. And they fucking bow down. Well, now you get your cancer, dude. Fuck it. See you in 20 years and you got your shit starts to fucking come up on you unless you get sick earlier because you can't keep your pH right during your life. Enjoy that, but it's definitely coming in 20, so. Oh, what do you mean? The vaccine saved lives. No, what about the Cutter incident? You know, all the pictures everybody's looking at when they see all the babies on iron lungs and they're like, oh man, we don't want that to happen again. That's from the vaccines. That wasn't because of some natural polio. Those pictures you guys are looking at, yeah, that's crazy. I didn't realize how much, more fucked up it really is than I already thought.
So the pictures tell the truth, huh?
Yeah, this ain't a joke. Well, the pictures told a lie. What happened was the picture said, this is what could happen if you don't vaccinate. But that's actually what happened when they did vaccinate. See, those were vaccine-injured fucking kids with the polio myelitis or whatever. Yeah, man. No, it's going to cure it. No, that's causing it. Shit. And then, oh, well, that's the only incident. One other incident can you name? What about the SB40 incident? What was that, 100 million people got cancer from the SB40 vaccine? That's only a whoopsie daisy. That's only a third of the whole entire population today. Whatever. How's that matter? I don't know. Government said it was safe. Fuck it. Well, now they're forcing them on you. Fuck it. You guys knuckle under. Take it up the ass. Seriously, I'm just fucking collecting buckshot.
Yeah, it just drive you crazy in the end, man. I've been you can't get it all out.
The sky is falling. Motherfuckers are like, ha 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 ha.
You know, in the films when those there's some films they show, if you can sort of kind of picture it in your mind, you just see a guy's head and it's like there's a black dark background and the guy opens his mouth and all his light flies out of the front of it. That's us with the truth, isn't it? It's like, when you're trying to explain to people the terrible shit that's going on, it's just this big roar, you know, roar of, I don't know, spiritual sounds coming out your mouth.
The horns.
Yeah.
Trumpets.
Is it? Yeah. I think that people see, you know, like when they do that film Jacob's Ladder, when they've got that guy shaking his head, I think that's what people perceive the truth as. You know, when we're saying about all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Be a fuck by the doctors are against you, you know. The police are working against you.
Or they just jump right out and bite you right in the fucking face. I'm trying to help you.
Got an echo going on.
Yeah, Dud's figuring it out. Did we lose somebody?
Yeah, who just left? David just left.
Yeah, David.
Need to vaccinate the elite. Yeah, we'll do that, Blunt. We should test out all those vaccines on them first.
What we really need to do is figure out why everyone's accepting an antibody response as an efficacy result for vaccines.
Oh yeah, that dude from yesterday.
And that blow your fucking mind, dude? When it's like, oh wait, are those anti-globulin, whatever the fuck you call them, people cannot, no matter what, produce antibodies. They heal from our diseases and shit just like we do. So how are antibodies a precursor to an efficacy of anything? Something else is going on there. Some other mechanism at play is supposed to be where the test is, but it's some dude made all this money off these antibody tests. All this shit is fake, man. HIV, AIDS is fake, dude.
You know, like when they get those vaccines,
they are killing you with the meds. It's a chemical poisoning that's happening. You can get it from fucking glyphosate, bro. You get AIDS. You can get fucked up from glyphosate. That was in one of the pathologies to whatever papers that Anthony Semsel wrote too. I read that. It was like some damaged DNA. They were calling it HIV. Fucking, it was weird. But it's the same thing though. But not the AIDS or HIV, but the AIDS, the auto acquired immune deficiency syndrome. There, it's acquired. I mean, it's acquired through chemicals.
What was the HIV again, Graham?
It's not even sexually transmitted. I remember when I told you guys my mom was married to her husband for like 15, 20 years, whatever, 17 years, some shit. And they never practiced safe sex. My mom was HIV positive, and he was always negative no matter what. He tested every year, always negative. Never could get it. Like he was trying. Remember, I got in a car accident, blah, 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 blood all over from me and my mom, and I don't have it. It should have been. It was everywhere, man. It was all in. We were all through windshields and shit. Should have been. But nope. You don't get it. I couldn't catch it. No, you can't just catch that. It's
that was
like,
a good show.
You get that from your mother.
That was a
Breast milk.
brilliant show.
It's not even deadly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
I was
Somebody
impressed
shut me
with that. I didn't even know that. And it's like, what? And when you showed that on your show, that was like really good. An eye-opener. So, brilliant.
There's so much going on to this. Once we figure out when somebody, I was pointed in the direction. I don't know how. I don't think anybody pointed me. I was just doing some research or whatever. But thank you if somebody did. But it was the pleomorphism discoveries from Anton Beauchamp. Once I figured that out with the difference between the germ theory and the terrain theory, I was like blown away. Holy shit. That's all the puzzle pieces that we're missing. That's why they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're disconnected. It's like particle physics. Same thing. I think that's why Tesla was like, it's a sickness, a plague on humanity, because it's like a disease way of thinking and particle physics. Everything's separated. And then you have these removing cause and effect sort of issues going on because you don't understand their connection.
You know, that was a brilliant video you showed today as well, Graham. That they show you how a star is formed. I was like, that was mind blowing. That was.
Well, you know, it's just a theory, but it's the only one so
I
far
think it's quite a good
that can
theory. You know,
accommodate for all the observations, magnetic and electrical anomalies. For all of those things, it's the only theory. Except the standard model won't accept it because it's too big to fail, and it's being supported by fucking poop.
But when I saw that bit about the star being formed, I thought of because you were saying about it's fractal, everything's fractal in nature.
Mm-hmm.
And what I thought of is, you know, when they say when the observer looks at an object, it affects the object being looked at to the observer. And I was applying that to a star.
I don't believe that, man. I really don't believe that so much as people are like, oh, that's why the wave particle duality. No, it's not that at all. It's more easily explained, better explained. I'm saying not easily explained, but it's better explained through the way Kenneth Wheeler approaches it. But he uses, you know, multiple ideas of others at once that actually do combine to make the transverse pulsating coaxial circuit, which is of light. You know, I don't, you know, do it justice trying to explain it my way, but he drew it out and you could see what it is. He used a fucking laser and a pin to do the same what is it, pattern on the wall, displacement pattern, as the slits experiment, proving that it's not bouncing off the walls, and it's not because of particles at all, that it is actually field commensurabilities or field, you know, canceling each other out, disturbances in the waves, almost like fluid dynamics in a way. So yeah, it's a pulse. I fucking forget exactly how.
It's a bit over my head, mate, to be honest.
Transverse electric, you know, transverse dielectric pulse, something similar to that, but because, you know, it's already connected to the other end, you know.
So, I mean, are they saying that?
That was horrible.
See, what I was trying to get at was that I wonder whether the existence of the planets causes the formation of the sun, because the electric fields are connected. See, when he said that there's interplanetary electric fields connecting all the planets together, that was kind of mind-blowing as well.
Well, no, what it is when the current, the electric current gets too stretched out, it just makes a Z-pinch. We see it all the time. That's why we have to put spacers in power lines, because they would actually do that. If power lines are too close together, I mean, depending on which way the current's flowing, they magnetically attract and be sucked into each other and bow. So we have to put spacers on them all the time out in the field, you know, high voltage power lines, the top ones, the unlimited amperage, because that shit is magnetic, and that it tries to do a Z pinch and pinch to the middle. That's what that's doing in the free current of plasma. So it really is a very normal thing to be expected to make stars. Actually, in the electric universe model, it is.
Yeah, it seems to make.
And they would be just about everywhere that they are too.
The way that they showed it was much more logical, that explanation, than what we've been told in the past. That's for sure.
Exactly. Oh yeah, for sure. You know, long filaments of electricity, Birkeland currents, right? Long filaments.
Right. Yeah. No, that it actually makes sense now. But you need to interpret or reinterpret what that means, because that sounds that's too defined for people to understand what you mean by. Say that again. I say interplanetary electric currents. You're saying Birkeland currents.
Well, yeah, because Dr. Christian Birkeland is the man who discovered them first.
Right.
The interplanetary, you know, so we call them Birkeland currents out of respect, because they try to change the name to some guy who came along 60 years later or some shit, and throw Birkeland out like no, we're not going to let you do that in Thunderbolts, you know. Because, you know, it's not. You
know, from a brand new student point of view, from where I'm coming from to this material, I find it a little bit, well, I find it a lot distracting. In fact, it basically kills any of the information being transmitted across to people like me, or as a brand new student.
Does it? Yeah.
Because they changed the name. They've used his name to describe a particular action that's happening in the cosmos, and now you've lost the information of what would attract.
No. They have long presentations to explain to you the mechanisms of a Birkeland current before they get into using the word Birkeland current. So
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, you got to take a look at these thunderbolts. Like you first start from the beginning, you know, and watch the beginning videos. They call it beginner's guide. Right there, they have a playlist on their thing. It's a beginner's guide.
I haven't been over there yet, as you probably understand that now after that question.
That's okay, but yeah, you know you're interested. Shit, you talk about it with me a lot. So, and I've actually made you watch the other videos. I mean, shit.
I've seen some of it, but you know, like because
you got to watch the beginner's guide. I know you've seen the advanced shit already.
It's because I have got too much noise going on around me at the moment, and that's what I'm dealing with. That's why I can't, like I said to you before, I can't really take on too much deep level data anymore.
Right. I love the way they do it, though. That's why I'm attracted to it so much. They make it visually easy to understand with good illustration and explanations. And when they say something's not right, they explain in full detail why that something isn't right. They don't just say, "Oh, theory of relativity is garbage. Listen to my cool stuff." You know what I mean? They're like, you know, they write papers about this shit that's, you know, published and everything. And of course, they're going to have the critics come and try their damnedest to do debunking. And they'll attack personally saying, "Oh, he's just a gardener." Right. Go tell him, go see if his math is correct. But you better know the Schrodinger, I can't even say it fucking shit, you know, equation first. Just like his professor, you know, said, "Oh, he failed it, redacted or pulled his paper or whatever," because he didn't even understand the Schrodinger. I never can say it right. So, you know, he didn't understand what he was doing. It was over his fucking head. So I'm just saying, you know, basically.
I like that. What's that guy that you put on afterwards? His name again?
Yeah, shut up.
You know, the
Schwarzenegger.
No, not him. The laser pen guy.
Got my goggles on.
I like his quote about Tesla. You're talking about Einstein.
Einstein.
That's funny. He calls Einstein an idiot wearing purple robes.
Oh yeah, Theory of Pocket or Kenneth Wheeler.
Yeah, that's it. Kenneth Wheeler.
Yeah, man, that guy is.
That's fun. We need to spread that around, folks.
He's a guy like.
You never say he's good. You got to say
he's that guy that you just bring Tesla with you everywhere you go.
Tesla quoted him as saying, "Einstein is the idiot who wears the purple robe." That's a good put down, isn't it?
Yeah, fucking Tesla gave it to him, man.
Yeah. Tesla called him a fool.
What's that? I want to see that book that he was talking about. This book that he says is like 6 inches thick. It's got all kinds of insults to Einstein on it in full detail, explaining why he's in, you know, what he's done, why he's a crook, you know, whose work he's plagiarized, you know, why his wife was even smarter than him, all kinds of shit. I've heard all kinds of crazy shit, you know. Back then, if your wife was even smarter than you, then oh my goodness. Oh.
I think he means. I mean, what he's saying there is that is he a Vatican guy then? Einstein, or is he talking about the royals? He's being funded by the royals or something.
Oh yeah, he's for sure. Purple robes, that's royal. He's saying bought and paid for, you know. He's saying conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? He's
the royals, I suppose, isn't it?
He's pointing at a conspiracy for sure, trying not to say. He's talking in code, you know. Purple robes.
Paid for by the man.
What's up, Eric?
What's going on, man?
He was the white Uncle Tom then, really, isn't he? I mean, that's who he is. White people have got their own Uncle Toms. There's quite a lot of them as well. There is, man.
That's funny.
What do you think Christianity is?
Yeah.
Selling us out to the Jews all the time. Ooh, burn! I know I just insulted 70% of the panel. I love you guys, man. I didn't mean that.
I missed it, man. How did you insult us?
I don't know.
I wasn't even listening to that part. I was watching Clemson game.
Maybe not this panel, but I mean some panels. At least 70%. And
I'm not even. Well, yeah. I could claim the black Jew.
yeah, that'd be just silly. You're right.
Broken Robot says that his wife is smarter than him.
I said that's what Christianity is, a bunch of Uncle Toms to the people. Not just any color people, but to all the people. Selling us out to the Jews, the chosen ones. They have to protect them, right? We got to have Zionism. We have to protect Jews and have this Israel state, and it's all bullshit, man. Why? For what? So some other wizard messiah who isn't your God come down and rule the planet, because that's what the Jews want. Some wizard dude come down on a spaceship from fucking, wherever the Messiah comes from. You're gonna rule the planet from the Temple Mound. Like he needs to be like standing on the Temple Mound only to do.
I just had a great idea, man. What we should do, Graham, is we should help you build your spaceship so you can land in Israel and be the Messiah.
Yeah, I'm like, shalom, motherfuckers. You guys got it all wrong. Who told you to Sabbath? Oh, you fucking dummies.
You'll have to grow your beard, you know.
I'm so angry with you. I told you it was Friday only, no Saturday. Oh, shit, stupid.
I think Israel is used just to keep the West distracted.
Holy shekels.
Man. It's hard to find an ashtray around this motherfucker.
Oh, did you guys think I said I was going to come back and rule? No. I said eat. I was going to come back and eat food. Gruel. My sugar now. What are you, crazy?
Reba, where did you come up with the Cornholio video?
That's Beavis and Butthead.
I know who it is. Where did you get it?
I found it somewhere on the internet. I don't remember actually where I got it.
Some corner.
It's been a long time. I don't think I've seen that video of it.
That's one somebody's made, but it's hilarious.
I'll be honest, I didn't click on it. Scroll on past that one.
Well, you got to like that kind of stuff, I guess. So.
I think I sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, but
it's hit or
last
miss.
night it was just freaking hilarious. So.
Sometimes I feel guilty for all the time I wasted on the couch, and sometimes I don't. It's like, holy fuck! Oh my god, that brings back memories of nothing, sitting on being a potato for like a year.
Yeah, man, that's
solid.
Well said,
Yeah,
very well said.
We've all been there.
It's like when you're watching that shit, there must be something better I can be doing. You have to see what happens next. Then they're not even moving now. Their jaws just going up and down.
Yeah,
that shit's so predictable though. I mean,
well, when you watch other people be dumb, by default you just start becoming dumb. You got to stop.
Yeah.
You got to back up. If you watch people be smart, you're just going to be more. It's just like you play better pool with better pool players and shit. You know how it works.
yeah.
Billiards. Unless they're just so much better than you that you're like, fuck you. Can I get one shot after the break? I mean, damn.
I know I've seen a lot of games happen like that. Yeah. Fuck.
Clean them up. I've had a couple in my lifetime, and not too many. Want to play for money?
Oh, if only I'd known all of this knowledge now before I started watching television, I'd have missed watching television. Or rather, you know, I wouldn't have had to watch television. I would have known.
I almost like, you know, I absorbed almost just enough television. I think you need a little bit of it so you have something to weigh. Like, oh, look at that, all the bullshit they sold you. You wouldn't even know they were selling you bullshit if you didn't look.
What you watching on TV? Now,
look at the bright side.
Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I watch TV and I eat meat. So what?
And what? And I'll drink a motherfucking Coca-Cola too.
If I need to, I'll go with the A&W root beer.
Yeah, but
well, that's actually probably better for you than Coca-Cola.
In the UK, the advertisers got so sophisticated that the advertisers, you know, the actual advertisements became more interesting than the fucking films you were watching.
well, guess what? When did E.T. became a fucking Coca-Cola commercial before you knew it, didn't it? It was. I was like, damn, I didn't realize it. I was watching an ad the whole time. That wasn't even a movie.
Yeah, that's it. That's right.
I was so thirsty for Coca-Cola during the movie. I think they were hitting me with those, you know, drink Coke, blink, 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 subliminal messages.
It's like I remember a scene off of the movie Signs, where they're in the bookstore, or no, they're in the they're in one of them stores, and they're covering the UFO shit, and he's like, "That's so however many cola commercial that's been on. That's what it's about. They're selling soda."
I know. Lately, I've seen a lot of that shit. At first, I started noticing Budweiser in movies. Yeah. I was thinking, damn, because I know normally I noticed when I was younger, I noticed it was none of that shit. It was like covered the cans, or they were some old, you know, Babst Poo Ribbon or something, you know, way off the market names and shit, or lookalikes almost, but nothing real. Then it just started coming up. Maybe, or I don't know, man. Shit. Maybe it's just the way I saw my movies in order.
Some cases, these things are just natural, because when we was children, I know at least when I was coming up, I used subliminal messages, manipulation, power of suggestion. I used all of these tactics to get what I wanted, to get what I needed, especially if I wanted a special girl. Oh, of course.
You didn't have subliminal message. You weren't like, I mean, the kind we're talking about is like every 100 flips of the screen, one of them's like fucking cock and balls. Or, you know, or Coca-Cola, or, you know, some shit. But that's different. But, you know, I'm not saying like going up next to your girlfriend going, you know, you want it tonight. Right. And she's like, what? And I was like,
yeah, that's so true. They put that in the Coca-Cola commercials, don't they? That's so funny. All that sexual subliminal messaging.
That shit come from us, man, and they just maximize it to get gain that we never had interest in.
You know, it's much more sinister than you might think. Actually, I mean, we're laughing about it, but they're using sex to sell their dark poison drink.
Yeah, you're not kidding, man. Shit, that's basically why we're like, you know, about it.
I mean, you know, Tesco's, for example, is a massive supermarket over here, a bit like Walmart. They put bread, you know, this sliced bread in the plastic bags. They put that in a picture and they surround it with fruit and vegetables. Yeah. But the only thing that's not natural in that picture is the bread.
The bread.
And they make it look as though it's a natural food, but it's not.
Oh my God.
It doesn't grow in nature, but they use nature to sell it to the public. And because nature's got that, you know, pre-programmed, I mean, this is subconscious mind color system going on, so that you know what you can eat and what you can't eat, even without having to read English. you know, that's what they're using against
You're
me.
right.
There's no resistance to it, and that's
Going
why
right into your code there.
chocolate and crisps and all of that nasty shit that you eat, you can't resist it. You don't think about it. You pick it up, put it in the basket, because your instinctual natural mind is saying that's a banana, that's an orange, that's an apple, that's plums, that's strawberries. But none of it's all, any of them things. It's all GMOs, and that's what's wrapped in plastic. So there is some serious dark shit going on with that.
Not to mention the BPA in the plastic.
Well, that's just shit, isn't it? I mean, well, actually, apparently, this Doug Valentine was saying that BPA plastic was designed and created by the DuPont family.
Well, yeah.
Because they were the people that introduced, or they control the nylon global market in nylon. They control it. So it's wow, yeah, it's some heavy shit with all of that color symbology that they use in all their advertisements and all their films, and like you say, you know, the sacred symbolism, the Vesica Pisces, which they always wrap their work. I think that's what Budweiser uses, isn't it? They wrap Budweiser in that Vesica Pisces around the can.
Right. See, the weird thing is, right, I would say 30% of them, or they, know how we feel about the shit. They know how we feel about hoax. They know how we feel about a whole lot of shit, because the Brian Williams thing came out and proved how they responded to hoax. So they've been watching and listening to Little Asian plane when that crashed, and they talked about it being a hoax and planes being missing when we had the plane thing moving. It's like these people don't care that we know, like Grim said, they don't care if you want to pull your little pistol out and shoot back. Like I said, they got missiles they can send and blow your ass the fuck up. They don't really care about any of this shit that we talk about. Oh, you ain't gonna get no vaccine. You know what? They don't really care if you don't get vaccinated. They got some other shit for your ass. So why should we care about them? Why should we continue to study them in 2017? You know, I think I'm making a commission now to just give up on all of that bullshit and just live Surrey Nostradam best life that I can live. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta stick me first when it comes to a vaccine. You know what I'm saying? It's do or die. So it's like we at the point or that level now where fear is no more. It cannot occupy the same space with the knowledge that we contain now. You know what I'm saying? It's no more time to be scared and fearful. You know what I'm saying? Either we're going to be warriors or we're going to keep worrying. You know what I mean? So solidify your own shit at your own house and continue to grow within and be a better person to your neighbor. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how you treat me, not about what we talk about. Now I smoke on that one.
I was laughing in the kitchen. I had to go and make a cup of tea, Eric. I was listening. You can't give up, mate. Even though you say that you want to, you won't be able to.
I ain't giving up. I'm giving in to me. You know, I'm just gonna leave the bullshit alone. You know what I'm saying? For one thing, right? The electric universe is one of the most beautiful things that was introduced to me, because as a child, I ain't have no Bill Nye the Science Guy. But now that I got one, I'm fucking taking advantage of that shit. And then I bring that shit home to me. What's electrifying about me? You know what I'm saying? What's electrifying about my thinking? What's electrifying about the universe or the you and I verse that I'm creating in my community? How can I affect the people outside with this information that I'm getting inside? You know, what kind of real changes can I make just for the guy across the street? I mean, I ain't really got to go too far.
I can't even speak to the guy across the street.
Yeah, in some cases it's like that.
That's Horace Mann did that from 1735, overlooking a group of working a building site. Jotted this little note down in his notebook: "We must find a way to break the bonds of association between working men." In the 1700s, he wrote that. You know, that's coming from John Taylor Gatto. That's like, wow, you know. And haven't they done a bang-up job of that? You know, with the union, and they crushed the unions.
Yeah.
That was the DuPonts who were involved in that as well.
Yeah.
They used Henry Ford's model, and they implemented that across the United States.
Mhm.
And they basically sent gangs out to kill all the union leaders, all the people that were standing up and speaking on behalf of the people to demand better conditions. They were taken out, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that it's really when you're ready to, you know, when people are ready to get up and stand up, they will. You know, but I think the testament that it's not much is happening is it just shows you how much pressure everyone is under. You know, there's only a few people that are wealthy that are able to stand up and make any significant impact on really what's going on. And I suppose the person that springs to mind I think of is Michael Murphy from, you know, talking about the chemtrail thing that's going on. But you know, I've heard people say that he's a dodgy guy and he's part of the control system, so I don't know. But he said a lot of stuff that is correct, you know, about what's going on, and he seems to know actually more than I do about the chemtrails. But you know, I think if more people had the resources and capacity to stand up and say things against the system, I think they would.
Well, you know, we're kind of doing that now. You know, talking on here. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they don't even like that.
That's the first step.
They don't like this conversation being heard and being spoken about. They don't want this kind of connection between people.
Don't.
That's the, you know, that's like I say, that quote, you know, how do we break the bonds of association between not just working men, but any men, you know, any man and woman across the planet. I mean, they even want to divide the man and the woman, you know. Even though there's a natural divide there, they want to divide it so that, you know, you can't get together. You won't be having kids anymore. The women will be artificially inseminated by machines. So the men will never be able to have sex again. Look, your willies will be unemployed, basically, guys.
It's like that one movie I watched. You know, that's how they started genetically engineering them to have no emotions. So they didn't even desire that. So yeah.
Real talk, family. This right here is classism conversation, right? We have the conversation. They put us in the class. They just know what to say. What building number 14? Building number 15. But you smart motherfuckers. I'm gonna put you over there. Trust me. It's all data mining. They love the idea that we're together. They love the idea that we sharing this shit. Just so when they want to introduce robotics, they already got all your information to put in the robot.
They had that anyway. I mean, if you go to the doctor and things like that, if you go to any store, you know.
They love to cut you off and watch you come back on in 5 minutes. Why do you think they gave you 5 minutes? They love to have your mic muted and then watch you complain about it, but yet still log back on.
That's why you don't even mention it. You know,
you continue. They love it all. They don't hate none of it. This is their plan that we do this.
Wasn't their plan for me to find out all the shit I found out? Guaranteed.
No,
it wasn't.
Say it. They weren't. Yeah, they glad you breaking out with it because now they know where to put everybody at. If it ever come a lineup day, you'll know what room you in. You wonder why you on the 5th floor or why you on the 6th floor.
Oh, I won't care. I won't be on anybody's floor. Lineup day.
Yeah, right. I do agree.
That's when there better be some brave motherfuckers coming to my door.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do agree with what Grim just said, Eric, is that basically I think they made a mistake with the internet and they've let the cat out the bag. I think that's the main thing, really.
I found out way too much, and I got a lot of info out to other people. Show them where to look for it instead of fucking making them hunt on their own and start through all the bullshit. Show them right where to look.
Yeah, it's good actually. We need more people doing that because it's definitely harder today for the new generations coming up, new truthers coming up, to find the information that we first had, you know, because when I first came on here, it was just easy to just jump from video to video. You know, my mind was blown every video.
Yeah. There wasn't as many as there is now.
Well, there's so much disinformation, misinformation out there.
Yeah, there wasn't as much misinformation, you know, that's the thing.
Right.
It was more an ignorance and a sort, you know, it was just the knowledge or the truth was in its infancy at that point. It wasn't seasoned.
And then somebody else gonna come out with something else.
I think we, you know, the long term has become a bit seasoned now in the truth, you know. I mean, you're probably ahead of the curve, Grim, but for most people, I think there's kind of a consensus forming. I think that's why tonight it's interesting because Foxy showed the video of, you know, they had it on the BBC showing it worldwide, London, New York, Paris, Australia. You know, and they got the sub, and it's apparently bigger than it's ever been this year with all the fireworks going off and the distractions.
Yeah.
So I think we are having a big impact.
Trust me. I mean, you got to think about it, right? Google worked for the man. So Google and YouTube are the most happiest people right now on this planet. The owners of Google and YouTube is making mad money because streaming is money.
You know that's none of that's real, right?
When you go live, trust me, ain't nobody mad or sad. They happy.
It's all government.
Yeah,
it was always government. It never was.
They want to see
Google.
the background. They want to see if you
G stands for government.
Yeah, come on, y'all.
Google. Yeah.
We know better. We know better. So being that you know better, you should be able to do better.
Yeah, it was actually the Google logo was very tricky the way they did it. The color schemes, you know, it was the government behind it all the time.
Of course. I mean, I don't know if they need to have a specific color scheme to be the government, but
yeah, but believe me, when you start getting into language, you start seeing a whole new level of communication going on underneath, and that's the one thing that the government masters at.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't always put all my eggs in that basket, right? Because a lot of times it's just black and white. It's still government.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They don't always have appease the color scheme. Sometimes they'll step out of the box just to throw you off. Hey, make you think it ain't them. Look, not us. Different color. What are the rules? They don't have rules that they have to abide by. You know what I'm saying? I caught myself thinking that, you know, oh, I'll know because it'll code down to 33. No, it won't. They don't all do that. That's just, you know, that's a fucking lead to chase. Follow that lead, and then you can cancel stuff out that doesn't need to be canceled out because you think that it's all about that. And only some things are about that. You know what I mean? Particular things.
Well, the biggest problem I see today for the people that are starting now, or they're starting in misinformation and hitting even more disinformation afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
Just reinforcing the misinformation they had before.
The radars get all blown up right away and they don't even know. Then you try to show them something real and they're like, no way. Because black holes do exist.
Right.
So, well, how do you know that? What made you come to that conclusion? Okay, they don't even know like who the people are who gave them the idea. Like, well, then just don't argue it then. It's okay not to know. It's better not to know than say, yeah, I know. And then you just don't know.
Well, I grew up I drove the teachers nuts. They just kept asking why. I never got an answer. I would always end up at a dead end. And that's when I kind of learned.
Where does light go when you shut it off?
They couldn't shut me up. They could, I'd get to the end of why, and there'd be always another question. Why? I'd drive them nuts because they would never know the answer at the end. And it usually would end up, talking about space or sun or because they didn't know. And I loved it. I loved catching them in that corner. But I only got to do it for a couple years after I got out of a private school, and then I went to an elementary. But the elementary dogma finally took over. But I always retained that little bit of private school that I started with, which was excellent because we weren't treated like Pavlov's dogs. So that was a big thing in our school. I noticed the difference.
You know what you said just then, Grim. I think that's a prerequisite to becoming a truther, or say becoming a truther, or to finding out the truth. Is that you just say what you don't know. If you don't know something, it's just to say that, well, I don't know it, and to be okay with that, and that leads you to all the other information.
Like I said, there's so much disinformation out there. There's no way anybody could even match what you and I and who we're talking to tonight have seen gone through.
Yeah.
And how that's been twisted now. I mean, you just even try a search on some of this stuff, on an other computer, not your own, that's pre-programmed for you. And you will get some serious different results. I mean, you'll like be in page 25 before you find what you were looking for.
If you can even get to page 25 on Google now.
Oh, right. I mean, they almost
start to
page
search
4.
it.
Right.
If you start to search through the things, what will happen is you'll get to page 9 and it will say there's 75 pages to go. You click page 10 and then it says 11 is last page. You click 11 and that's it. It won't go any further. So they make it seem as though there's a lot to see, but in the UK that's what they're doing.
Oh, they're doing it here too. Believe you me, it's the exact same here.
So it's I think the control system, the more the time goes on, the more harder it will get to for new people to try and obtain this level of information.
Oh, I think they've got us in these little circles. And like I've been telling you, our circle seems to be about a maximum of 20K people that could, that would see us before it got filtered, before it got beyond our bubble.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's interesting.
And if you look at Google and how they first started, they actually showed you the bubbles and, the circles, as they call them, of people that you're in. Now, Foxy, or one of you in this group, has a huge number. At one point, I thought one of you guys had like over 20K. Am I wrong?
Probably did, actually.
On the YouTube?
I don't know if it was YouTube or Google Plus. One of the two.
No, I ain't got that many. 2,000 something.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got 2,000.
They started censoring. It's funny what you said. Somebody said earlier. I think it was you, Eric, saying that they give you 5 minutes to get you on there and then turn it off. Well, they did a similar thing with me on Google Plus. When I joined Google Plus, I had 100,000 views like in about 3 days, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. And that is actually what got me to stay using Google Plus, because otherwise I wouldn't have bothered. Because if you remember, I wouldn't come on it. I didn't want that shit on my computer, but I couldn't resist anymore, so I'm in. But since I joined, all the figures have gone back down. They've just been censored off the board.
They get you hooked on views.
So yeah, exactly. Views seems to be like, well, it's not, there is something to it because it's a mass communication. It means that spiritually you're reaching a mass audience, which is what your spirit wants to do, to express itself to as many people as possible. So it, like sex, we all want sex. I mean, we're all driven by that on a subconscious level, instinctual level. It's the same kind of thing, and that's what these people.
It's not natural, though. It's not natural. It's controlled by the machine.
Right. So these people are masters at tapping into, you know, substituting the natural worlds for their artificial worlds, and they use many different methods to do it. And even a thumbs up or view count, it seems to be able to do that to us as well.
They count all of the views. They count the thumbs up, the thumbs down. If you look at your analytics, it's got everything in there about what you do.
Yes, I've only looked at mine once in the last year. The YouTube. So yeah, but they break it down in every category you could think of. So
It's the whole program, and they pretty much let you know what the contract is all about. If you can monetize PayPal, it's got everything set up for you. If you want to really get in there and sign a real blood contract with these companies. So like I always say, you can say all of this, the white man is the devil or whatever like that. You can call him whatever, but if you logging on to YouTube or Google, you work for that white man. So I guess a lot of black people don't really like when I go there, but it's just the truth. It's just the truth. You got to stop saying that you hate somebody that you work for. Burn. Yeah, sure enough, you know. If you're on here, you work, you got a job, you got a contract with them. They got terms and agreements even before you can get on a hangout. You got to click that check box. Come on, y'all. It's a real contract. So you gave away all your rights to be looked at, checked out, and everything. You gave up all your rights. And if they're dealing with a third party or a fourth party, your shit has already been sold. They probably got your stock online selling your avatars.
Have you heard of that Anna von Ritz? I don't know if anyone's heard of her. She's into the law and legal stuff, searching that. But she's saying that they've already taken out an insurance policy on the genocide of the Western population. So that means that when we've all been murdered by this army that's coming, the elite are insured against the losses of the population. How's that for forward planning, folks? It's unreal, isn't it? I laugh every time I think about that. I actually wrote to the council. They sent me the fucking council tax letter bill and all of that shit. And I sent Anna von Ritz's letter that she sent to the fucking archbishop. I sent that to the council, and I highlighted certain lines in it that they should read. And another one was when a new administration comes into a country and takes over, the first thing that they do is murder the previous administration. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, folks, there's a bit of dark humour there. Unfortunately, it's all very real, probably, but yeah. How about that, Eric? You know, that's a whole new level, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, you know, you can't get insured for an act of nature, but you can insure for an act of genocide. That's just unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
I want in on that. Where do I buy in on this insurance policy?
Hey, I don't know, man. You better send an email to Anna von Ritz.
How many contracts do we got? Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat. You know, how many contracts have you signed? Yahoo, MSN, AOL. How many contracts have you signed? How many terms of an agreement have you made? Think about it. And then we complain and say, oh, the government is controlling. Like, no, you gave him the shit for it. You click yes. You say yes to your own destruction.
That's true, that is.
It's the truth of life, baby. That's all I deal with. Well, I can do. That's all I got. I ain't the smartest guy in the room, but I can tell you the truth about some life.
Well, so far we're just selling our information, and our information apparently is worth something.
You should be
Eventually,
selling.
our information's not going to be worth anything anymore.
If people is getting paid off of you subscribing to them, why ain't you selling your subscription?
They're trying to do. I think that Steam It website is trying to do that. They're trying to turn the every post you make, you get paid for, into Steam It. People vote it up, and then you get money. You basically you get Steam It dollars, but they convert it into actual Federal Reserve dollars, so you can actually get cash out of it. So I think they're trying to sell that one as well.
If it's just a click away, we got some selfish sons of bitches. If you got 30,000 views, but you only got 20 subscribers, right? So maybe we ain't just one click away. Maybe we should start selling our right to subscribe to your channel. Buy it from me. You know what I'm saying? Buy it from me, because eventually you're going to get paid, and I'm not going to get paid. So, hey, my shit is up for sale now. You want me to sub your shit? Pay me. And how that grab you?
Yeah, you know what? You might get a lot of people like that, but you wouldn't get any intelligence like that. That's the thing. It's that I don't think any of us are here for the money, you know. And yet, in a way, we put quite a lot of effort into being here. You know, because we could all be doing something else. We could all be out with the crowd getting pissed tonight.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
We kind of in here with the crowd getting pissed tonight.
We're kind of all pissed in another way.
That's what I was gonna say too.
We already got that. That's why I'm coming, bro. We good. Safe in the house. You know, hopefully enough. You know, you where you can duck and hide, but you safe in your house, right? Chain snatching time. You gotta be wise as the serpent.
I'm afraid somebody's going to drive through my house. That's my problem.
If they do it here, they'll end up in a lake.
Yeah, I think the government still win though, because they get us to stay in our little boxes, don't they?
Yeah.
Hey man, they just know where we are at all times. We on here, like I said, they just glad about the surveillance act being passed. Period. That's what makes them smile the most, because when you think that you have privacy, nothing is private, because it's all public, and it's called public service for a reason, because they're serving the public with some shit that make you smile, but yet this is the sacrifice. You gotta give away your shit.
Well, if they're watching, we should teach them something, huh?
Exactly. Take advantage of it.
They need to learn a lot.
Yes.
We could hold up signs in front of every camera with a cool saying.
Yeah, they're learning. They uploading and saving all of this shit is saved. Trust me, they save all of these. Yeah.
Like you were saying, we need to be doing instead of saying, though.
Yeah. Who cares if
Said,
they're watching? They can watch and do stuff.
To do those things to get out of the system, but that takes time too.
Yeah, you just have to whittle it
So,
down one contract at a time.
Little by
Yeah.
little.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
the way to do it.
Get your own water, and well, the list goes on and on. But yeah, it is sad. You put your money in the bank, and it says right there that, oh, they own it. You have to ask permission to get it back. So yeah, there's a lot of trickery going on with all these contracts. Everywhere you turn.
Yeah.
And they rely on people not reading the contracts or the rules that govern the contracts.
Yeah. I mean, they don't even give. Well,
I was reading a law website today, and somebody's posted in the chat somebody's posted something. I can't remember what they were talking about. I think it was about the gas and the electric. Somebody's posted a link to the government legislation website, almost as a threat to other people. You better not do this because look what will happen. But I actually clicked the links and read what the government legislation said. And the government legislation explicitly says that police officers are not allowed to search people under a gas warrant or you know, an entry for a gas warrant.
Yeah.
That they said in the legislation, it's like, so if you actually just read this legislation, you've got the ammunition you need to take straight to the judge and say, Judge, you may not do anything at all apart from prosecute this police officer for breaking the law.
Yeah.
Because the legislation has already told him exactly what he must do. So that's what I'm saying. Half of this stuff, we just need to read it. And if there's anything obscure, it usually stands out like a sore thumb. You know, i.e. over here we have they pass acts and they go to a reading and then they get royal assent, and when they get royal assent they become law. But they also pass administrative legislation which hasn't had royal assent. So people think that that's law, but it's not law. It's basically voluntary, so people can reject that as well. And that's the same with the vaccines.
Yeah, there's a lot of that people don't know. They think it's law and it's not, you know. I mean, I was surprised how easy it was to homeschool. I mean, you know, you always think it's the law. But, yeah. I mean, to send them, you know, to the public school. But there's so many, I mean, there's a whole set of rules that, yeah, it is voluntary. But people think it's the law.
Yeah, I was just really echoing what Eric was saying, really, that we need to do something. And I think that's, you know, well, that's where I'm at, really, is to get into it, get into the details, into the nitty gritty, and start reading all their documents. And it's not just reading it, though. I mean, that's just the first step. This is a full-time job, you know, because it's writing to the various different people that you need to write to in the appropriate manner to get the proper responses. So, you know, it is a full-time job.
Well, it's just we just need to wake up and start writing our own contract. I mean, I deal with contracts all the time, and they protect both parties. You know, they protect me and they protect the other people. So I can, you know, writing down the rules and agreeing. But we don't get to write the rules. They write all the rules. I mean, there's no agreeing.
They tell us
you know,
what we're worth.
Yeah. Right. I mean, we need to just erase everything and start over. We write the rules.
Yeah, we're supposed to be the ones that write the rules. How'd that happen? Yeah. We just gave up that.
Same way we gave up our information to Facebook. Real easily.
I didn't put none of that on there. I've never had.
I didn't. Yes, that's voluntary.
I've never put my information on Facebook or MySpace or any of them shits.
I put my dogs.
But I mean, you know, it's not for everyone to see, like but you know, they know where it's coming from. I mean, that's why they put it there.
Yeah,
to mine data, anyway, like you're saying.
Just made it easier.
Yeah.
So,
paperwork for everything. It's like even when you commit a crime, you can go and get some of your crimes expunged if you never pleaded guilty. That's the whole catch. If you never plead guilty, it's a chance that it can be redone or relooked at and taken off your record. But if you plead guilty, then that one won't come off. And that's what I found out from one of my operatives. But it's contracts for everything. So if you can be released from that, you can be released from a lot of other things.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have to know the rules, and they make you have to pay extra money for lawyers for them to tell you the rules. And if you don't pay that money, you either learn them yourself or you don't. Yeah, you get short end of the stick.
You can go to City Hall and just get the census, print the papers out for you, but you just gotta know what you're getting. At least in my city.
Well, I'm not gonna pretend to know all about all of that shit. I just know that fucking it's real hard to get me to move to do something that I don't want to do, and I don't fucking do it. I don't care what your rules are. You know.
Yeah, that's your right, bro.
Well, it used to be when I was younger. I don't know how hard it would be nowadays.
The trouble is, Grim, they wait until you're sick and old. That's when they do it, you know, that's when they'll start the encroachment. Is when you're ill or not well or need them for something.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm the drunken kung fu style, so I play ill all the time. Whenever you're ready, motherfucker. You better be brave.
But the government's coming into us. I mean, they're here now. So, I mean, we're accepting it as it is.
Not really. I didn't get my shots. There ain't nothing I can do all alone except protect myself. So
giving up your information now as you speak, literally.
Yeah, that's still fine. I've told them 1,000 times too. They know they need to bring a couple brave motherfuckers to my door when the day comes. But still, while I'm here, I'm still helping others get the fucking word out. So, because I'm not one of the guys who isn't just, you know, is just talking the same thing, you know, all the time. That's, you know, something that a bunch of people don't know. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the same shit everybody else already knows. Repeating echo chamber shit, you know. There's only, you know, a select few of us who are out here pushing the, you know, particular points that are getting missed by the so-called truther community. Things that kind of get forgotten and moved over and mulled around and then, you know, acting like they're not that big a deal. Now on to the next little twinkly thing that doesn't matter at all. Yeah, and people keep on getting unfocused back away from the original poisonings. How can we wouldn't be this dumb if we weren't constantly being bombarded with poisons. And so let's get that out of our blood first. Let's get the poisons out. Then I can explain some other shit, or didn't try at least, you know what I mean? Or if I wouldn't even have to, it would just come right to your senses, right? You know what I mean?
Learn how to learn.
Because, you know, there's not a whole lot of people that knew about, you know, the CDC uncovering the, you know, Wakefield not being criminally negligent and all of that stuff. You know what I mean? Not a lot of people know that shit. They don't know that, you know, he's been exonerated, and you know what I mean? And most people don't even know what the situation is with him in the first place. You know, the city's he's snitching on the CDC because was a proponent or worked with the CDC, long time scientist at the CDC. You know, they knew that the MMR vaccine was causing black kids to have 300% more autistic syndrome, you know, whatever disorder than anyone else, and that it was causing this problem in high order in the first place between everyone, you know, and that they told everybody it was safe. Not a lot of people understand that, you know, the white or whatever antibodies aren't you know, a precursor to efficacy of a vaccine. They think it is, but they don't realize, you know, that the guys, what are they, AC hemoglobins or whatever the heck you call them. I always say that because I haven't looked it up yet to verify, you know, to put that in my memory. But the fucking, they can't produce antibodies, but they can heal from, you know, the measles just like anybody else can. It produces antibodies. So the antibodies have little or nothing to do at all with the immune response. But that's how they tell you a fucking vaccine is safe. Most people don't know that, man. So I mean, there's the real arguments against the vaccines. You know, like the ultimate ones, like the motherfuckers don't work. The polio incident, that was a cutter incident. Everybody looks at, you know, with all those pictures and shit. I don't know if you know that, but yeah. Yes. When they're like, oh, you want to stop vaccinating kids for polio, man? What are you, crazy? You want kids to be on the iron lungs again and shit? They're like, no, they weren't on iron lungs because of not getting vaccinated. They were on iron lungs because they were vaccinated. Those were vaccine injured children on those iron lungs. That was bullshit. Oh, most people don't know that polio only what do you call it? Everybody, 99%, over 99% of all people completely heal from polio. All symptoms completely healed naturally on its own, right?
You know, I heard recently, Grim, that in Africa somewhere they've done it again with the polio jabs. They've made a lot of people sick over there.
They're doing this shit on purpose.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And then
You
they'll
know,
keep on.
it makes me laugh with all of these.
Some of them shed for years.
It's like with all of these, what they call accidental contamination of the batch that goes out to the population of these vaccines. It's amazing that there isn't some agency saying, you know, what's going on and looking into it and investigating how that. How
Isn't it, bro? That's our point. That's our point. We have those agencies. They are criminally negligent. The CDC, the FDA, all criminally negligent.
Right.
That's our point. We have the emails from the CDC. They knew this was causing this. Criminal negligence. You know, not the first time either, bro. Not even
That's
the first
because
time
the
either. SB40, every vaccine, they know vaccines don't work. Jesus, they know, bro.
That's the government problem again.
That they don't work for what they say they're working for. They work for whatever the fuck those guys are doing, altering our genome.
I would say that's the government problem again with the agencies because they are employing
Taking the wild out of us.
They're
taking our wild out now. Domestication.
Domestication.
But those agencies,
They're putting wild animals in our DNA and shit.
Right.
They go right past our bloodstream and it's downing us. I mean, really, you're gonna put monkey in me? You're gonna put bovine in me? What am I gonna get the traits of a cow now? Now I'm gonna have more traits of you know what I'm saying? What are you doing? Over how many generations? How do we know this doesn't affect us on that DNA level over a generational period, over time?
It does.
We don't know. There's no studies done. How do we know? There's no studies that they told us that they've done. You know what I'm saying? That they've shown us. I'm sure they've done studies. I'm sure they've done the studies, and I'm sure that it makes us more like cattle, and it makes us more like dumb monkeys, and it makes us more fucked up, man. Really? Caterpillar guts? So they keep growing and growing and growing? That's cancer cells, basically. Did
You know,
they
grow these vaccines, folks, in chicken eggs.
Chicken eggs?
They grow
They grow all vaccines.
Yeah, they're grown. Vaccines are grown.
That's how they start.
It's bacteria, dude. That's all it is, really.
You get that Michael Zimmerman on his chat saying, I injected all 3 of my kids and they're healthy as fine.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
And the next thing out, the doctor that the video that Grim's playing is like saying how the vaccines are created, and that's what he says. They're created in chicken fetuses. They're chicken fetuses. That's where they create the vaccines from.
His kids popped up just fine.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, no one wants to think their kids are fucked up. Everybody's like, my kid is the best kid and the brightest kid and the biggest kid and the you know what I mean? The fastest swimmer and the blah, 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 blah. Every parent thinks their kid can sing the opera and da 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 da. But listen, man, your kids are fucked up. They used to could sing the opera much better. You know what I'm saying?
My child was model prisoner of the month at San Quentin Penitentiary.
Then you get into a room full of autistic guys who think they're smart for some reason, and they're in there trying to be all pompous and shit about information on autism. We're autistic, so we think we should know. I'm like, actually, you'd be the last to know, wouldn't you? I mean, just saying. What does autism mean? That like I told you, you guys are under the impression that autism gives you some fucking extraordinary abilities. Superpowers. I'm not going to say the word superpowers because I don't say that because that's how people make fun of me when those words get used. I'm not using that. And I'm not running around saying anybody's flying in the air and getting superpowers. I'm saying special abilities like being able to count in the blink of an eye or sculpt something from viewing it one time in a blink second or, you know what I mean? Read something and remember verbatim every single word and be able to catalog it and da-da-da-da. Those type of abilities, not laser sight or, super strength or anything. But just to make it clear for the people who are out there hating on the motherfucker lately. But yeah, that's what's going on with that. And, people are under the impression that these vaccine injured autistic type kids are, it'll be all right because he'll be able to pick up some special ability. Maybe it's talking in the vernacular. No, these are brain damaged and gut death, microbia death, injured children. These aren't autistic children. That's why they lined it up with autistic syndrome. They lined it up with a soft vernacular word that means something. You saw Rain Man. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, if you had to, you could just take one of them to Vegas and make you a fucking $1 million, right? Well, you can't do that with these vaccinated kids. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Well, what was creepy is on Google Plus, I saw a post on saying that autism comes from the worms again, and that doesn't need to be started up. That was today. Somebody posted it. About a parasite causing autism in children.
Oh, more disinformation.
Yeah, it's disinformation, and it popped up on Google Plus. Yeah, on the recommended for you feed or whatever.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, but that's not, that goes in that other scary direction that I don't even want to talk about. Just won't stop.
You say eggnog, Eric? I don't have any eggnog.
I don't like it.
I don't put alcohol in it. I don't drink that shit anyway. Just smoke some weed. I like some eggnog though, but with a little shot of milk, just lighten it up.
I had it.
Eggnoggles. You thought I was drinking some eggnog? I had some eggnoggles earlier because I was typing off Flappy. I know Delete did. He was like, "What the fuck is going on with you, bro?" I got flat fingers. Oops.
It's one thing I haven't indulged in this year. It's some good eggnog.
With some rum in
it. Of course.
I had some store-bought eggnog.
You know, just thinking, going back to the government agencies that are supposed to be regulating everybody, they're obviously not doing it because the revolving door applies to the pharmaceutical companies like Bayer. The CEO will leave Bayer and then go and sit on the panel of the CDC.
Yeah, man.
Right, you know.
That blows these guys' fucking minds.
So he's regulating Bayer, and he knows he's going to be joining Bayer in 5 years as the chief financial officer, or he's going to go and sit on the panel of the World Bank. I mean, that's what happens to them guys, and that's why they don't investigate. You know, 200,000 children damaged by vaccines, and you know.
What about that bitch Merck who's got all those shares in the vaccines that she's chicken littling for the past 10 years about how the flu season is coming. The flu season is coming. And she works at the CDC. And she's barking off the flu season, everybody get their shots. Get your damn shots, everybody. And she's the one got all the shares in this shit. I mean, if that's not insider trading,
yeah,
that shit was illegal.
It is illegal.
It was.
What the fuck, right?
Yeah, it was.
But she's literally, it's just out in the open. She's done it. Hey, but it's vaccines. Guess what? No liability. There's no liability anymore. When they hurt you, oh, sorry about your luck. Here's a shovel.
You signed up for it.
That'll be $12.99. For real? You don't want to hand me a shovel after telling me some shit like that. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it'd be quite good if more people acted like that, actually.
Well, we wouldn't be in this fucking mess, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Shit. Just a little fucking sternness goes a long way.
You know, I think that's what's wrong
at my stepson's school.
I think that's what's wrong with our culture.
Hit the panic button when I come on school grounds.
Yeah, you know, that's what's wrong with our society and culture from the male point of view, is that we're just accepting the bullshit from the psychopaths, and really we just need to take them out. You know, they shouldn't be allowed to get into positions of power. They need to be taken out a long time before they get there.
But how can
And
you
we
do
know
that?
who they are. You know who they are at school.
People
The
are-
people who don't give a fuck about anyone. You know.
Yeah, but see, you know, if somebody random just went out and did actually do something like that, they would be seen as the blemish on society, the bad guy. You know, because society just doesn't understand yet that this stuff needs to stop. We wouldn't have to take them out at all. I mean, I'm not saying take anybody out because that's not really going to do the trick. It's like get everybody in, wake everybody up. Then they just won't accept that guy in the first place. You're not going to take him out anywhere. You just forget about him. He could just fucking fade away into the darkness like he's nothing because we don't believe in him. We don't put our trust in that. We don't fucking follow suit now. You know, it's better than the. You know, that's the kind of message I want to promote. Just because it's like, you know, I'm not trying to give them any old fucking excuse to come make my door in. They better have good fucking, you know what I mean? If they do it, I better know they have good fucking reason, bro. That's what I'm saying. And they better know it too.
I'm not bothered.
They better call me ahead of time and just be like, hey man, here's our reason, man. It ain't no big deal. Da 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 da. Yeah. Better just do that.
See, my argument to them people, if they do that to me, I'll just turn around to them and say, well, you're accusing me of inciting terrorism or murder by actually being the biggest fucking murderer and terrorist on the planet.
Right. All I'm doing is pointing
gone
out
out
the
there
fucking
and
real
done it.
culprit, and you're gonna act like I'm the one. So you better be ready.
You've admitted yourself you murdered 500,000 children in Iraq. Children, you know.
Shit. Not only that, but 100 million fucking U.S. citizens got the SB40 vaccine. Cancer from it.
I'd say the first thing you'll be doing is getting a notice saying that there's a forum. The forum is non. There's a Latin term for it, non-something. It basically means that it's not applicable to me because I can't be tried by a mass murderer for murder. You know?
Right. A little bit of hypocrisy there. Yeah. But I'm not going to keep saying that why do we keep putting ourselves in that position of the one
Yeah,
being
no,
the
that's
murderer?
true. Yeah,
Let's stop that talk, man. We're not that, dude.
Yeah, we're not that.
We murder ideas, not people. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's just the madness trying to escape.
Yeah.
It's like
hindsight, you know, being 2020, going back to his thing about school and eyeballing the guys in school, most of the bad guys that he was talking about in school that I could refer to ended up either doing time in jail or doing harm to other people. I mean, for one reason or another.
You know, it was usually all the quiet guys who were the ones that ended up in prison for some reason.
It was in your school?
No, I don't know. I went to every school up and down the coast. I was just bullshitting, you know. When people say it's the quiet guy you got to look out for, yeah. But it's really the guy waving the gun around you got to look out for, I think.
Yeah.
Some comedian said that. I thought it was funny.
It's usually the drug.
Well, I found that most of the bullies, kind of attitude guys, you know, ended up in jail or like DWI or one of the guys actually was driving illegally on a motorcycle, T-boned my little escort car. My first little cute little car anyway.
A Chevette?
Paid for it by myself.
Don't say it was a Chevette.
No, a little Ford. It was an Escort, but it was a two-seater. Real cute little.
Yeah, my brother had one like
Well,
that.
that was pretty much a Chevette.
ZR2 or something. I don't remember what the number was or whatever.
240Z.
Yeah, my brother had one like that.
Datsun or whatever.
No, a Ford. It was a Ford
What's the
Escort.
RX?
It had a two-seater in it.
Well, there's like the
Way back when.
Fiat, the Fiero. That's a
It was back in those days, but yeah, whatever. I'm not that much of
The
a car
Escort,
buff. I don't miss it
the
that much.
Pony.
I have a Ford Escort now that's been running me well.
Well, I think they're probably better now that they're new. The newer ones.
Yeah. The older
I
ones.
remember I sold probably 200 of them old bitches. Ford Escorts.
Well, I got a
I used to collect old
97
cars and
before they
sell
put
them
the
the very
tracking
next
in.
couple days. run around and mow a lawn for a car, you know. What kind of car you growing in your yard there? It'll never run again. 30 minutes later, I got it out there, blah, blowing the catalytic converter off of it. All right, we're selling this bitch tonight.
The funny thing is that they're about 2 miles down from my house on the right is a home with a tree growing out of a car.
Mm-hmm. That's how I got plenty of cars, man.
In his front yard, blocking his garage, and it's just sat there forever with this tree growing out of it.
Oh man, my best one was a Volare. I mean, the tree was growing. It was this nice, strong sapling coming up out of the hood of that car. I couldn't believe it. And that was the one the lady was like, it'll never run again. One day
Nature will take it back.
He went to war and never came back and left it right there. So I fired that sucker up in minutes. It was varnish. I just emptied the tank of the varnish, poured it out of there, with some new gas in it. Didn't even switch the plugs out. Didn't do a damn thing other than that. Tried to start it for like 20 minutes. It wouldn't start. Then I put some brake fluid in there. I mean, some carburetor cleaner. Excuse me, brake fluid. Some carburetor cleaner down in that bitch, and boom! That catalytic converter blew off of that son of a gun. The tailpipe was down in the mud. No wonder it wouldn't start. It was sunk on flats, you know. So that thing was running like a, what was it, a slant 6? One day I tried to blow it up.
I used to have a slant 6 in
Just ran out of gas.
Dodge Dart.
Oh yeah, Dodge Dart.
I put a fucking brick on the accelerator. And we used to do that. I take part of the death yard to my boys, the junkyard. When I take a car out there, I'd try to blow it up first, right? So I'd be out. We'd go smoke one, and it's the little. We're on a live, so we'd have a cigarette, you know, and stuff. But it would sit there and just wow until either it blew up or ran out of gas. Most times they run out of gas. It's pretty funny. Brought the 320i up there, got all smashed up, completely wrecked, totaled. I wasn't driving it.
I drove my Honda Civic to the junkyard in first gear. I screwed up trying to put the transmission back together.
Yeah, this shit wasn't connected either. Like the transmission was broken off of the, the engine, and the fan was shoved through the radiator. It was just all smashed, right? But I just turned the key and went started the engine was sitting there going banging around. It started right up the Beamer.
Well, listen to the torture that this little Honda Civic went through when I bought it. I bought it for about $4,000. I had to borrow a couple grand from my mom. I don't think I ever paid her back. She was upset. I hope she doesn't hear this. Anyway, we were driving to Mississippi, whatever, to visit my ex's relative, whatever. And we were spending some time. I said, well, let me go get my oil changed. Yeah, sure. We were spending time in the mall. So I went and got my oil changed. Came out, drove out. We went all the way, about halfway to Mississippi, and I started overheating. I was like, what the hell is this about?
Damn it.
It just, the light came on, and I didn't think. I just kept driving on. All of a sudden, it just started losing power big time, and I just pulled over. They didn't put a drop back of oil back in that thing, and I drove probably 40 miles from there.
Yeah.
So anyway, I let the engine cool down. I drove it off to get to the next gas station. I poured 4 quarts of oil into it and drove off.
Yeah.
And what else did I do with that thing with that? Through blizzards and snows.
Remember that Slick 50?
4-wheel drives with it. That was fun. That was a good little car. I'd get one again.
A Dodge Cordoba.
For the leather.
Yeah.
You know, older model, all iron, just big old. Give me that. No barricades, thank you. Boom.
I had a
No, that's good. Those are
van
fun.
total my Dodge Dart supposedly because it did a dent in the bumper, but literally totaled the van. It did shift my what do you call it, alignment a little bit on the tires, but she ran for a while after that. But it totaled the minivan that squashed the back of me.
Boy, speaking of, I had an
Plus
Astro van that
radiator,
was so fast.
engine.
I had an Astro van that was so fast, I called it the Fastro van.
They do have truck frames. The Astro van does.
Fastro. 2.5 inches off the ground.
Get hung up on a speed bump. Y'all ever see that video?
Yeah, I go over speed bump sideways. You know what I'm saying? At an angle. If I go over them at all. You learn how to drive those things, you know, really, you know, it was about 5.5 inches off the ground, really. But still, that's pretty low. 4.5, 5 inches. Had the ground effects and the little, you know, billet aluminum rims and shit.
Whatever you do, don't drive through Columbia, Maryland.
Nope.
They got speed bumps there. You'd hate.
Hey, Debbie.
I hate Maryland. I'm not even allowed in Maryland anymore. They kicked me out of Maryland. Ocean City. They had it with me in Ocean City.
That's way far away.
They gave me the boot.
Oh well, plenty of other states.
So why can't you go to Maryland?
I can. I'm just saying the judge just kind of laughed. He's like, "Don't let me catch you back here," because I beat the shit out of somebody on a bus. Well, he begged for it. You know, he was begging the question. You know, he just wouldn't stop begging for it. I told him, "Please stop." Even, you know what I mean? So, but it didn't matter. They didn't like it because he was a bloody fucking mess, and people were mortified. And that's how I fight, man. That's how it happens. Sorry. Dude said he couldn't stop saying he was going to knock me out. The bus driver was like, "You both need to get off the bus." I was like, "Are you sure you want that?" Because like, I'm just trying to like not beat this guy up. You know.
You sure you didn't have headphones singing "Mama gonna knock you out"?
Oh yeah, no, he was a fucking. See, my uncle. I gotta tell you. I'll tell you a little insight. My uncle was a drug addict, and I was like the manager of our sign company, and he was all the talent. So I couldn't get the drug addict to stay to fucking work. And this guy was the drug addict's friend who would keep the drug addict away from work. And we got work to fucking do, and I can't deal with drug addicts, man. You know. So and he's my uncle, so it's like makes matters worse. Like I have to show some sort of respect to him, even though, you know what I mean. And plus, he has all the fucking talent, and I'm learning how to do all of this from him. But the thing is, he was not very responsible, so I was having to be the fucking parent, and it was really blowing my shit. And so as an 18-year-old, 19-year-old trying to be the fucking parent of a fucking 40-year-old, you know what I mean? And then this guy rolls around and talking about he's going to, I'm like, "Dude, you need to get the fuck out of here." He's like, "I don't know who you think you're talking to. I'll beat you the fuck up." Da, da, da. Like, man, Phil, you better tell this dude. You better give him some fucking warning, dude. And then dude wouldn't let it go. It was like, "Oh, I didn't cross the line. He's no matter what I say now, he's just going to beat my ass no matter where I get off." And I think he was just thinking I was scared because I was like, "Dude, I really don't want a problem. I already know. I don't want your blood all over my new clothes. I don't want to get arrested. This happens to me every fucking time some moron starts a fight with me. Thinks that I'm soft or something, and I got these fucking knuckles that cut him all the fuck way up." So here he goes. He goes and, you know, we get off the bus. Before he could even swing on me, well, it pulled his swing, and he was already out. He was out, getting hit on his way back to the ground, and then getting lifted back up with more hits. So he wouldn't get to, I just wouldn't let him hit the ground.
So it brings back bad memories. But anyway, yeah. So I just stood there and waited because I knew, you know, I'm not gonna run around town. I just did all the signs in town and shit. I mean, you know, it's not like they don't know who we are. You know, working for Bo Rigario and shit out there, and you know, he owns half the town, so that's how it went down. And the judge was just like, "Yeah, you know, let me catch you back here, that shit. You know, get out of Maryland." He didn't know I was like, I could have stayed if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Like legalities and shit. He was like, but he let me go without nothing, like nothing at all. And that's why I think he was saying, get out of here. Next time I'll have to actually give you something. You know what I mean? The way I took it. So no, it's not like I can't really go back. It just left quite an impression on a young man. 20 years ago.
20 years ago, yeah, that probably isn't a problem.
Right.
They got enough recent stuff to worry about, right?
Exactly. And it sure wasn't exactly, yeah.
So, did you have any marks on you? Or
Nah, not a fucking one.
So it just looked like you pummeled the hell out of him.
Well, except that everybody saw what happened. He took the swings. He begged for the fight. I begged for another not to fight. You know, I played it right. Oh, I don't want to fight you. No. You know, people who fight and practice fighting and fight in tournaments, we actually love to fight. We just say we don't like it because we don't like to get in trouble and shit, but we love it. It's fucking addicting, you know. You can tell in the way I talk and my arguing and everything. You know what I mean? And I try to be cool because I am cool, right? Right?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. You do love to fight, though. That's why you're over there all the time. Yeah.
I don't fight. I just get my way.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah, that is probably the smartest thing.
That's the smartest way.
Yeah. Think in terms of getting what you want.
Shit, I'm not even fighting for what I want.
What I want.
It's kind of like
What
that
I
expression.
need.
Always be fighting.
I think your mic's feeding back again, Graham.
Oh, good.
It's not me.
Good, I was getting hungry. The mic's feeding back. This is it. Microphone checker.
Hello, hello.
Somebody else might have to do it.
Testing. Sounds okay.
I gotta,
Yeah, it
I gotta
sounds
turn
much
it down.
better. Oh, a little bit. Maybe I talk too loud.
It's quite bad when Doug talks. It seems to pick it up quite a lot. It's a bit better now, I think.
Cool. Well, it should be pretty good. I got it down to 60. And my volume is, shit, I can't even hear you guys anymore.
Did that just start recently, Graham? Like feedback and stuff?
I don't know. Is it really me?
Is it you guys still good?
Yeah, it's better now, Graham. Because Doug was.
Yeah, it's better.
Cool.
It was just happening every now and then.
Okay. That's probably more Google than anything else.
You never know. My mic might be just finally breaking, but I doubt it.
Well, you've got a lot of good use out of it. It is.
I don't know if that was an insult or what. I was just
No, I was just thinking about, you know, your original.
well, I sure used the fuck out of it. I tell you that much.
No, but your original video, I can remember that same mic in your videos 4 and 5 years ago. You know, so. But yeah, you have used it. You got more use out of your blue than I did.
I got a cheapo from Walmart.
It's the speakers at the other end you got to worry about.
Sometimes those cheaper ones actually end up lasting longer.
Yes, this has been dropped, and it's a miracle it still works, actually.
Yeah, the set I had it's almost a year now. It's lasted a long time.
Well, I've got a blue for sale if anybody wants it. It's still sitting there collecting dust. Oh, fun, I gave up on it.
It might work with a different computer. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Maybe.
Or a different user.
Well, that's your sales pitch, and you're sticking to it.
Yeah. Put it on eBay.
It'll work for you. Guaranteed.
It works as says it works in the wrapper. I mean, it works just like it did the first day I ever got it. And you're not
That's true.
then you're not lying. Like, works like it the first day out of the package. It was broke
Low
then, and
hours.
it's broke now.
Guaranteed.
It's probably a little
Guaranteed to work
inspired.
just like it did the first day.
Guaranteed to give you no end of trouble.
Wireless mic. And they get it and they're like, well, fuck, where's the wire that goes with it? It's like, it's wireless. I told you it was wireless. It doesn't have a wire that goes with it.
Oh, what's that stupid fan noise?
But it's supposed to have one, but it's cut off. Oh, shit. Shit you can get from eBay.
Fucking 3 o'clock here.
You think you're buying a bladeless fan, and it's actually a regular fan with just no blade in it. But no, I thought it was a bladeless fan, you son of a bitch.
Oh, man.
Got 2 more hours here. Almost hour 50 minutes.
At first, I thought eBay was a place to just buy but not sell because you get ripped off if you sell there. But then I later learned that you neither buy nor sell on that place. Unless you want to get ripped off.
Oh.
Well, you know, most people do have one arm shorter than the other. So, what's the problem? You just gotta be, it's like a gamble. Which arm is it gonna be?
You're right-handed, aren't you?
You know? Oh my goodness. 7-Eleven.
Are you the last people to get the new year in the world then, America?
Hell
We don't.
yes.
I don't have it.
Grim is, yeah. California.
Hawaii, right?
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah. Hawaii. We don't have anyone from
But
Hawaii.
yeah, before Hawaii we are, yeah, basically Pacific
Well, we're-
Islanders. Shit, we're 5,000 miles away from that.
Wow, 5,000.
Not really, but I mean, how far are we away from them motherfuckers?
Well, yeah, what is the time there right now? I wonder.
Yeah.
What's the time? Where?
Hawaii.
In Hawaii.
Yeah.
3 o'clock?
Even though it's a tourist trap.
4 o'clock? I don't know.
Let's call Hawaiian and ask.
I think we should go there and find out.
Aloha.
Except it's a tourist trap. Well, there's probably like an island off to the side that's cool.
5:12 p.m. right now.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, so they're only 2 hours difference from you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not that far at all. I mean, still pretty fucking far from where I'm at. Because it's way down there. I'm up
You
here.
say it's the tourist trap, but I found a bungalow for $100,000 in Hawaii.
I know. I found
Bungalow.
lots for real cheap too.
That place is funny style. That's a bungalow for $100,000 is full of crankheads all the way around you.
Cool.
No, straight up, man. You ever watch Dog the Bounty Hunter? That place is full of fucking
Speedy people.
cracked up rubber flippers.
I think on an island, drugs would be kind of hard to get.
Shit, they make them there. So it's like hard to
Make
get
'em.
rid of.
And they grow.
No, it ain't about the weed over there.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's not the
There's
problem.
plenty of that though, but
No. Because that goes on into the Philippines and other, they
Yeah,
all
this-
strung out on that stuff. For,
governments keep them fucking locals down, man.
yeah.
That's
I mean,
this is
just
a whole
work,
different
work,
ball of wax, you know.
Don't eat food. Yeah, it's intentional poisoning of a population.
Yeah.
Because it's even like different, like it's almost marketed for kids. The pills, it's like different flavors. You know,
Beaches are
strawberry.
awful. You ever see the beaches, man? Like
it's horrible.
You got to go to particular places to get a clean area of the beach. Any city parks are all filthy scumbags there, man, with the backpacks and the dope and the fucking sleeping in the streets and shit. You know, and it's because
Even in
it's dark.
America, cities are like, I mean, there's cities.
Well,
that
look, I mean, it's Hawaii though, but you don't need a blanket at night. You know, you can literally people just sleep anywhere, anytime. It's not cold, it ain't hot. You know, it's perfect. See ya.
Yeah, I had a
Waste
friend
away.
that she was born there. I mean, she was like a Hawaiian, and she said, "Yeah, that's the temperature year round is just perfect."
Mm-hmm. Like there'll be like a fucking 7-degree alteration.
How often do they get hurricanes there?
Hurricanes don't go there, do they?
Too often, no. In the wintertime, the waves get real big and they're dangerous. You can get hurt in the waves in the wintertime.
Yeah. Especially on, particular beaches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's probably different on different beaches. But yeah, she got to live in a national forest, and where you parked, you had to walk like 1 mile. But it sounded really cool. She had 4 kids.
I heard the cost of living is outrageous there, though.
Yeah.
Gallon of milk 10 years ago was $7.
Yeah.
No, 12 years ago? 10, 12 years ago? Fuck, I don't know. I don't even know what year it is anymore. 2017. Ha!
Nope.
Hard to remember again for the next fucking 6 months.
Yeah, I can't believe how fast the years are going. Jesus. 2017.
Yeah.
You just gotta say it every day. I can't believe how fast the years are. Then it'll slow down.
It'll slow down.
I'm just glad I don't have to write out checks anymore. Because then I always forget how to do the year. But now everything's on a card.
Sit in a study hall and time will just drag.
Oh, doesn't it? Yeah. Or the library, yeah.
You used to. Now start reading these damn fucking studies and stuff.
Actually,
And I'm like, oh my god,
that's-
8 hours. I've been 8 hours reading these fucking studies.
Isn't that the truth?
Sitting
That's
here
what
all
I
day
found.
reading.
Yeah.
I would rather be in the library at school than in class.
Yeah, I would sneak
So-
and hide out there.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. When you had to go to the library to research stuff, you felt like, you really felt like you earned the information. Nowadays, it's so easy to look stuff up. Well, it's not easy to always find the truth, but it's easy to look stuff up. Yeah. And maybe that's why people don't appreciate it as much as they should. The information, yeah.
Well, what do they use it for?
Mm-hmm.
Not much. Some people do.
Today I've been alive 1,760 days on this planet.
Congratulations!
All right, man. Awesome.
How does it feel?
Woohoo!
Don't worry, you're about to be downloaded into the World Wide Web computer system.
Mind.
Forever.
You know, Jammer, somebody's going to charge you for those days.
Yeah, a tax.
Somebody
Yeah,
has
the
some sort of
government
tax.
Government tax.
Well, I just did my calculation. I wish I had $1 for every day. That's all I.
That would be funny. You're going at the gates of heaven and calculate your tax on earth. Or you
Yeah,
get
that's probably the gates to hell. That's not.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
No, they'll let anybody in hell. I know that. No
That's why
tax.
I reckon we already live in hell. That's what this is all about.
Yeah. Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
sir, your credit card has been declined.
I always liked that one Twilight Zone episode where hell was actually the place where you got everything you wanted instantly.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Boy,
you
I'd be in
avoided-
trouble.
Yes.
That would probably be bad.
Well, it's so funny. The guy, you went through the whole episode, and the guy kept getting everything he wanted. He won every bet he placed, everything he wanted, and finally he got bored with it. He said,
Yeah.
"Okay, I want to go to the other place." And the guy goes, "You are in the other place."
Oh no.
This is the other place.
How many days have you been alive, Eric? If you're still with us.
How do you calculate that?
Well, how many years have you been alive times 365?
Oh,
Minus, obviously, the days from your birthday.
that's sort of easy.
Yeah.
No reply.
Yeah. I don't want to say how old I am. 51 times 365 minus exactly half a year. What's half of 365? Oh, I'm at a desk. Where's my calculator?
Calculator on your screen.
Yeah.
There's one on my screen.
What is it? How many days minus 365?
Yeah, well, I mean, my birthday's July 15th, so it's probably cuts the year in half.
So how many moons ago was that?
Oh, mate, hang on. I'm trying to work that one out.
Yeah. I guess.
Okay, now
You
I've worked
got me really, really, really confused right now.
July.
No.
So your birthday's
No, wait. I went backwards.
I just know this. I will be 40 next year. That's all I need to know. I don't need to know days,
I
hours,
just
minutes.
so messed up. No. Okay, I am 51 and a half. Yeah, 51 years and a half. Exactly. There. I'm a half year. That's what I'm doing.
Half year.
I'm going backwards.
That's 195 days, Firecat. Well, you're taking that off, aren't you?
Yeah.
But you're still only 4 years old. Like you said.
You've got to take off 195 from however many 51 times 365 is.
Hey, Firecat, what is that on the metric system?
Probably work that out.
What is that in cat years? I'm very old in cat years.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I like to hear. That's good.
So can you like officially be like Happy New Year every hour on the hour?
Well, all I know is my great grandmother lived to be 104, so I have 50 more years of this shit. I'm not happy.
Oh my God.
It must be wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't do it either. I don't even think I'm here.
Oh my
And
gosh, I don't want to say how many hours I've been alive. Oh. It's a fair fraction of a million, I'll just say that.
Where's paradigms breaking when you need them?
Oh, right. Who's that guy?
So we can pick on them.
If you need Firecat, it's 18,420.
Okay. 420. 420. That's so cool. Okay, I'll take that. And 18. That's 666. I like that, Devil.
Yeah, that's
New Year. Okay, those are good numbers. I'll go in the new year with those numbers.
So you apparently the heartbeats stop at about 28
Apparently, I'm the devil on weed. But that's okay.
You better run down and get a lotto ticket.
Oh man.
Hey, I've got a good number as well, 17,760. That's almost 1776.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're very independent.
Yeah.
And I'm the devil.
Only for a day though.
That's almost like a tarot reading or something.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, I used to do that. I had the coolest tarot deck that was illustrated in these artwork of cats from the 1960 artwork. Really cool. I lost that deck. And it worked too.
Like those old rock posters.
Yeah, kind of. It was kind of weird.
That kind of psychedelic look.
Yeah, kind of, but not, yeah, but cartoony. Lots of the greens and blues and purples. Their colors.
And then you'd lick them, and then you just start tripping out, or.
Yeah, I have a bunch of those bills, whatever you call them, from the 60s, of all of the cool, you know, the Who, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix. I mean, the actual handbills, all stacked up. But
they probably all have a microdot embedded acid trip in them.
Yeah, I'm going to go get them and eat them right now. Let's find out.
You're not even going to share.
Not well. I'll if they work, I will pass them out. Everybody, give me your address. Isn't that horrible what the Beatles did that one time when the people figured out that one code and they got this letter sent to them, and if they licked the stamp, they started tripping? I mean, that's horrendous.
Well, that's creepy. I haven't heard that one.
Probably. That's probably the company did that.
Yeah.
Not the
It was only
group.
4 people did it. And one person didn't lick the stamp, and then the other 3, like one person jumped out of a building, literally. And, you know, something bad happened to the other 2 people. I mean, because if you don't know you've ingested that kind of stuff, of course you're going to jump out of a building. You know, it's different than if somebody hands it to you at a party and tells you what it is. You're prepared.
Do you really
but
know
you
what
can't.
if it is or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's, well, yeah, it just, the total, we don't need to go unhappy. But yeah, it's intentional corruption by the music industry upon the population.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, Firecat, you got about 28,000 days on the planet, so it's counting down.
So serve them wisely.
Yeah.
And now, I'm just now starting to want to live. I mean, the past 50 years were really, really rough.
You know, that's funny. You know, I was thinking the other day, I think we're supposed to live a hell of a lot longer. I would say, judging by the numbers that I'm getting, I would say about 140 years should be a human lifespan. Because, you know, as they say, you don't really start to live until you're born at 40.
Mm-hmm.
If you know what
40?
I mean. So,
where the hell did you get 40?
Well, they say life begins at 40.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's always telling me, yeah.
I think it depends on the culture, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I would say that we live in a very sophisticated culture in many ways, so that, you know, that's why it just takes you so long to work out what the fuck is going on. And that's why life begins at 40. You know, let's face it, at 20 years old, you think you know everything, but you kind of do, but, you know, it's so sophisticated, this system, that it takes you another 20 years to experience a load more shit before you kind of figure it out.
Well, that's where they get the expression, youth is wasted on the young. Yep. When you have all the energy, but you don't have all the knowledge yet.
You don't have any knowledge.
But yeah, it is hard to figure things out.
It's like you live a life of deceit, and
Yeah.
you kind of lived it enough by the time you get to 40 to start asking questions independently of other people telling you to ask questions. You know, it's kind of you ask them yourself. And that's when the change begins.
Well, I never went along with the program. I mean, even from very young, I mean, I could tell everything was being done wrong.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Very,
It
very
does
young.
seem that rebels are almost born that way.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, Grim said it earlier, it's like we have to go through that shit before we realise that it is, you know, we're under attack, you know. I mean, it's only now with the internet we can actually talk about it. Otherwise, we'd just be all sitting there in our homes thinking about it, feeling it, but not discussing it.
But then when everybody shares their stories together, a pattern emerges across the board.
A common
Hey,
thread. Yeah.
they're being mean to us in all different ways. How clever of them.
I mean, when I was about
As we
15,
look to
I
the
knew
sky,
the Queen was a piece of shit. You know, and I said so. I was actually, like I said, I was actually at Princess and Diana's engagement to Charles, and they went up Pall Mall, and the fucking place was heaving. It was packed. It was. And I said there, it's like, as soon as I saw them in a carriage, because they came quite close to us. I said, why is she marrying him? You know, like, because he was 55 at the time and she was 18, you know what I mean? So, I mean, she was only a few years older than me and she was getting married to this 50-year-old. I was like, and all these people in the crowd turned around because I was really loud. But yeah, it's just... But I knew back then, but I didn't have any idea of the oppression about, you know, what war really meant and how that was engineered by our own. Well, I kind of knew. I mean, when I saw the Imperial War Museum, I was like, you know, I had that. Well, I felt I couldn't see it myself, but obviously I felt as I was carrying that facial expression of horror, of, you know, do I really have to try and sort of explain to everyone what the fuck is going on here? You know, and after that, you kind of, you know, you get hypnotized by the system and locked into the money hypnotism, as you haven't got enough money. So you end up going to work, and by the time you've worked a week, you're knackered and you're not really thinking about.
Well, when you're young, you get more hypnotized by the money system, and then as you get older, then you kind of step back and look at it and then see, you know, how the different tricks, it's a sham, you know.
Oh, that's not true. When they get older.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess I can just say from my perspective. Yeah, there are people that are addicted in money. They got to have more and more and more, and they're never satisfied, and that's their energy source. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah.
Speaking of which, I have some more customers to take care of. I'll be right back.
Take care of business.
Calling B26. Again, calling B26.
Bingo! Bingo!
Damn it!
I won $300 at bingo once.
There's a bunch of chairs outside and this PA system.
Hey, we could do bingo.
Yeah. Bingo for the truth.
Over the internet. More people would show up.
Yeah.
Older.
Truth bingo, yeah, that'd be quite good.
A lot of people need anxiety medicine tonight for some reason.
Because they can speculate the upcoming years.
Yeah, they've been thinking too much about 2017.
Something.
Nothing like starting off the new year with a bit boring hangover.
Any predictions for the new year, folks?
Oh God.
It's gonna suck.
Fear?
now because
I predict mandatory vaccines
Oh
in
man,
13 more states.
I'm gonna make like a fake rubber
I'm
arm,
just throwing that
and
number out there.
so they think they're giving me
I
a
was going to
vaccine,
ask you
but
which.
they're not.
That was the last 13 states. Isn't it?
Yeah.
So what bubble do you think will pop next? I mean, it's going to be economic, power,
Big
Well,
guess.
it's still
internet?
popping. We still got the poison, GMO, Monsanto bullshit popping.
fluoride in the
Yeah, the
water.
stock
We
market's
can't
still
let go
dead.
of. Yeah, because, you know, Seralini and his attackers, he beat his attackers in court. Now people need to know that Seralini is not a fraud and that his study stands and that Monsanto made us fucked up. People need to know it. You know, they forget. They're, oh yeah, well, everybody thinks that everybody's already debunked. The independent guys are not debunked. They've been falsely accused and they won their cases in court.
I know. That
And
is
people are still throwing you, oh, Wakefield is debunked. No, he's not debunked. Deere is the fraud. The guy who created the story about Wakefield being fraudulent is the fraud, not Wakefield. And he's been exonerated in court as well.
well, that's the problem with people who rely on mainstream news to keep themselves up to date. That's what.
Mainstream doesn't report that last part, how they're exonerated and they're not frauds. It's fucking sick.
It is sick. And it seems like, you know, it's ironic that the people who rely on such false news and who are so out of the loop on what's going on are the ones who think they know the most.
Yeah, they'll argue with you. That's why we call them sheep with fangs.
Yes. With fangs, yes.
Yeah, because they're like, man, but then they protect their enslavement system.
They sure do.
Like for dear life, they'll bite you first.
Yeah,
They become Agent Smith.
they need something to believe in.
Yeah, they become Agent Smith. Yeah.
No matter how you approach them, gently or, you know, with force, it doesn't make any difference.
Mr. Anderson.
They can't give up that.
I think they call it con B.
It's inevitable, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, it's so good, that film.
My name is Neo. Why didn't I just take the red pill?
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be too easy. It's no fun. If you take the blue pill, you get to watch all this stuff that you could have watched on TV in play motion, taking place in real life.
You know what?
Have you
Quoting the
noticed
guy
that?
in the movie.
I think taking the red pill is
The asshole
inevitable.
traded on him, and fuck, I forgot his name. The one who shot Tank in the movie Matrix.
Cypher. No, was it Cypher?
Where's Cypher? I think that was the girl, right? The blonde chick.
No, that's the guy, isn't it? That's the guy who wants to get plugged back into the Matrix. He
Oh,
was doing-
okay. That's Cypher then, yeah.
I think that's Cypher, yeah.
Fucking bald bastard.
We all know them sort of people, though. I know people like that.
Oh yeah, just the traders, man. Just flip on you.
So how corrupt is your government over there on the other side of the ocean?
Same as yours.
Well, they're the ones who corrupted your government.
Yeah, it's the same government. It's a proxy government.
You know,
They're
they're the
better
ones who are attacking you. So they've already dominated and attacked us for 1,000 years before they started this shit over there.
I mean, occasionally I turn on the TV and I see one or two of them spouting the truth, though.
Yeah, just like us.
Yeah, just to throw you off.
It's just like a couple of our guys over here, the controlled opposition.
Glimmer of hope.
That way somebody to
Keep
rally
going.
behind, and you rally behind him, and he goes nowhere every time.
Yeah, don't get misled by people like Nigel Farage. Yeah,
who
he's
stands
a
up
proper
in the
dope.
European Union and pretends that he's for the people, but really he's on a payroll of the banksters.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And he's
It
just
doesn't
more
buy what
control
they
their position. So if he becomes, I think they were worried about the, I think, you know, because he's only sort of appeared in the last 10 years at Farage. And I think the control system was worried that there's a lot of people speaking logic and truth. So he stands up and starts speaking logic and truth to sound like he's one of us.
Yep.
But
We
really,
rally behind him.
just, you know, so if everyone sort of said, fuck the Tories and the Labour, we're going to vote for Nigel Farage, the bankers have still controlled the country because they own Nigel Farage.
Ta-da.
And that's how it
Controlled
works. And that's why you hear them speaking truth. But
Well,
really, they don't stand for truth. They don't value the truth over, you know, over the lies. They will flip flop because they're paid to do so.
Well, see, and a lot of people would, if no Farage was there, then they might independently try to create a real movement, and that they don't want.
Right, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see one person running that doesn't have a bank account, that doesn't own stock in something, that doesn't, you know, in other words, that actually lives it.
You know, the one thing I noticed, I was thinking about this yesterday, I've noticed about the control system is when you think about what they actually do in terms of corrupting or co-opting any particular grassroots movement that starts to grow, they respond very quickly on the mass scale to take control of it. And that's something I sort of like underestimated. I never realized how quick they can respond and take control of an organization or, you know, anything they want, compared to how fast that we can react as independent truthers to try and warn people, like Blunt seems to be doing with Anonymous. I mean, he's been doing that this year, but he's been at it all year, you know, just to get that message out that they can't be trusted. You need to, you know, pay attention. You've been saying that about certain stuff, Grim. I've been saying that about certain stuff, and I think one way or another we've all been saying that thing. But they are good at that sort of thing, you know.
I remember the first time I met Blunt, I didn't know he understood that, and I just got into his ass all day long about it. And he's, you know, I was, well, he wasn't letting on at first that he understood that, you know what I mean? Like, man, I just don't like Anon because I don't get behind a mask where somebody else could get behind it and speak for me. Because I say I'm in that group. That just makes me weak. I can't do that. I don't even care about the gunpowder plot bullshit and all of the rest of that. I'm saying just the simple idea of being behind a mask, then being a part of a group, and then the leader of the group is also behind a mask. So everybody can wear the mask and then direct the group. And that's what's been happening. A bunch of people doing a bunch of dumb shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hurting themselves and us. Thinking that the bankers they're hurting, when in reality they actually made the bankers a bunch of money doing that shit. In a few cases. See the banks see, oh, their servers are down. So the stock goes down in the bank for 2 days. Well, guess what? He buys all the stock, all the bank buys up a bunch of stock because it's down now. Because he knows it's going back up. And then boom, now he owns more of the shares of the business than he once did. Now it's not even really public owned anymore, basically. You know, the public gets about, what, 8% of the bank now. That's not the public owned.
No, there's no question. It's a complex.
Just tricks.
Yeah, you really got to think things through. Yes.
So I don't know. That's why I just don't get behind that shit. I mean, if I saw Anonymous doing something worthwhile, like going to the water districts and kicking the fluoride off the pumps, yeah, I'd get behind that. But they don't do that. See what I'm saying?
Getting rid of the vaccines.
Yeah, they're not going, you know, picketing and stopping doctors or Walmarts and shutting down vaccine shit with information. They're not doing none of that. They're just doing stupid shit.
Yeah.
Things that actually help the bankers.
Mm-hmm.
Because the groups are controlled, man.
The ones that do good, it's not enough of them to make a big difference.
Yeah, well,
You
also
know?
running around in the streets doing absolutely nothing, pretending like you're protesting something and causing a problem, you're just looking like a nuisance to the average person as well.
Yes.
You know,
giving them an excuse to do martial law in the first place. I mean, there's no reason to be blabbing around in the streets about what you want from who? Who's out there listening to you? You know what I mean? The world ain't.
No, there's better ways to get information out there.
I think the reason they can do it is so quickly is because of their media power.
And plus, what is your message? You don't even know what the message, you know what I mean? You hear these guys and they're like, oh, it's the banks and it's the elite and it's the this and it's the that. But who, what exactly are you talking about? Are you, you know, what are you going to do? I mean, isn't it about you're being poisoned and, you know, all this other stuff that's really affecting you like right now as well? Or is it about your student loans, really? It's about money?
You know, that's a funny thing, you know. I think that when you start telling them, you know, the truth behind everything, behind the money, it's so shocking to them that they, you know, people can't believe it. And that's why they dismiss the information that you're saying. Yeah. But it's easier for them to accept information you're talking about the money because they know they haven't got enough of that.
See what I mean? And that's a paradigm that they get stuck in. And they can't get out of it. It's like particle
Cognitive dissonance.
If I talk about somebody's religion, they immediately assume I'm their opposing religion.
Yeah, that's funny as well, isn't it? I mean, that's comfortable conversation, really, isn't it? To argue between religions. Yeah. I mean, that's just childish, really. You don't want to face the reality the government's poisoning all of us, regardless of your religion.
To control you and to keep you confused.
Well, my other problem with these way too organized movements is they always seem to have the socialist communist element to them, which is a dead giveaway that they're highly organized by, not by just people who want to know the truth.
Yeah. See that picture somebody posted on Google Plus the other day? That George Soros is actually ex-Nazi. Yes. It was a German Nazi. It was in the SS.
You know what's really funny?
Senior rifleman.
So was their Pope Benedict XVI.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Wow. It's like, yeah, but George Soros, I knew about the Pope, but I didn't know about Soros.
But hey, check it out. What are the Nazis really? Think about this for a second. Really, isn't it? It's America, dude. The Americans are the Nazis as well. No, I mean, no. Just think about it. The leaders. They're all of them. They're all the same. They're like all of the same people. They're just pretending to be on different teams. That's why they hid Antoine Boucher's work together. The Nazi government and the U.S. government at the same time scrambled to hide basically the cure for cancers and all kinds of shit. And the understanding of the real understanding behind what medicine is doing to us, because we would know nutrition starts from the terrain, and then we would feed our bodies to kill disease and keep rid of disease. We wouldn't be doing a vaccination program. See,
that's if they don't burn the forest down first.
Right, but the thing is those two governments were working in unison.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, why?
Right, Grim, because it's been in the
they were supposed to be fighting at that time, though. Remember?
Yeah.
Like hiding info from each other, and then as soon as the war was over, Operation Paperclip, we bring a bunch of the people who've been working on people over there, tweaking their minds, doctoring them, brought them over here to be psychiatrists and shit to fuck with us.
Yes.
And our government just brought them here. Oh, not to mention that the POW camps full of Germans. It was a fucking daycare camp with no bars, no razor wire keeping them in. They had money to go shopping and do whatever they want. Oh, Geneva Convention says that we need to treat them like we would treat our own soldiers. I mean, so they literally had brought in girls and fucking home party and all kinds of shit, crafts, just filled day. They were just in a summer camp. They weren't being fucking penalized or anything. Or, what?
Like white collar criminals, club fed.
Oh yeah, for sure, club fed. Better than club fed. I mean, there ain't even no prison walls. There wasn't no prison bars. No, you know, there are lodges. There's little campsites for these guys, but
yeah,
log cabins.
They show you a little line and they tell you not to walk over it.
Yeah. So basically, it was that
fucking crazy, man. We don't know what's going on. We think they're all on separate teams and shit. They're not.
No, they're not.
Those prisoners, so-called prisoners, they were coming back to have reunions with their prison guard friends. They were their homeboys. I mean, they cry and held each other and they miss each other. Like, what?
You've been bamboozled.
Yeah, this is a bamboozlement. The elite work together, man. They all across all the countries and all the religions and all the fucking shit. They look different and have different skin and speak different languages, but they're all Freemasons.
Yep.
All right. Give me a minute. Another one.
Yeah, that the psychological shit that they brought in, that diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders, that's the new Bible of the Inquisition, that is.
That is, yeah. I was thinking just that very thing. That was really became predominant after World War II. The whole DSM, the manual on psychiatric conditions and all that bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the excuse that the psychopath tells, creates a fantasy about you to appease his own. I don't know. I can't even think what I was going to say. Then it's in my mind, but I can't get it out.
Well, I wanted to bring that movie I mentioned earlier about where they were genetically engineered humans to not feel emotion, right? Remember?
Yeah, you mentioned it. What was that called again?
Equals.
Equals.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. As in, like 2 and 2 equals 4.
No, like you're equal. You like I said, you know, they were talking about you were talking about women being artificially inseminated and stuff like that. Well, they wouldn't even have no desire to. But anyway, their government was called the Collective.
Right. So yeah,
So
equals.
I just wanted to throw that out there.
2 and 2 equals 4. So they equal what?
They're equal to each other. They feel nothing.
So he was just asking.
Yeah.
That's the right term. That's the right equals. Yeah.
Okay. But that was my. All I want to say there. Their government.
Your Southern dialect is really fucking with him because he's like, just like he fucks with us.
Oh, okay.
You know, and you said it too fast. It was equals, and then it could have. There was like, what word is that?
Okay, I get
That's why I asked. I think. Am I right, or am I just?
It sounded a little bit like eagle. I just wonder if it's eagle or.
Okay,
eagle.
that's what I thought.
Sorry, I forget sometimes.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I'm picking it up.
But like I said, their government was called the Collective.
Oh shit.
The collectivism thing.
The subtle ways they.
Well, that's why a lot of royals have bees on their flags, right? Because the hive mind, right?
The hive mentality.
And maybe the Fibonacci sequence and some other stuff. I saw a good little presentation the other day. I can't remember who I hate that. You know, I'm sorry. It's hard to remember the YouTube names like, you know, BuzzFast, Flipperdon or some shit, you know. So sorry, BuzzFast, Flipperdon. Whatever your name was. But that was a good video. Too bad I can't give you a shout out.
On the Fibonacci sequence?
I don't know. Yeah, it was about some bees and some flags and some royals and some fucking pie. PHI.
Mm-hmm. So there's some amazing analogies you can
And
find
some,
in all that. Yeah.
And some golden ratio and some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
Or with, you know, anyway, same shit. It's time for me to eat, folks. I'm gonna take a break. I'll cut back in here if you guys are still going on.
Yeah, we'll be going till 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m. That's when we're in.
I don't think I'm gonna make that.
All right, rolling hard.
Gotta bring the new year in, at least for the East Coast.
I've got about 10 minutes in me, that's it.
See you later, Grim.
All right.
All right, guys.
See you later, Grim.
Easy.
Later, guys.
For sure.
Only,
All right,
only,
who's munching? Pass around.
who's munching?
Pass them around.
that's Dave.
Yeah, it's,
That was, I thought it was me, but I'm muted.
Somebody's got the GMO munchies.
Yeah, make me
yeah,
hungry.
you got that right.
Nanotechnology.
Do you know what? I had a big fat steak and a really nice dinner tonight, but I'm really hungry now.
I haven't eaten dinner yet.
Had Chinese food.
Ugh.
We've been hearing all that subliminal munching in the background. It's making you hungry.
Yeah, exactly.
I had chocolate cake.
I got to say, Dave, the packet of crisps will probably do right instead of actually cooking my sliced parsnip.
I wish there was something crispy you can eat that wasn't GMO, but it seems like everything that's crispy is.
Yeah, pretty much.
You have to have crispy or you'll die.
I was eating something one day and I'm like, I know this ain't GMO, and I looked genetically modified product. Yay.
That's how they had the crisp.
We have to learn how to make our own potato chips or our own whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure there's recipes.
There
to
is.
do it.
Yes.
I remember Mama making them when I was a kid. So
If you just spray coconut oil on kale and then toast it real low in the oven and mix a chip and sprinkle it with seasoning.
But cooking is such a hassle these days. Come on, you could just open a bag of
Telling you
chips.
It does take time, but it's fun. Yeah, I mean, if you can make it fun, you know, like a lab.
I've got a whole
No
bunch
matters
of
what kind of
apples
kitchen you have.
So
Make a strudel.
I got stuff to make a pie or cobbler thing. Maybe do that.
Yeah.
Apple.
Apple. I love apple. Well, it's a peach
But
cobbler.
you can just buy a pie. Here, open the package.
I did buy a pie. I have to admit, I did buy a pie like last week to cook, but it said it was no additives or GMO or none of that stuff. But you know how that goes.
Apples are one of the easiest things to cook with, though, because you can't mess up apples. You know.
I'd love to make some of them fried apple pies. Them are awesome.
Oh, God,
yeah.
that's
Oh
good.
my goodness. Yeah.
You'd have to use real lard.
I'm making myself I'm already hungry. Got the munchies.
Oh, but they have messed with apples. They have messed with apples.
Oh,
bad.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you
There's
got
the
a
oldest
shot.
orchard.
Yeah.
There's the oldest orchard top of the mountain here.
Yeah,
and
those are the apples you need.
these have not been modified genetically. So
You're lucky.
Well, that's one thing I'm lucky about here, because Michigan's known for its apples. You can always find some really very much organically grown apples here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the apples don't have seeds in anymore over here.
Ooh, that's
damn.
How creepy.
Yeah, it's quite scary. A lot of the fruits like that. All the oranges are like that. The
Well, they
pears are
can't
like
have you
this.
planting the seeds.
They don't want you planting.
No.
You're right. Oranges, though, they've got varieties that for years have had no seeds.
They've even done it to bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've done research on that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It used to be bigger seeds.
Who on the home, like we were saying earlier, all these companies are connected back to the main power structure, and bananas. Yeah, they are.
Like Dole.
Huh?
Yeah, they were ruthless
Like
on their workforce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know something. I hate those stickers on the bananas, or on any fruit really. They put them on the apples as well. They put a Union Jack sticker on the apples. It's like I have to rip them off.
It's like, do we have to label everything? Well, I think the biggest joke of all was when the GMO manufacturers said they were actually going to start, part of the genetic modification was going to be a patent, something that indicated it belonged to them right in the DNA structure. That's about the limit as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they don't really tell you over here. They don't label the food properly so that you know that it's genetically modified, they pass it off as though it's just natural food.
Oh yeah.
You know, I've heard, you know, if it's got to be perfectly straight too. Got to be perfect.
Well,
in every
that was
place.
the EU rules, but there was a big hoo-ha
Yeah.
about that.
Well, in the new Dark Act, they even said, first of all, that it's not really mandatory, the labeling. I mean, there's no teeth in it. There's no fines or anything if you don't do it. But the second thing was that you can label something as non-GMO if it has only a certain percentage or less. It's like,
yeah,
okay, whatever. Obviously, it was not. It was an anti-labeling bill, not a labeling bill.
Yeah.
Just something to give the illusion.
Of course.
They went eating that Star Trek food.
I think the only reason
Yeah, right.
the only reason the supermarkets have fruit and vegetables in the supermarket is because nobody would go in there otherwise. Everything's wrapped in plastic, you know.
Can you imagine? I mean, I've often wondered if you could walk into a grocery store and somehow just had put on your special glasses, and everything that's non-GMO was like highlighted or something.
Or see what you could actually buy.
Yeah, it's probably
There
just
wouldn't be much.
Yeah.
A few glowy boxes. And that's
No,
it.
people would still go into the store to go buy booze.
No.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, most
Beer is
wine.
made out of corn syrup. Mm.
Oh, wine is?
Oh yeah, wine is. They tested it both for the GMOs and the glyphosate. It's heavily, inundated with both.
Yeah, probably concentrated.
You know, I heard the other day that in the UK, all of the alcoholic beverages like the beer and the lagers are made in one location in the UK. And all the imported beers are also bottled there for the other companies as well. So they'll still be using the same water. And that is the county that's the most heavily fluoridated.
Oh no.
So they distribute that heavily fluoridated beer all around the country.
Seems like
Isn't that just ducky?
Sorry, say that again, Dad.
Isn't that just ducky?
It is spiritual wickedness in high places. That's what it is.
They'll get your kids. They'll get your kids one way or another.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they target the kids, you know. They target the children.
Really?
So
Well, for the most poisonous foods.
God, I mean,
On
it
television.
really brings the wicked old witch, everywhere.
yeah, it's the Wicked Witch of the West. That's the Queen.
Yeah, but she's in the guise of the other beautiful Glenda. It's only when you peer underneath you see the real witch.
Yeah. You see a mechanized robot. yeah, the wind-up mechanism underneath.
Emperor has no clothes.
Doesn't even have any skin.
Let's go down the yellow brick road. We'll all lick your. Give us one of your pamphlets each. We'll all lick each part of it.
Well, they have to recycle their chemical byproducts somehow. Because people,
I think they should just make it themselves.
they don't eat that food.
They don't.
Now, even when you try to eat healthy, and then you can't even trust them.
Could you imagine what would happen to the population if they put that in the water?
What?
Well, first of all, they do. They have glyphosate in the water.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It's called just from runoff. Yeah.
I think Foxy fell asleep.
Yeah, I think she did.
Oh. Oh, it's a lot later where she is. Tons of.
Yeah, I think I'm about 40.
5 hours from us. Yeah.
4 a.m.
Oh,
there.
yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to stay up that late.
Hey, Dave, when we end ours, are you going to start one?
We're gonna play darts.
Yeah, we can play darts. Later.
Oh no, I
play
thought that.
darts now.
I thought that's what you said.
No, I said, are you going to start one when this one's over?
Oh no.
No, I can't. I when I came back on, I came to a community guidelines strike.
Oh my.
Yay! That's awesome.
Jeez.
Congratulations.
I can never catch a break.
What was that for, Dave?
An educational film.
One of the 40s or 50s films that you've been posting?
What's that?
Is it one of the 40s or 50s films you've been posting?
No, it was from 1968.
Okay.
Wow.
They call that a community guideline strike?
Well, evidently somebody found some of the content objectionable.
What was the video about?
It was an anti-drug film.
All right.
Funny.
It was an anti-drug film and somebody found it objectionable.
Yeah.
What's the name of that club now on YouTube where they can just strike stuff down?
YouTube Heroes.
Heroes. Oh.
Is that what they do? They just go around flagging people?
Yes. Yeah, they don't check out what they're doing either.
Yeah,
No,
they just do it for fun.
So
And
who are
they
the heroes?
They get special prizes for shutting channels.
So
The more you do.
the heroes are the army then, basically, aren't they? That's the hero boys.
They're.
Hey, do you still have the link for that?
Which one?
Not that old video that got struck.
I'm in the appeal process right now. I had almost 600 views on it.
Yeah, that's why you got the strike.
Yeah.
Too many people like to.
Getting too much attention. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think people were really watching it for the message.
Those old films are funny though.
Well, I think Becky knows which one I'm talking about.
I think I know which one you're talking about too. It's the one that's a little risque.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm glad I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
was surprised they got away with doing that back in the day. Yeah.
But it's only there for education. I mean, come on.
Definitely should have been X-rated.
They don't mind that I got 1940s VD films up. Nobody seems to care about that.
Of course.
Yeah, I remember that one. I +1'd it.
Oh, the VD film?
The one that got the strike on there.
Oh. It's not my fault that there's very educational things that just happen to have subjects that.
Come on.
Mixed amongst the message. We were just talking earlier. That kind of thing sells.
I mean, hell, they let me post one of those 1950s traffic safety films that got people splattered all over the highway. I mean,
Well, that's okay.
That's all right. No problem. Yeah.
You could probably show people killing people. That's okay.
I don't know. Well. You remember I had one not too long ago, and I beat the rap on that.
Beat the rap.
Well, I'm fighting about 53 copyright claims right now.
Oh my God.
You're busy.
I'm not gonna let these people make money.
What's the difference between if you go in and you look at your videos you've uploaded and it says like you've got copyright notices on it, but there's no copyright strike. So what's the difference between a notice and strike?
That means there's some little piece of something somebody claims they can make money off of.
Ah. And is it because I'm not monetized that nothing happened and you can still watch it even though it's got a notice on it?
They would just take it away from you.
What they did to me was they said that somebody else is using it and they own the copyright and they've monetized it. So what they do is they allow them, or if you want to keep your video up, you have to allow them to put adverts on it so that they can make
is that the way it works? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I would never known about it if I hadn't gone in and looked at the list of my videos and I saw that. I go, oh, I never even knew that I had all these notices.
I've only had 3 that they people put takedown notices on. I just take them down because I don't want to. They give you like 10 days. They'll give you a strike.
Oh, see, now they don't send me any emails though.
But what people don't realize is I don't know how it works. There's something in the visuals or the something in the sound that their algorithms. I've learned to go into my movie maker and convert it from format to format to format, and it kind of stomps on it. You know, kind of like how somebody's putting something in the tweak to make it more than it really is, kind of thing. And I'll repost it, and it doesn't show up any kind of claim because I've stomped on it 2 or 3 times on changing it from format to format. But a lot of these things, especially because they're government related, when they allowed them to use that, they sold any rights that to the government. And because a lot of this stuff's in the Library of Congress, or they keep it in some archive somewhere. It's public domain. So if I write a song and the government uses it, and then they put it out in a film, even though my work is in there, it becomes public domain because I allowed them to use it. And it's always some stupid shit like that. It's not usually the whole thing. It's some little jingle in it or something, and of course they drag it out for the 30 days, and then sometimes they don't say my claim's valid, so I just give them my information, tell them if you don't like it, sue me. Try to get something you ain't gonna get. And like I said, very rarely does somebody take it to the point where they file a takedown notice.
I was just looking at the list again, and one of them is from way back in the day. I mean, it's been almost a year now, and nothing ever happened. So,
well, that's what I'm saying. You can fight it if you want to. I just use a standard form letter that I cut and paste. I don't keep writing a bunch of crap every time.
Well, I wouldn't have even known about it if I hadn't gone into the list. Like I said, they don't send you an email or anything.
But see, you've heard of these people. They'll do commentary on something from CNN or Fox or somebody, and then they try to copyright them. No, that's public domain shit.
Yeah.
They have no. Even if you were to rebroadcast their whatever, it's not a copyrighted. That's why a lot of times they give up, because they have no legal grounds to stand on. The takedown notice, I think, is bullshit, because then they're not proving to me proving to YouTube or somebody is that, okay, this guy's using my shit, he's not going to take it down, he believes it's public domain. They should actually have to file some kind of legal papers against you to be able to take it down, not just bitch and whine at YouTube. Because if they file a takedown notice, there's no third type of appeal, but they're still not proving to you that that you're violating some sort of copyright.
No, that makes sense.
And I've won, yeah, and I've won against the BBC before, ABC. I mean, some pretty big outfits.
Well, it sounds like you're the go-to man if anyone has any problems with that. It just sounds like you've got all the experience with it, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's quite good, Dave. Actually, it's what I was saying earlier. We just need to read the paperwork.
Well, I mean, there's already Fair Use Act. A lot of times I've been given takedown notices when I know damn well they have no legal grounds to stand on to take down my shit. I don't make money off of it. And
see, that sounds as though it's not YouTube doing that. That sounds as though it's them other companies.
It does.
Yeah, well, they bitch and complain to YouTube, and they arbitrarily go along with it. They don't make them prove that they have some legal grounds to stand on to take down your stuff. It's just some little button, some little pimply faced nerd presses, and you got to deal with it.
Right, yeah, that's it.
When they when YouTube should say, okay, you feel you have this grounds, go file some paperwork against the dude, and give us a copy of it, and we'll take it down. But they don't do that.
No, they don't. Anyway, guys, I'm done over here. So,
all right, Sam, take it easy, my man.
All right, good night.
Later.
Good morning. I mean.
Yeah, good morning. Well, have a good Satanic New Year celebration.
Oh yeah, great.
How long have you got to go?
Happy New Year.
Good night, Jammer.
Yeah.
Catch you later.
I've had before where YouTube has made a decision for the person claiming copyright. And I'm like, wait a minute. They didn't even file a takedown. YouTube did it arbitrarily. That was a segment of Coast to Coast I posted one time. It had to do with whistleblowers, and it was just an interesting thing. And yeah, Coast to Coast didn't file anything against me. YouTube's the one that hit me with it. And they actually said in there, we are making the decision for them. I'm like, wait a minute.
Well, one thing I found, you should make a list of what they've deleted so others can, still dive down the rabbit hole.
Well, there's actually another one on here, a full version. But I guess the guy's from Russia, because part of it's both in English and Cyrillic writing. And that's been up for like 2-3 years. Nobody's hassled him. It's just somebody with a stick up their ass, flagging shit. You know how it goes. You've probably all been that same crap.
Yeah.
These assholes that flag you with all their sock accounts. They're not even real accounts.
That's right.
So you kind of got to learn how to work the system.
I think it's funny how I'm known as ninth in Euclid. I can't even say the name. Euclid. I can't even say it. In Baltimore Street, anyway, or somewhere street. I was trying to direct Dabu 77 to look down this alley because that's what the they were saying on the police scanner, which I was listening to, and I was trying to type in, as fast, but with the delay and everything else going on, I don't know how fast he was getting it, but it became a big fiasco, and I feel like I'm the one that started it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, I was trying to give him up to date on time, from what I was getting online, and I don't know how outdated that is, but I tried. These delays really mess with your head when you try to listen, because sometimes I can't hear you guys on the phone, so I'll mute the phone. Yeah. And I'll turn it on the thing to hear actually what I've missed.
Yeah.
You guys saying.
It's a 60-second delay, so it keeps the YouTube from buffering for people.
Yeah. Well. So. I just hate burning this Wi-Fi. I get a headache every time I do, and sure enough, I burn in the Wi-Fi so I can chat with you guys, and sure enough, I'm getting a headache. I'm already in truce with big-time electrical connections. I've got the transformer just outside my. Literally, if it fell off the pole, it could fall down into my bedroom. So I've really not tried to think about that too much. All right, who's munching now?
That's my. It's Dave.
What is it? Send me a link to stream if possible. I guess he's still alive.
I'm alive.
I'm alive. Where is? I gotta find it.
Yeah, we got another hour and 10 minutes.
Of the show?
So, yeah. It'll end at 12:30-ish. Probably 12:31. Something like that. I don't know. It started exactly at 4:30.
How you holding up, Becky?
What? I've been good. I've been up and down doing other stuff too. So,
That's keyboard. That's keyboard.
What?
Oh, the keyboard. Shit. Huh.
So did anybody ever look at my video?
Which one?
Yeah, that's a good question. I put out 2 and only 3 views on the second one, so the first one, I assume.
Well, I was MIA for a while.
Yeah, he got away.
And where's the most funniest thing that can happen?
I have too many distractions. Oh shit! I'll be back in a minute.
No.
A house full of distractions.
Always is. Yeah, it's just a 12-second magnetic Enigma thing I posted. It's just a piece of steel lifting ball bearings from a magnet.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, but you know, it's nothing special, but it's just a conundrum or enigma, whichever one you want to look at. It's just something, you know, that makes you ponder, you know, when you start saying why, and they don't give you answers. And I hear somebody pecking away.
Oh, I'm going through
I
my
can't
mail.
read the chat at the moment.
I'm just going through my mail. Bill.
Oh, that's crappy. That's not a good way to bring in the new year.
Well, and another darn letter from the health insurance marketplace. You must pay your first month's premium. I paid it a fucking month ago. I don't know why they keep doing that. It's just like you getting calls from them, Becky.
Oh, God, yeah. Stop the calls. Nothing but the calls.
Every damn day, get calls, emails, da-da-da, you know? They don't have a system that's sophisticated enough to know that you already paid your first month's premium. Get the fuck out.
That's
government.
pathetic.
Yeah, government.
And they're wasting trees, sending letters to everybody.
Phone calls.
On health care that people can't use because the deductible's too high.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it?
Yep. Waste money.
Force you to buy something that will never cover anything.
Yeah.
They couldn't sell that stuff competitively. That's why they do it.
Very clever.
They're playing Midnight Club, so yeah, they're having random outbursts here. So yeah,
Random outbursts.
They get excited. So oh, hey Mick, he's in the YouTube. How you doing? He's been in the future for longer than we're about to be. Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in Australia. So, hello.
Wow, everybody went quiet.
Just thinking how old I am.
Because we're on the B side of the record.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. We're supposed to talk all the time. Let me entertain.
You're going to get a strike on that. Somebody owns that song.
Uh-oh.
I know. Hey, you know, I've uploaded music videos to my channel that just says, you know, they may be ads by your videos. So, and I don't care anyway.
Nazis.
Strike me down.
Nazis. The thought police are going to get us. Oh, they already have.
We got police for everything, right? The thought police, food police.
But who polices them?
They
do.
They do. We're watching ourselves, guys.
Who makes the rules? Yeah.
Don't worry. We're not doing anything sneaky.
Hey, Becky, you want to post that link again? I tried to post it, but it comes up with smiley faces when I do. I don't know why.
Huh. Weird.
It hasn't done that in a while. Yeah. But for some reason, links are doing that to me now. Yeah.
Weird. There it goes.
There you go.
It's probably more they're fixing the new YouTube chat. So.
Yeah. Let me check something. If I were just to post it after the double slash, if it would post it without any smiley faces. Let me see.
You're happy all the time.
Yeah, without, it's the :/ that's coming up with this stupid. Very irritating.
Well, I think I'm going to bail, guys.
Wimp.
We were
Oh, we ain't got but 31 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not going to make it.
Can't gonna make
I'm
it.
gonna zonk out.
One of the kids was about to go to bed. I'm like, you're not going to stay up till after midnight?
Yeah, well, I'll actually
yeah, I think I
log
will.
back on YouTube and listen, but yeah, I'm pretty much zonked it out. I'll catch you on the flip side on the new year, I hope.
All right.
Okie dokie. See you later. Thanks for joining us.
Take care, all.
See you. And now, after playing this game, she'll probably be up till 2 in the morning.
Yes.
Get the adrenaline going. So, yay. I'll probably be up too. So
there's not an off switch.
It says, morning, your broadcast will be terminated in 1 hour. So we got 1 hour.
1 hour.
Right now.
1 hour to say your piece.
I'm going to be right back because there's chocolate cake in the other house. So.
Hey. I'm sorry, she picked the cat up and he was laying there minding his own business. He did not look very happy.
No, the cat doesn't understand the concept of New Year's Eve.
No, they don't.
Leave me alone. I want to sleep.
He wanted to play either checkers or a video game. She picked a video game. So
that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Damn it, Dave.
Go, yeah, I was gonna say, go darn it. I wish I had some pizza. Actually, this is New Year's Eve. I bet the pizza places are still open.
Probably.
Only thing is, they're all like GMO shit. I can tell Dave's trying to be quiet about it.
God, cops are stupid.
What are you looking at?
Oh, that one guy out of Texas, the Botosai. These deputies are trying to say because he filmed them pull somebody over for drugs that they need his ID because he's a witness, and if he doesn't ID, they're going to arrest him. And they're giving all these outlandish. And then the one deputy, third deputy's telling him, well, you could be out of the same car that these other two people that got arrested from it. It's like totally stupid.
Wait a minute. So I mean, they pulled all this initially because he's a witness, just a witness.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
Which, that's bullshit. Here, I'll put it in the side. Why don't we just give Mr. Potato Heads a badge?
Yeah.
I'm sure
What state was that in?
Texas?
Yeah. Hmm. The whole show of Dave crunching.
Damn it. Goddamn. That's right.
Be there instantly.
And now this sergeant has to come out and justify their stupidity.
That's even the worst part is when the head of the force has to come out and give some kind of bullshit, whatever.
He's trying to say because you're there watching, if something happens, they can grab you as a witness. Hey, that's fine. I could witness a cop getting shot down in the street. I don't have to say a goddamn word about it. I don't have to help. I'm under no obligation to help them.
No, that's the worst kind of society is when they can even mandate, when all you did it was you happened to be there, you happened to see it. Yeah.
Well, and then on this story, this deputy had to tell him that they were arresting these people for drugs. So he's basically coaching what they're calling a witness. So that's coercion.
Yes.
That's a felony. Coercion of a witness.
That's going back in time.
That's why I say these cops are fucking stupid. They got no fucking brains in their head.
I'm sure they've been given some kind of orders regarding witnesses. So, they're not just doing this on their own initiative. They've been told to do this.
Well, you can tell the guy's stammering because he's trying to figure more things up to bolster his bullshit story.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
Mm.
Which we were all kids once, and we perpetuated some sort of lie that we knew our parents knew was bullshit in the first place.
Hey. What? Oh. Anyway, I'm painting a picture. I'm distracted in many ways right now, so
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm still trying to think what to make to eat. Thanks to Dave.
I've been doing 8 all evening.
Hungry.
So I had 8 before we started, and then I had to eat again, and then eat again, get the munchies. So,
Yeah, I didn't do much.
and I'll have the munchies again later.
That cake I made, it came in a box, and it came free with the ham we bought from HEB. And there was like 7 or 8 ridiculous steps to it. I mean, I had to brown the butter. Who ever heard of melting butter till it's golden brown? And
What kind of cake was it?
It's just a chocolate cake. They just called it a Texas sheet cake. It had sour cream, but there was just so many ridiculous packets and steps. It wasn't just open it up, put it 2 eggs,
make it
mix
from
it
scratch.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
that's when I make something from scratch. Yeah.
It was like
That's what I was
from
gonna say, make it from
scratch.
scratch.
Yeah, even had sour cream in it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to go to that much trouble, you might as well make it from scratch and use legacy wheat and all the rest. Because, yeah, if you got that much work.
Yeah, that's what it was. Oh, well. But now I had full attention of Mr. Brown, who's normally running around wild.
Mr. Brown.
Well, what are y'all gonna do more this new year?
More?
Tomorrow?
Try to get off. You go try to fuck the system even more.
Oh, you bet.
No, not me. I'm going to hide in the woods.
But y'all do it in our own way. So, this is my way. So,
No, I've already talked to some friends today. I'm going to try to get me in on to give a lecture to some of the nonprofit. Well, what's one nonprofit group that they do work for? It's an animal welfare group, but they're interested. They've talked them into being interested in GMOs and glyphosate and all that. So I'm going to be putting together a presentation to give to them. So yeah, I feel good about that.
Awesome.
Oh,
good.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, that's what you need, that type of work to.
I like
you need a lot of work.
Yeah. Well, when you're talking in person to local groups and you have handouts to give them and all that, they take you much more seriously. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was talking to them today about. I'm going to flip in some vaccine stuff too while I'm at it. They don't know that yet, but I am.
well, it's good. Well, I'm going to do more of this year.
Yeah.
So that's more productive for me personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to get back into some of the creative things I used to do too, just to keep my sanity.
Not just that, but it's expressing, like you said, expressing yourself too. So
yeah, that's part of keeping your sanity.
no, never mind.
No, I know what you mean.
Anyway,
yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, conveying what feelings you have. Every day you come up with new
or a dream.
Expressing your emotions through your painting. Yeah.
Feelings. Whoa, 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 whoa. Feelings.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh, God.
Yes, thank you for that rendition, my friend.
I know it sounded like a badger and a meat grinder, huh?
Nah, it wasn't that bad.
But if you're driving down the road and that song comes on the radio, I'm pretty sure we would all change real quick, change the station.
Yeah, there's something about that song.
Oh, God.
I don't even remember who sang that.
For some reason, I thought Barbara Streisand, but it wasn't her, was it?
No, it was some guy.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Male singer.
There you go. You're out of the box. Out of the box.
That sounds funny, that expression, out of the box. It's like something you're preparing food-wise.
That was a TV show, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Kids TV.
It's a
Hello,
secret
Mick.
Happy Meal reference.
What? I don't know what he's talking
18
about.
minutes to go.
17, you mean?
Yeah, 17 now. Our
17.
clocks aren't synced.
I think he's having troubles there.
Is that when the asteroid's going to impact?
Oh, is it? I forgot.
Too bad it's not
No,
the year 2000.
Yeah.
Our computers would be shut
That's when
down.
the sun's gonna
Solar
never mind. I didn't forgot what I was gonna say. I'm
That's what
sorry.
happens when it's been almost 8 hours, right?
They just,
I hope the aliens
Mary
have
helped a
this
little
fixed.
there. So
Wait a minute. So what's supposed to happen with the sun?
I was gonna make a joke and I forgot my joke. And I said Mary helped there a little bit. Thank you, Mary.
That's funny. This is beginning to kind of feel like a midnight special.
Oh no, it's not. It's been fun.
We're way worse on midnight specials.
Or it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'll do another one for a while.
I would never want to listen to a midnight special. That'd be scary.
Don't tell each other you hate each other. We're playing a game. She's mad because she's beating you.
Yeah, what is it? If you and your sister are hitting each other, your mom comes in and hits both of y'all. It's like, what the hell?
Right. That's what I would say. I'm like, she's gonna come in here and both of us.
That's not me.
Right.
Oh, well.
Yeah, forgot what I was doing.
Painting.
What?
And arguing. Nothing.
Oh.
Forgot what we did.
Oh my. I don't know.
That's what I say, Dave.
I give up. I want my money back.
Sorry.
Oh, God.
No refunds, no exchanges.
That's like my boy was playing a game today. He bought on the Google Play Store on his phone for 10 cents. He bought the game for 10 cents. And it kept crashing. He's like, that's it. I want my 10 cents back. Like, really?
That's like in the old days when you had to wrestle with a vending machine. Remember those? You had to
Oh,
kick
God.
it.
Beat on him. Give me my drink.
What used to
You know,
crack me up, I was gonna say, what used to crack me up is when people would put like 50 cents in and they're having problems and won't get, and they keep putting more money in.
I know.
Yeah, it's like, no,
They don't understand how things work.
It'll work this time. It'll work. That's like voting.
It's close.
It'll work next time.
One time, me and a friend both got stuff stuck in a vending machine at work, and a sergeant came in with a coat hanger and broke into the vending machine and got the shit out for us.
we had that problem when I worked at Ford's. We had that problem with this one vending machine. They were always having to call, you know, the administrative. You know, they had to bring somebody down always to dig in the machine, get our money out.
Yeah, some places I remember that happening. You had to fill out a form and then they'd send you your money.
That's right. I
Like
remember
50 cents? Are you kidding me? Forget it.
The stamp costs
Oh,
75
my
cents.
God.
And
They
then
want
you
you to
hear
go
from
home.
them 400 years later.
Yeah, really. It's like, can I
I
have the
won't.
interest on that? It's all $2 million
Right.
now. Thank you very much.
That is a good way of making money, 1/4 at a time from a bunch of people.
Hmm. Yeah, don't hold your breath though.
Are you gonna hang out? Are
Who,
you gonna hang
me?
out? No. Are you gonna hang out? Oh, my boy, he's gonna hang out with one of his friends for the New Year's. He's the only friend that answered. Hey. Hello. Can't hear you.
Ouch.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Because you see the green thing moving.
I know.
It's called confused.
Barely hear you. Can y'all hear him?
Not yet.
Yeah, I hear him.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it should work with these. I picked up a $10 cheap pair of headphones just for going on these chats because it's got the mic up close. It works pretty well.
The A
Yeah.
side of the record always sounds better.
Shit,
We
no,
were
my
just
phone-
saying, kind of waste your money on more expensive ones. Better off buying the cheap ones.
I'm gonna take a phone call quickly. It's all happening
Yeah.
to me.
I don't know. I bought some cheap ones and they gave me vertigo. Bad.
Mine are cheap ones, and I was telling earlier, I plug them in, and it's already get feedback on them when I plug them in. So I got feedback built into these headphones. Yay!
Yay.
Ooh, 11 more minutes. Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
Till
10 more minutes.
this changes to another year, and we're still enslaved, like Blunt said in the chat.
I know. It's like 6 one and half a dozen of the other.
Yeah.
What's in a year anyway?
Same shit.
Just closer to death.
Well, that's kind of gruesome.
Why are you always so negative, Dave?
Why do you gotta be the downer?
Well, somebody's got to do it. Yeah, it's a dirty job. Somebody's got to do it.
Well, I know 2017 is going to be extra stupid for me, so that's all that matters.
Extra stupid? What?
Yeah.
Because she's going to be making that stupid money.
Shut up!
You're going to be
No,
drowning
I'm
in that.
not. No, I'm not.
You're going to be drowning in that skrill, yo.
No, no, no.
It's another groundhog day for me. Just as I get ready to do something, someone rings or someone something. But then again, I am ringing all sorts of people like Gumtree, which is equivalent to like your Craigslist looking for a second-hand fridge. So
a fridge?
Yeah, fridge. Like we get some real good ones here, cheap, second-hand. Like people want to get rid of big ones cheap. $50, $40, $60. Then you
Turn
go
it
up
into
to
a
the 200
turn it
mark
into a
and you get
kegerade.
Nah, no, it's not going to be a kegger full of beer. I didn't even have drinks last night. It was so I just wasn't in the mood to having drinks on New Year's Eve type thing. Probably so worn out from all the moving all my stuff into the flat and some of the furniture that was still in here when I moved in. And also, before I moved any of the furniture in that I did all this Boxing Day, when I got my new car, I was lifting heavy toolboxes out the back of the boot and I put it into the Jeep. And when I did that, I pulled a hamstring at the back, or like strained at the end of the hamstring. So I've been in absolute agony for about 2 weeks, and I've still got one of those braces on my leg at the moment, like an athlete's, bandage type things that you put on.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but it's getting better slowly.
I mean, up in your upper thigh,
Yeah, my upper thigh. It's the what was it called? It was the bicep femoralis, which is basically your hamstring, but it's the whole two muscles, and it's the outside one. Yeah, I found that the best thing to do is rest it, but I've been busy and had so much things to do that, well, I kind of had no choice.
Oh man. So then it can't heal. Yeah.
Send him a space cookie.
I'll have a space cookie. Sounds good to me. Actually, I can't say I didn't rage last night. Yeah, I smoked, but that's just, yeah, every day in South Australia. Cool, guys, send me the link. Okay. Open URL. I'm just gonna go mute.
Oh yeah, you can see.
Checking a fridge that just rang me back. I'm gonna mute myself and I'll find the mouse. Yeah.
That makes sense, Catherine. It's another thing you're trying to watch a commercial and trying to get back to watching. That's exactly what you said.
Oh my God! What are you doing? You blew up.
You blew up.
She blew up her car from the game. Oh God!
It happens.
Saying die, people. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
It's a racing game. They're running from the cops.
I am the cop.
Or no, he is the cop. I think he's chasing her, actually. What? Okay.
Fantastic.
There he went. That was funny. You just had to see it. It's funny.
5 more minutes.
To what?
Yep.
To what?
To nothing.
To nothing.
Nothing of any consequence.
Another day.
Until Armageddon, until the end of the world. Actually, it's 5 minutes until the record flips over and you guys start talking backwards.
Oh,
It hasn't been a new year 5 minutes and they're already starting with the fake attacks again.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yours.
It's not New Year for me. I have to wait an hour. I'm still in old year.
Oh man, that sucks.
I know. I guess I should do all my old year stuff now. Get it over with.
Actually, you're well into the new year, right?
Hey,
No.
hey Mick, I like the color of your headphones. That's cute.
I've got this because this is our football colours over here for Port Adelaide, which I was born and bred in, Port Power. This is the nice aqua colour of it.
You so need a pair of bunny ears with that.
Bunny ears. You give me it as
God,
well.
no shit.
What I need is a shave, not bunny ears.
They come in pink.
Sure.
I haven't
Bear
even had
ears.
time to shave.
Grizzly bear.
Do those come in pink as well, Mick?
Then I can start calling you Honey
Yeah,
Bunny.
these ones come in pink, green, black, and white.
Okay.
But yeah, I thought about getting a pink pair, but I thought I'm not coming out the closet yet. I'll wait till 2017 to come out the closet.
There's too many people
Might
on
be a
YouTube.
good year for it. Like I'll come out and I'll ask Obama if he wants to go out with me or something.
I was just asking for trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pity I didn't catch on to you having a live hangout before. I've just been on my computer non-stop looking up fridges, ringing people, and all I've been getting all day is answering machines, which it's expected on New Year's Day.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's got a hangover.
Yeah.
Another 100 million people in the world with a hangover. More than normal.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah. We're not allowed to drink anymore here.
I stuck with tea tonight, so.
I've got blackberry wine, but you know, I don't drink. I don't even know why people give me that stuff. I don't.
Don't lie, Firecat. You know you have a big 64-ounce Mickey sitting there.
No, I don't.
See that flag cat reminds me of this picture I've got of a record. It looks so similar to it. It's a picture of a phoenix, but it looks similar to it.
Oh, I like phoenix.
Where's my phoenix?
Oh no! Oh yeah, Firecat was gonna rip the head off the phoenix that took over the money.
This picture here, hang on.
Well, doesn't Firecat transform into Punch Cat?
Yes, all the time.
Yeah.
Ooh, that does look like
your avatar, like it
Yeah,
reminds
that's
me
some
of the
pretty
same type
colors.
of color, like.
Wow, that's a cool album cover. Yeah.
Yeah, I got some heaps of cool ones because it's dance music.
Uh-huh. That's so cool.
I have like 2 copies of each one type thing, DJ, and I have doubles, a good copy and a thrash copy.
Oh, okay. It's very
God damn it.
Yeah, I love artwork on albums.
Yeah, all these albums, this particular one, they all are artwork on the cover. Happy New Year.
Yes.
The firecrackers going off outside yet?
We're still enslaved.
Nope.
Yeah. That's what JoJo said when I was talking to her today. We're still enslaved.
No, it just flashed across my screen. You are free. You are free.
There you go.
Oh, jeez, I'm actually surprised when I was getting an echo. I forgot to turn the volume down on the other one.
No echo.
Let's get rid of them. They ain't even working. They were working at the beginning.
It must be Smart Pause did it. And you can pause the tabs.
1 minute after.
We were supposed to be watching Times Square.
You're definitely you're definitely out of sync with me. You're about a half a minute faster than me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
Oops. My time is the right time.
How do we know it's the right time? Like when was the last time we ever set a clock manually? Like even an old analog clock that just said, that's roughly the right time. We rely on our phones, which update automatically. Computers update automatically. Wouldn't surprise me if they've been pinching a little bit of time off us over the years. Try and get
We'd have no way to know. Yeah.
Try and get the seasons back into the right sort of pattern. Because over our winter, or whatever it was, we had like a 6 months winter and 1 month of sort of like spring or autumn or whatever it's called, and because of that they had to harvest all their wheat crops and barley crops 2 months later than they usually did it. They usually do it in November, and they're not planning on doing it until halfway through January because it's just had way too much water and it hasn't had time to form solid seeds for crushing for the bread, bread and everything.
Yeah.
Flour, flour product.
What? I forgot what
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, that's
My
extreme.
brother and all that up on the farm, and at this time of year it should be hot as guts, where I'm topless, sweating in front of a fan or an air conditioner, and it's just kind of mild weather. But we've had a few hot days, but not enough hot days to even help the farmers out.
Yeah.
Well, don't go topless on my channel. I'll get a community guidelines strike.
Well, I always told you that I was going to come on there and porn bomb your channel, remember? That's something that I forgot, so I said I was going to do. So now I've told you. Now you remember when I said it just 10 seconds ago?
Well, you did your own and nothing ever happened.
Yeah, I know. One of my live streams, I porn bombed it with some, obviously pictures in the middle and stuff, and nothing happened at all.
That's
And
me.
I was
myself, though.
forcefully trying to do it on purpose. I was trying to get myself porn bombed. Nothing.
I got porn bombed like 3 times, and it didn't do nothing.
Didn't do anything.
Didn't do
That's what
anything.
spins
Somebody
me
even
out when
came on
Jace
and
talks
was
about it. Jace
things too, and they didn't do
doing
anything.
Huh.
So I'm like, what? It's weird.
Well, Jace got it straight away on his when it happened to him. He got porn bombed, and within 10 seconds, they'd already taken the video down. They'd removed it, deleted it, whatever. They'd given me his guidelines warning strike. It was like the John Le Bon crew, the Jesuit crew back then, had it in for him because he was exposing them too much. Because his just instantly went to being a live stream like this to just the page gone. It just refreshed and it was, this live stream has been removed.
It's weird. Why did it not do it to us? That's weird.
Don't know, because he always talks a lot of Jesuit type stuff, like, he goes back to the Knights of Malta and the Jesuits are like behind it, and whenever we talk about stuff like that, we get messed around, whether it be on the computer or the phone, and that's the only thing that we can really put together is the interview that Grimm did with Jace on John Le Bon ages ago. It's still getting watched, and it's still throwing out lots of people's not opinions, but they're still learning from it and finding out.
Oh, that's wonderful. That was like a year and a half ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think the mirror I've got on my channel's had 4,000 views, so that's at least people still looking into him. I've had more views of it than Jace has.
Yeah,
but he's had a lot though.
That just goes to show you you can't really know the full effect you have here. Yeah.
Butterfly effect.
Yeah.
Why is my camera frozen?
Yeah,
You're not on
I'm
our
still
end.
getting a lot of crap
I'm
for
watching
making
it on
fun of
screen.
Dave Acton. You know, the super United Nations anti-gun shill.
Oh God, Dave.
Sorry, I just had to.
There, didn't you?
Actually, my Google Plus was messing up at the time. He actually made some comment on it. I haven't gone back and looked at what it is, but
Oh, that reminded me of something. Bright.
Oh no.
Bright keeps
Oh,
commenting
wow.
on my videos, and I can't see their comments. But I get the notification, like I said before, I get the notification on my phone. But I go to my YouTube page thingy on my channel, and you can't see nothing that they've commented. They commented 70-some comments on one of my videos the other day. I can't see nothing. They don't have me blocked.
That's just some of the weird stuff I know I'm seeing on Google these days. Yeah. Stuff maybe others saw it before, but this is the first time I'm seeing some of this stuff.
I just had something weird happen to one of my videos. Extremely weird. I've never seen or haven't heard of it happening before. Was I looked into the Pizzagate thing about their Facebook page, and I did it through archive.com.org. And as I was going through looking for symbolism and also what some people have tweeted I thought was important messages, I spent a good 40 minutes putting in all the caption bubbles at certain points where people would miss things and like look out for this color and this symbolism. And I put all these things in there. I went to go check it the other day to approve all the spam comments, and YouTube has taken all the captions off of my video. There's no, like, there was spots in there where I know there's definitely a caption which is reading out the tweet that I missed to read out and certain things. Every single caption is just gone.
Okay, but they were there before, right?
No, they were there. Like, I spent 40 minutes. Like, when I uploaded that video, I went through it straight away and made at least over 10 caption bubbles for the parts that I missed, because I did that video on the fly out of the blue.
And they remained there the first few days or weeks that you uploaded it?
Well, for at least the first week, because so many people were leaving more links of proof, and you know our link always gets thrown into spam. I've got to check it every week, and everyone's commenting positive and throwing in heaps of extra links, so I approve them all always.
Did they get rid of maybe the ability to add that? And then, yeah. Mm.
No, they still got the ability to add speech bubbles, closed captions, like not the closed captions that appear along the bottom. I'm talking the speech bubbles that you put up.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Another weird thing that goes on with my account is, you see, if I turn my camera off here for a second, you actually see that I'm signed in with you guys as Believer to Freedom at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just commented in the comment section, and that came up as Border of Chaos. So I've always had that trouble. If I'm signed into both accounts and I change screens or something, like it jumps into whatever account it wants.
That's like it does to David that was on earlier, David Black. He comes in as Mysterious Labyrinth, but it brings him in the hangout as David Black.
Well, I've
his other
noticed
account.
what it does for me is when I'm typing in the sidebar of a chat, the sidebar that's on the YouTube end, it's using my YouTube account. But when I go in here, it's using my G+ profile.
Oh, yeah.
Now, my avatar's the same on either one, so you don't see any difference. But if I had different avatars between those two, you would see a different one, yeah.
Yeah, it actually surprised me when I put the avatar on. I thought, oh yeah, well, it's done the weird thing and just jumped across accounts again. I expected to come up in a comment in there on your live side of saying Believer to Freedom, but no, I'm in both channels somehow. Good old YouTube, always trying to find some way to, and Google, to confuse us.
Of course.
Kind of glad I've been so busy recently. It's given me a break away from the computer. You know, after a while, it just ends up becoming too much. You need a break away from it.
Oh yeah.
It's disruptive
and everything
in your
going
regular
on.
life.
Yeah.
Well, especially when you need to catch up on stuff, you feel better afterwards. I know for me at least, I got to be organized or I can't do anything. I can't think if I'm not organized.
Yeah, I'm the same now. I've got my own house. I want to keep it. I've got bins around everywhere to keep it tidy, and dishes done straight away. It was clean when I moved in, so I'm going to keep it as clean as, and like it's the same with all my junk and stuff around too. I just like everything to be nice and tidy and organized.
Yeah, my friends laugh at me because I have a lot of stuff, but everything's so damn organized. I'm down to every last paper.
My God.
Down to every last millimeter.
but I'm a mathematician. That's what I do. So I don't know quite a lot of stuff.
I really like Flyer's avatar. It reminds me of so much if you can't see the true unless you got it on big screen. Plus, the reflection doesn't show the true colors of that record cover. But I love the picture. It'd be cool to be on a record cover.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? It's like it's a cat made of fire or something. Or...
Yeah, I think. I mean, I just found it in the.
I'm the one that found it for you, actually. Remember? I'm the one that.
Well, no. Somebody sent it to me, and I posted it, and then somebody reposted it, and then you saw it and reposted it. Oh no, you told me to change. Yeah,
I just said you got to use this for your avatar fire. You just have to. Yeah.
Because my other cat wasn't on fire, so yeah, this one.
Yeah, that was that blue cat. Yeah, right.
Or the Siamese, Mr. Fluffy. But I think I found this on just a Google on the web, but it's animated too. But I don't have the animated version. But that would
what kind of avatar would you look up for Punch Cat? I wonder.
I found a bunch of them. Yeah, I need to make an alter ego.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I have a bunch of Punch Cat pictures.
What are they?
Some are real funny.
It needs to look like Japanese anime.
Fighting gloves?
Yeah, with fighting gloves. I have two that are fighting each other like boxers in a boxing ring. Yeah, I got a bunch of them though. That's funny.
I could get so much trouble with this thing. No, I'm looking at a combination metal lathe / mill.
I knew you were thinking along those lines. Just to know that
when you
tone
said
in
that,
your voice when you said it. I knew you were thinking
I have a wood
something like I
lathe.
could get in trouble with this.
we all do when we see that kind of stuff. We have to go buy one of those.
I'll be on some news channel as they're leading me out in cuffs.
We'll definitely have to get it on camera.
As long as we get someone who like films it on a shitty cell phone from like 1999 and we can't see it.
Yeah, there you go.
We're all
and you have to plug it into Windows 95 just to get the pictures off your camera.
Hey, but if we're all witnesses, does that mean we're going to get treated like that guy over in Texas?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You have to testify.
Yeah. Jeez, I haven't caught up on that much recently, but a few things I have caught up on, I'm thinking, well, I'm so glad to be in Australia. No offense to all you guys and that, right, but I don't think I'd survive in America. America sounds so much harder.
No, it's easy.
Well, it's harder on some things, like the vaccine thing is way out of control here, and the GMOs.
Come on,
We don't
man.
have
I love Texas.
It's more extreme, like
I've never been
we
attacked
can
by a
get-
kangaroo.
over here we can like get pulled over by police and they won't shoot us or beat the hell out of us.
Wow, you're
That's
kidding.
one good thing. All right, I got that.
They
But
just
no.
they'll just use insults, huh?
Yeah.
Insult.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a Monty Python thing, insult you to death, right?
The page where these guys.
No, the cop called me a jerk off. Oh. now I got severe emotional distress.
Yes. Can I
I've
speak
got
for that?
emotional disorder and now I'm suing the government.
PTSD. A
No,
lot of
but
men.
in America, you don't want to tell them you have a condition, because then you can't own anything.
Right.
Hey, what? What was that one, Debbie?
I was saying in America, if you tell them you got some kind of psychiatric condition, even if they caused it, then you can't own a gun, you can't own anything.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes, you want to avoid that one.
It's sort of similar over here, but if it's not too bad of a, you know, if someone's got something not too bad wrong with them, like not totally insane.
I got
You're not totally insane.
Well, everyone's insane a little bit. There is
Yeah, I
no
think
such
so.
thing as sanity. But I hate it when like people mention like, sanity and act sane, because no one's sane. Everyone's just a
No.
little quirky. And just look at
That's
Captain
true.
Kirk. He's quirky as hell.
Embrace
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm always pulling the crazy card. It's my get out of jail free card. No, take me over there.
Talking the other day, if somebody's bothering you a lot, just act insane and they leave you alone because people don't want to touch it.
I literally have one of those in my wallet.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
How does that work, Dave? How you literally
Well,
got
see,
to get out of jail?
You got.
Do you carry part of a Monopoly set with you every day?
Well, it was one that I found that was all messed up. So I grabbed that. So all I gotta do is say some cop or group of cops want to hassle me. I just hand them that card and then put the triangle over my right eye, and then they'll know I'm part of the club. And I got a get out of jail free card.
Oh yeah, I get you now. So you're being serious.
Well, there is some ways to avoid getting pulled over by the cop. Yeah, if you those stickers, those $100 club stickers and stuff, that makes you kind of a mean. If you don't want to be pulled over and beaten.
Oh, you're saying if you donate to the
if you donate to the police things and get the stickers, they'll let you speed right by them and they'll wave at you.
Yeah, that's one thing
care.
they've always done that in Australia too. Like you go out to the police bank and protect our police and fight for our police force and police justice. Fill your bumper bar up with all these police stickers and the windscreen.
Exactly. Yeah, and you're good.
And then you're okay to, and then at that point you're okay to wave your Glock out the window at people.
Yep.
I don't think they'll let you do that.
Oh, that's all right. He's okay. He's
talking to Dave without hearing about at least one gun. I don't think it's possible to have a conversation with Dave without hearing about some sort of weaponry or military stuff.
All roads lead to weapons.
King Dave.
Okay. We got like 10 minutes left. So, yeah, this is what I've been working on. I done uploaded another one. But this is the next one.
Oh, yeah.
Yay.
So,
Is that the island in there?
no,
The island.
no. I don't know what it's going to finish being. So, anyway, it's my color.
That's what one of my friends does. He starts off with just whatever comes to his mind and then just continues from it.
Yes. I started with that.
You can't predict
Which
what's
one?
going to be there.
Right. I started with this.
Come.
Then this. Then these two. Then this. Then this. And that's
Did you ever think about using things like glitter?
No. Oh my God, that's too messy.
He's
It would be on your cats.
like kindergartens and shit
That's what
like
I was
that,
gonna
you
say.
bastard, don't you?
My cats. No. Like they said, get in their fur, get in your eyes and stuff. You see. You ever been cut by glitter in your eye?
Ooh.
That sucks.
That would hurt.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
No.
it does.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, I've had something similar when I saw my jump rings. Every once in a while, you get a lot of silver dust that comes out, and I've gotten that in my eyes before.
I know that's flowers coming out of a patch of ground, but it kind of looks like two candles coming out of a cupcake. Well, that's the first thing I thought of was a chocolate cupcake.
Oh.
You
A
must be
chocolate
hungry,
cupcake.
you know.
Dave, my God, are you sure you don't smoke weed?
No, I'm naturally fucked up.
Me too.
If
I'm
Dave
sorry.
smoked weed, then we'd hear even more funny, ludicrous
Well, that's
stuff
true
from him.
too.
I,
More
All we'd be
crunchy.
doing is laughing while Dave talked.
So, when I was
Dave
born, I
doesn't
signed
like
up
to be laughed
for this
at when they're
program where they
talking.
put a
We
hemp
upset
capsule in you.
we upset the poor little fella. I'm just,
Hey, I see all kinds of crazy stuff in her paintings. Oh yeah,
I've seen it. Yeah,
I
I've seen
see hidden messages.
yeah, that's
really
what
good.
I was about to say. That when you look at
Eyes
art,
open.
Oh, what was that? Was that you,
That was
Dave?
Dave.
Oh, you scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, me.
King
Go ahead, me.
Davio.
Hmm?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say art is like it's each art person's artistic style and all that comes naturally, and also the art that you get to see, it's also to the eye of the beholder, because sometimes when my mate showed me some of his paintings and drawings and even things that he hasn't seen in it, it's like I spot them
Yes.
out and it's like this could be
Yes.
this could be that, and I've pointed things
Yes.
out and he's like,
Mhm.
wow, I never saw that.
Yes. That's why I love posting them, because
I was gonna
everybody sees something different in each one. I mean, like say
Yeah.
this, any of the other ones I've done, just look at them and you can see so many different things in it. That's
It's also a way
like
to
you can see.
psychoanalyze everybody that follows you. Like a Rorschach test, yeah.
Unless I reverse that on you, which is, like I said, he said it perfect. It's what comes to you from there. That's
Yeah,
the way it works.
It's natural. That's
So,
how my
or
friends
for
start.
something
He
you're
just
feeling, it could
puts
be.
pen to paper and his hand takes control.
How about like
Yes,
black?
yes, oh yes,
Artistic stuff.
How about
exactly.
something like
Right.
blacklight paint, or that paint that it looks weird in blacklight?
Yeah, yeah, I've seen that.
Forrest?
Yeah, but it's like he said. Yeah, that happens a lot too. Auto writing, auto painting too. It works the same way.
Auto
So there's
painting.
been many times
yeah,
I've done
auto.
that.
I wonder
And
if anyone's
yeah,
painted while they were in a trance or while they were hypnotized.
uh-huh.
That would be interesting.
I would say they would. I'd say they have. Yeah.
Possibly.
Oh yeah,
That's
I
how
could see
some
that.
yeah, authors used to do that back in the olden days, 1200s, 13s, even
Yeah.
1600s and 1800s. Take a substance so they could come up and be imaginative.
Yeah.
Do you
Sorry,
think you
King
could?
Dave.
Do you think you
Sorry,
could do
King
one?
Dave.
Do you think
Sorry,
you could?
King.
God damn it!
I was messing with you, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, brother. I love you.
Yeah.
So hard to eat mad.
No, I was gonna. If you ever thought about trying to do one blindfolded, just picture whatever's in your mind.
That's
Oh,
interesting.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, see, try it a couple of times and see what.
I think I would end up with more paint everywhere else.
I was going to say.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, but
You open up your eyes, there'd be
I
paint
have
all
done that
over the
before, though.
table,
Well,
paint all over the ground.
I've done that before with drawing with just a pencil. Just not even look at the paper and just write or draw. I've done that. I've wrote out stuff and not even know what I'm writing, and then look down like, oh my God.
Just don't take acid before you do it, because you might end up painting your whole wall in your bedroom.
No, definitely
Go
not.
outside on a warm day.
I don't know. You might come up with some really fascinating stuff. Well, all you gotta do though is under your medium that you paint on is put some like newspaper on it, so you don't get it all over
I'm
the
using the
place.
old table, and I painted all over it, and my antique desk over there's got paint all over it. And everybody said, "Oh my God, you painted on that!" So, it's the fucking desk. I mean, it's a thing. It's like this chair too. This chair, it's got cigarette burn holes in it, and I got in trouble. I got in trouble for getting paint on it.
Well, look what they do to antique something. With a cat of nine tails and heat it
If
up.
it's already got burns, who cares about putting a little bit of paint?
You gotta
That's
see
your
the
hobby.
couch.
And
The couch.
Yeah.
The cats have mutilated the couch arms. I mean, they play with the foam that falls out of it.
yeah, I know what you mean. Couches like that. It's
Oh,
like you
no.
can't help yourself. You sit back and they just pick.
Just watch them do it. Yeah, they've already fucked it up. It's an old couch anyway, so fuck it.
I was lucky when I moved in here that a whole heap of furniture was left behind, like cabinets and lounges, like this lounge chair I'm sitting on. There's two blue lounge chairs all left here. A bed frame. I had a mattress, but not a bed frame. Kitchen table, chairs, heaps of stuff. I was heaps lucky.
Ooh, 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. Okay, say your message. Happy new enslaved year.
Yeah, that's
everybody.
Happy new enslaved.
Happy new enslavement.
year, everyone.
Enslavement renews today.
Yeah.
So,
And stop drinking the Kool-Aid, damn it.
yes,
No, keep drinking the Kool-Aid and make sure you take all their vaccinations and do everything your doctor says and
The government
everything I've
loves
just
you.
said. Don't do a thing of it.
No, this is said with sarcasm. So much love to everybody. So in peace.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's the main thing. Much love and health.
Peace from Australia.
Good health.
Yes.
Have you reached midnight yet, Dave?
No,
he's got
I'm
probably.
yeah,
2.5
like 2.5 hours, something like that.
I see. See, I'm in the future. I've been living an extra year than you. I'm in 2017. I could probably show you
It's in the
trick or
evening,
treat.
isn't it?
Yeah,
In the evening.
I don't take numbers.
show me what. Show me what's in the future. I'll place a bet on it, and I'll split the money with you.
Exactly.
Okay.
1 minute.
We can make
1
money.
minute. Yeah.
1 minute.
Okay. And I promise to try to
Some
talk
sort of idea.
more
Just
plainer.
We'll chat about that later.
Understand me. I forget I have this southern accent.
I understand you fine.
I know some people don't though, so
I know.
anyway.
I'm
we got
South
like
Australian. And we understand it.
So many accents.
yeah. It's the southern thing, I guess. So
It's funny how no one thinks they have an accent.
yeah, you got the accent.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny.
How are you supposed to talk?
Yeah.
This is the way I was brought up to talk, so
I gotta ask Mick, did you look under those your chairs there for cash?
No, because
He
when the
made it
guy
now.
when he had it steam cleaned, they steam cleaned the couch